Chapter 50. Traps. Outside, on the stone-paved path between the yellow brick house and the terraced vegetable garden, Rand stood staring down the canyon, not seeing much beyond afternoon shadows creeping across the canyon floor. If only he could trust Moraine not to hand him to the tower on a leash. He had no doubt she could do it without using the power once if he gave her an inch. The woman could manipulate a bull through a mouse hole without ever letting it know. He could use her. Light, I'm as bad as she is. Use the Aiel, use Moraine. If only I could trust her. He headed toward the mouth of the canyon, slanting down whenever he found a footpath leading that way. They were all narrow, paved with small stones, some of the steeper carved in steps. Hammers ringing in several smithies echoed faintly. Not all of the buildings were houses. Through one open door he saw several women working looms, and another showed a silversmith putting up her small hammers and gouges. A third, a man at a potter's wheel, his hands in the clay and the brick kilns hot behind him. Men and boys, except the youngest, all wore the Cuddensaw, the coat and breeches in greys and browns, but there were often subtle differences between warriors and craftsmen. A smaller belt knife, or none at all, perhaps a shoofer with no black veil attached. Yet watching a blacksmith heft a spear he had just given a foot-long point, Rand had no doubt the man could use the weapon as readily as make it. The paths were not crowded, but there were plenty of people about. Children laughed, running and playing, the smaller girls almost as likely to be carrying pretend spears as dolls. Gaishan carried tall clay jars of water on their heads, or weeded in the gardens, often under the direction of a child of 10 or 12. Men and women going about the tasks of their lives, not really that different from the things they might have done in Emond's Field, whether sweeping in front of a door or mending a wall. The children hardly gave him a glance for all his red coat and thick-soled boots, and the Gaishan were so self-effacing it was difficult to say whether they noticed him or not. But craftsmen or fighters, men or women, the adults looked at him with an air of speculation, an edge of uncertain anticipation. Very young boys ran barefoot in robes much like those of the Gaishan, but in the greyish-brown of the Cuddensaw, not white. The youngest girls darted about on bare feet, too, in short dresses that sometimes failed to cover their knees. One thing about the girls caught his eye. Up to perhaps 12 or so, they wore their hair in 2 braids, one over each ear, plaited with brightly coloured ribbons. Just the way Egwene had worn hers. It had to be coincidence. Likely the reason she had stopped was that one of the Aiel women had told her that was how young Aiel girls wore their hair. A foolish thing to be thinking about, anyway. Right now he had one woman to deal with, Avienda. On the canyon floor, the peddlers were doing a brisk trade with the Aiel crowding around the canvas-topped wagons. At least the drivers were, and Kayla, a blue lace shawl on her ivory combs today, was bargaining hard in a loud voice. Kadir sat on an upturned barrel in the shade of his white wagon in a cream-coloured coat, mopping his face, making no effort to sell anything. He eyed Rand and made as if to rise before sinking back. Ysendra was nowhere to be seen, but to Rand's surprise, Natail was, his patch-covered cloak attracting a flock of following children and some adults. Apparently the attraction of a new and larger audience had pulled him away from the Shido. Or maybe Kayla just did not want him out of her sight. Engrossed in her trading as she was, she found time to frown at the gleeman often. Rand avoided the wagons. Questions asked of Aiel told him where the Jindo had gone, each to the roof of his or her society here at Cold Rocks. The roof of the Maidens lay halfway up the still brightly lit east wall of the canyon, a garden-topped rectangle of greyish stone, doubtless larger inside than it looked, not that he saw the inside. A pair of maidens squatting beside the door with spears and bucklers refused him entrance, amused and scandalized that a man wanted to enter. But one agreed to carry his request in. A few minutes later, the Jindo and 9 Valleys maidens who had gone to the stone came out. And all the other maidens of 9 Valleys sept in Cold Rocks too, crowding the path to either side and climbing up on the roof among the rows of vegetables to watch, grinning as if they expected entertainment. Gaishan, male as well as female, followed to serve them small cups of dark-brewed tea. Whatever rule kept men outside the roof of the maidens apparently did not apply to Gaishan. After he had examined several offerings, Ardelin, the yellow-haired Jindo woman with the thin scar on her cheek, produced a wide bracelet of ivory heavily carved with roses. He thought it should suit Avienda. Whoever made it had carefully shown thorns among the blossoms. Ardelin was tall even for an Aiel woman, only a hand too short to look him in the eyes. When she heard why he wanted it, almost why, he just said it was a present for Avienda's teachings, not a sop to soothe the woman's temper so he could stand to be near her, Ardelin looked around at the other maidens. They had all stopped grinning, their faces expressionless. "I will take no prize for this, Randall Thor," she said, putting the bracelet in his hand. "Is this wrong?" he asked. "How would Aiel see it? I don't want to dishonor Avienda in any way." "It will not dishonor her." She beckoned a Gaishan woman carrying pottery cups and pitcher on a silver tray. Pouring 2 cups, she handed one to him. "Remember honor," she said, sipping from his cup. Avienda had never mentioned anything like this. Uncertain, he took a sip of bitter tea and repeated, "Remember honor." It seemed the safest thing to say. To his surprise, she kissed him lightly on each cheek. An older maiden, grey-haired but still hard-faced, appeared in front of him. "Remember honor," she said, and sipped. He had to repeat the ritual with every maiden there, finally just touching the cup to his lips. Aiel ceremonies might be short and to the point, but when you had to repeat one with 70-odd women, even sips could fill you up. Shadows were climbing the east side of the canyon by the time he escaped. He found Avienda near Lian's house, vigorously beating a blue-striped carpet hung on a line, more piled beside her in a heap of colours. Brushing sweat-damp strands of hair from her forehead, she stared at him expressionlessly when he handed her the bracelet and told her it was a gift in return for her teaching. "I have given bracelets and necklaces to friends who did not carry the spear, Randall Thor, but I have never worn one." Her voice was perfectly flat. "Such things rattle and make noise to give you away when you must be silent. They catch when you must move quickly." "But you can wear it now that you are going to be a wise one." "Yes." She turned the ivory circle over as if unsure what to do with it, then abruptly thrust her hand through it and held her wrist up to stare at it. She could have been looking at a manacle. "If you do not like it, Avienda, Ardelin said it would not touch your honor. She even seemed to approve." He mentioned the tea-sipping ceremony, and she squeezed her eyes shut and shuddered. "What is wrong?" "They think you are trying to attract my interest." He would not have believed her voice could be so flat. Her eyes held no emotion at all. "They have approved of you, as if I still carried the spear." "Plight! Simple enough to set them straight. I don't—" He cut off as her eyes blazed up. "No, you accepted their approval, and now you would reject it? That would dishonor me. Do you think you are the first man to try to catch my eye? They must think as they think now. It means nothing." Grimacing, she gripped the woven carpet beater with both hands. "Go away." With a glance at the bracelet, she added, "You truly know nothing, do you? You know nothing." "It is not your fault." She seemed to be repeating something she had been told, or trying to convince herself. "I am sorry if I ruined your meal, Randall Thor. Please go. Amis says I must clean all of these rugs and carpets no matter how long it takes. It will take all night if you stand here talking." Turning her back to him, she thwacked the striped carpet violently, the ivory bracelet jumping on her wrist. He did not know whether the apology sprang from his gift or an order from Amis. He suspected the latter, yet she actually sounded as if she meant it. She was certainly not pleased, judging by the sharp grunt of effort that accompanied every full-armed swing of the beater, but she had not looked hateful once. Upset, appalled, even furious, but not hateful. That was better than nothing. She might become civil eventually. As he stepped into the brown-tiled entry chamber of Lian's house, the wise ones were talking together, all four with shawls draped loosely over their elbows. They fell silent at his appearance. "I will have you shown to your sleeping room," Amice said. "The others have seen theirs." "Thank you." He glanced back at the door, frowning slightly. "Amice, did you tell Avienda to apologize to me for dinner?" "No. Did she?" Her blue eyes looked thoughtful for a moment. He thought Bear almost smiled. "I would not have ordered her to, Randall Thor. A forced apology is no apology."
"The girl was told only to dust carpets until she had sweated out some of her temper," Bear said. "Anything more came from her." "And not in the hopes of escaping her labours," Sienna added. "She must learn to control her anger. A wise one must be in control of her emotions, not they in control of her."
With a slight smile, she glanced sideways at Melaine. The sun-haired woman compressed her lips and sniffed. They were trying to convince him Avienda was going to be wonderful company from now on. Did they really think he was blind? "You must know that I know. About her. That you set her to spy on me." "You do not know as much as you think," Amice said, for all the world like an Aes Sedai with hidden meanings she did not intend to let him see. Melaine shifted her shawl, eyeing him up and down in a considering manner. He knew a little about Aes Sedai. If she were Aes Sedai, she would be green Aja.
"I admit," she said, "that at first we thought you would not see beyond the pretty young woman, and you are handsome enough that she should have found your company more amusing than ours. We did not reckon with her tongue. Or other things."
"Then why are you so eager for her to stay with me?" There was more heat in his voice than he wanted. "You can't think I will reveal anything to her now that I don't want you to know." "Why do you allow her to remain?" Amice asked calmly. "If you refused to accept her, how could we force her on you?" "At least this way I know who the spy is." Having Avienda under his eye had to be better than wondering which of the Aiel were watching him. Without her, he would probably suspect that every casual comment from Ruark was an attempt to pry. Of course, there was no way to say it was not. Ruark was married to one of these women. Suddenly he was glad he had not confided more in the clan chief. And sad that he had thought of it. Why had he ever believed the Aiel would be simpler than Tyran High Lords? "I'm satisfied to leave her right where she is."
"Then we are all satisfied,"
Bear said. He eyed the leathery-faced woman leerily. There had been a note of something in her voice, as if she knew more than he did. "She will not find out what you want."
"What we want,"
Melaine snapped. Her long hair swung as she tossed her head.
"The prophecy says a remnant of a remnant shall be saved. What we want, Randall Thor, Karakan, is to save as many of our people as we can. Whatever your blood and your face, you have no feeling for us. I will make you know our blood for yours if I have to lay the—"
"I think," Amice cut her off smoothly, "that he would like to see his sleeping room now. He looks tired." She clapped her hands sharply, and a willowy Gaishan woman appeared. "Show this man to the room that has been prepared for him. Bring him whatever he needs." Leaving him standing there, the wise ones headed for the door. Bear and Sienna looking daggers at Melaine, like members of the women's circle eyeing someone they meant to call to account sharply. Melaine ignored them. As the door closed behind them, she was muttering something that sounded like, "Talk sense into that fool girl." What girl? Avienda? She was already doing what they wanted. Egwene, maybe. He knew she was studying something with the wise ones. And what was Melaine willing to lay in order to make him know their blood for his? How could laying something make him decide he was Aiel? Lay a trap, maybe? Fool, she wouldn't say right out she means to lay a trap. What sort of things do you lay? Hens lay eggs, he thought, laughing softly. He was tired, too tired for questions now. After 12 days in the saddle and part of a 13th, all of them oven-hot and dry. He did not want to think of how he would feel if he had walked that distance at the same pace. Avienda must have steel legs. He wanted a bed. The Gaishan was pretty, despite a thin scar slanting just above one pale blue eye into hair so light as to look almost silver. Another maiden, only not for the moment. "If it pleases you to follow me," she murmured, lowering her eyes. The sleeping room was not a bedchamber, of course. Unsurprisingly, the bed consisted of a thick pallet unfolded atop layered, brightly coloured rugs. The Gaishan, her name was Chion, looked shocked when he asked for wash-water, but he was tired of sweat baths. He was willing to bet Moraine and Egwene had not had to sit in a tent full of steam to get clean. Chion brought the water, though, hot in a large brown pitcher meant for watering the garden, and a big white bowl for a wash-basin. He chased her out when she offered to wash him. Strange people, all of them. The room was windowless, lit by silver lamps hanging from brackets on the walls, but he knew it could not yet be full dark outside when he finished washing. He did not care. Only 2 blankets lay on the pallet, neither particularly thick. No doubt a sign of Aiel hardiness. Remembering the cold nights in the tents, he dressed again, except for his coat and boots, before blowing out the lamps and crawling beneath the blankets in pitch darkness. Tired as he was, he could not stop tossing and thinking. What did Melaine mean to lay? Why did the wise ones not care that he knew Avienda was their spy? Avienda. A pretty woman, if surlier than a mule with 4 stone-bruised hooves. His breathing slowed. His thoughts became misty. A month. Too long. No choice. Honor. Isendra smiling. Kadir watching. Trap. Lay a trap. Whose trap? Which trap? Traps. If only he could trust Moraine. Perrin. Home. Perrin was probably swimming in. Eyes closed, Rand stroked through the water. Nicely cool, and so wet. It seemed that he had never before realized how good wet felt. Lifting his head, he looked around at the willows lining one end of the pond, the big oak at the other, stretching thick, shading limbs over the water. The waterwood. It was good to be home. He had the feeling he had been away. Where was not exactly clear, but not important either. Up to Watch Hill. Yes, he had never been farther than that. Cool and wet. And alone. Suddenly, 2 bodies hurtled through the air, knees clutched to chest, landing with great splashes that blinded him. Shaking the water out of his eyes, he found Elaine and Min smiling at him from either side, just their heads showing above the pale green surface. 2 strokes would take him to either woman, away from the other. He could not love both of them. Love? Why had that popped into his head? "You do not know who you love." He spun about in a swirl of water. Avienda stood on the bank, in Cadinsor rather than skirt and blouse, not glaring, though, just looking. "Come into the water," he said. "I'll teach you how to swim." Musical laughter pulled his head around to the opposite bank. The woman who stood there, palely naked, was the most beautiful he had ever seen, with big dark eyes that made his head whirl. He thought he knew her. "Should I allow you to be unfaithful to me even in your dreams?" she said. Somehow he was aware without looking that Elaine and Min and Avienda were not there anymore. This was beginning to feel very odd. For a long moment she considered him, completely unconscious of her nudity. Slowly she posed on toe-tips, arms swept back, then dove cleanly into the pond. When her head popped above the surface, her shining black hair was not wet. That seemed surprising, for a moment. Then she had reached him. Had she swum, or was she just there, tangling arms and legs around him? The water was cool, her flesh hot. You cannot escape me, she murmured. Those dark eyes seemed far deeper than the pond. I will make you enjoy this so you never forget, asleep or awake. Asleep or... Everything shifted, blurred. She wrapped herself around him tighter, and the blur went away. Everything was as it had been. Rushes filled one end of the pond. Leatherleaf and pine grew almost to the water's edge at the other. I know you, he said slowly. He thought he must, or why would he be letting her do this? But I don't... This is not right. He tried to pull her loose, but as fast as he pried an arm away, she had it back again. I ought to mock you. There was a fierce edge in her voice. First that milk-hearted Ileana, and now... How many women do you hold in your thoughts? Suddenly her small white teeth burrowed at his neck. Bellowing, he hurled her away and slapped a hand to his neck. She had broken the skin. He was bleeding. Is this how you amuse yourself when I wonder where you have gone? A man's voice said contemptuously. Why should I hold to anything when you risk our plan this way? Abruptly the woman was on the bank, clothed in white, narrow waist belted in wide-woven silver, silver stars and crescents in her midnight hair. The land rose slightly behind her to an ash grove on a mound. He did not remember seeing ash before. She was facing a blur, a thick, grey, man-sized fuzzing of the air. This was all wrong somehow. Risk, she sneered. You fear risk as much as Mogedion, don't you? You would creep about like the spider herself. Had I not hauled you out of your hole, you'd still be hiding and waiting to snatch a few scraps. If you cannot control your appetites, the blur said in the man's voice, why should I associate with you at all? If I must take risks, I want a greater reward than pulling strings on a puppet. What do you mean? She said dangerously. The blur shimmered. Somehow Rand knew it for hesitation, uncertainty over having said too much. And then suddenly the blur was gone. The woman looked at him, still neck-deep in the pond. Her mouth tightened with irritation, and she vanished. He started awake and lay still, peering up into blackness. A dream. But an ordinary dream, or something else? Fumbling a hand from under the blankets, he felt the side of his neck, felt the tooth marks, and the thin trickle of blood. Whatever kind of dream, she had been in it. Lanfear. He had not dreamed her, and that other, a man. A cold smile crept onto his face. Traps all around, traps for unwary feet. Have to watch where I step now. So many traps. Everybody was laying them. Laughing softly, he twisted around to go back to sleep, and froze, holding his breath. He was not alone in the room. Lanfear. Frantically he reached for the true source. For an instant he feared fear itself might defeat him. Then he floated in the cold calm of the void, filled with a raging river of the power. He sprang to his feet, lashing out. The lamps burst alight. Avienda sat cross-legged by the door, mouth hanging open and green eyes bulging by turns at the lamps, and the bonds invisible to her that wrapped her completely. Not even her head could move. He had expected someone standing, and the weave extended well above her. He released the flows of air immediately. She scrambled to her feet, nearly losing her shawl in her haste. I do not believe I will ever become used to... She gestured at the lamps. From a man. You have seen me wield the power before. Anger oozed across the surface of the void surrounding him, sneaking into his room in the dark, frightening him half to death. She was lucky he had not hurt her, killed her by accident.
You had best grow used to it. I am he who comes with the dawn, whether you want to admit it or not. That is not part.
Why are you here? He demanded coldly.
The wise ones are taking turns watching over you from outside. They meant to continue watching from...
She trailed off, her face reddening.
From where?
She only stared at him, her face growing more and more crimson.
Avienda? From where?
Dreamwalkers. Why had it never occurred to him?
From inside my dreams, he said harshly. How long have they been spying inside my head?
She let out a long, heavy breath.
I was not supposed to let you know. If Bear finds out... Sienna said it was too dangerous tonight. I do not understand it. I cannot enter the dream without one of them to help me. Something dangerous tonight is all I know. That is why they are taking turns at the door to this roof. They are all worried.
You still haven't answered my question.
I do not know why I am here, she muttered. If you need protection.
She glanced at her short belt knife, touched the hilt. The ivory bracelet seemed to irritate her. She folded her arm so it was tucked into her armpit.
I could not protect you very well with a knife this small. And Bear says if I pick up a spear again without someone actually attacking me, she will have my hide for a waterskin. I do not know why I should give up sleep to protect you at all. Because of you, I was beating rugs until less than an hour ago. By moonlight.
That wasn't the question. How long? He cut off suddenly. There was a feel in the air, a sense of wrongness, of evil. It could be imagination, residue from his dream. It could be. Avienda gasped as the flame-red sword appeared in his hands, its slightly curved blade marked with the heron. Lanfear had accused him of only using the 10th part of what he was capable of, yet most of that 10th came by guess and fumbling. He did not know even the 10th part of what he could do, but he knew the sword. "Stay behind me!" He was just aware of her unsheathing her belt knife as he padded from the room in his stocking feet, soundless on the carpets. Oddly, the air was no cooler than when he had lain down. Perhaps those stone walls held what heat there was, for the farther out he went, the colder it grew. Even the Gaishan must have sought their pallets by now. The halls and chambers stood silent and empty, most dimly illuminated by the scattered lamps still burning. Here, where extinguished lamps meant pitch dark at noon, some lamps were always left lit. The feeling was still vague, but it would not go away. Evil. He stopped suddenly, in the wide archway leading to the brown-tiled entry chamber. One silver lamp at each end of the room gave a pale light. In the middle of the floor, a tall man stood with his head bowed over the woman wrapped in his black-cloaked arms, her head flung back and her white cowl fallen while he nuzzled at her throat. Chion's eyes were nearly closed, and she wore an ecstatic smile. A flush of embarrassment slid across the surface of the void. Then the man raised his head. Black eyes regarded Rand, too big in a pale, gaunt-cheeked face. A puckered, red-lipped mouth opened in a parody of a smile, showing sharp teeth. Chion crumpled to the floor as the cloak unfolded, spread into wide, bat-like wings. The drag-car stepped over her, white hands reaching for Rand, the long, slender fingers tipped with claws. Claws and teeth were not the danger, though. It was the drag-car's kiss that killed. And worse. Its crooning, hypnotic song clung tight around the void. Those dark, leathery wings moved to enfold him as he stepped forward. One moment of startlement flashed in the huge black eyes before the power-made sword clove the drug-car's skull to the bridge of its nose. A steel blade would have bound, but the blade woven of fire pulled free easily as the creature fell. For a moment, deep in the heart of the void, Rand examined the thing at his feet. That song. Had he not been shielded from emotion by emptiness, kept dispassionate and distant, that song would have snared his mind. The Dragkar surely believed it had when he came to it so willingly. Avienda ran past him to half kneel beside Chion and feel the Gaishan's throat. "That," she said, thumbing the woman's eyelids the rest of the way shut. "Perhaps better for it. Dragkar eat the soul before they consume life. A Dragkar! Here!" She glared at him from her crouch. "Trollocs at Imre stand, and now a Dragkar here. You bring ill times to the threefold." With a cry, she threw herself flat across Chion as he levelled the sword. A bar of solid fire shot over her from his blade to strike the chest of the Dragkar just filling the outer doorway. Bursting into flame, the shadow-spawn staggered back, screaming, stumbling across the path, beating wings that dripped fire. "Rouse everyone," Rand said calmly. Had Chion fought? How far had her honour held her? It would have made no difference. Dragkar died more easily than Murdral, but they were more dangerous in their own way. "If you know how to sound the alarm, do it. The gong by the door." "I will do it. Wake them. There may be more than two." Nodding, she dashed back the way they had come, shouting, "Up spears! Wake and up spears!" Rand stepped outside warily, sword ready, the power filling him, thrilling him, sickening him. He wanted to laugh, to vomit. The night was freezing, but he was barely aware of the cold. The burning Dragkar was sprawled in the terrace garden, stinking of burning meat, adding the light of its low fire to the moon. A little way down the path, Sienna lay, long greying hair spread in a fan, staring at the sky with wide, unblinking eyes. Her belt knife lay beside her, but she had had no chance against a Dragkar. Even as Rand snatched the leather-padded mallet hanging beside the square bronze gong, pandemonium erupted from the canyon mouth. Human shouts and Trolloc howls, the clash of steel, screams. He sounded the gong hard, a sonorous toll that echoed down the canyon. Almost immediately another gong sounded, then more, and from dozens of mouths the cry, "Up spears!" Confused yells rose around the peddlers' wagons below. Rectangles of light appeared, doors flung open on the two box-like wagons, gleaming white in the moonlight. Someone was shouting angrily down there. A woman, he could not tell who. Wings beat in the air above him. Snarling, Rand raised the fiery sword. The one power burned in him, and fire roared from the blade. The stooping Dragkar exploded in a rain of burning chunks that fell into the darkness below. "Here!" Ruark said. The clan chief's eyes were hard above his black veil. Fully dressed, he carried buckler and spears. Mat stood behind him, coatless and bareheaded, shirt half tucked in, blinking uncertainly and gripping his black-hafted spear with both hands. Rand took the shufa from Ruark, then let it drop. A bat-winged shape wheeled across the moon, then swooped low on the far side of the canyon, vanishing in the shadows. "They hunt for me. Let them see my face." The power surged in him. The sword in his hand flared till it seemed a small sun illumined him. "They can't find me if they do not know where I am." Laughing because they could not see the joke, he ran down toward the sound of battle. Pulling his spear free of a boar-snouted Trolloc's chest, Mat crouched, eyes searching the moonlit darkness near the canyon mouth for another. Burn, Rand. None of the shapes he saw moving were big enough to be a Trolloc. Always dumping me into these bloody things. Low moans came from the wounded. A shadowy form he thought was Moraine knelt beside a downed Aiel. Those balls of fire she tossed about were impressive, almost as much as that sword of Rand's, spurting bars of flame. The thing still shone, so a circle of light surrounded the man. "I should have stayed in my blankets is what I should have done. It's bloody cold, and this is nothing to do with me." More Aiel were beginning to appear, women in skirts come to help with the injured. Some of those women carried spears. They might not do the fighting normally, but once the battle had reached into the hold, they had not stood by and watched. A maiden stopped beside him, unveiling. He could not make out her face, all moon shadows. "You dance your spear well, gambler. Strange days when Trollocs come to Cold Rocks." She glanced at the shadowy shape he thought was Moraine.
They might have forced a way in without the Aes Sedai.
There weren't enough for that, he said without thinking. They were meant to pull attention here. So those Dragkar would have a free hand to reach Rand?
I think you are right, she said slowly. Are you a battle leader among the Wetlanders?
He wished he had kept his mouth shut. I read a book once, he muttered, turning away. Bloody pieces of other men's bloody memories. Maybe the peddlers would be ready to leave after this. When he stopped by the wagons, though, neither Kayla nor Kadir was anywhere to be seen. The drivers were all clumped together, hastily passing around jars of something that smelled like the good brandy they had been selling, muttering and as agitated as if the Trollocs had actually come within smelling distance of them. Isendra stood at the top of the steps to Kadir's wagon, frowning at nothing. Even with her brows furrowed, she was beautiful behind that misty scarf. He was glad that at least his memories of women were his own. "The Trollocs are done," he told her, leaning on his spear so she would be sure to notice it. "No point risking having my skull split without getting a little good out of it." No effort at all was needed to sound tired. "Oh, hard fight. But you're safe now." She stared down at him, face expressionless, eyes glittering in the moonlight like dark, polished stone. Without a word, she turned and went inside, slamming the door. Hard. Matt expelled a long, disgusted breath and stalked away from the wagons. What did it take to impress the woman? Bed was what he wanted. Back in his blankets and let Rand deal with Trollocs and bloody Dragkar. The man seemed to enjoy it, laughing like that. Rand was coming up the canyon now, the glow of that sword like lamplight around him in the night. Avienda appeared, running to meet him with her skirts pulled up above her knees. Then stopped. Letting her skirts fall, she smoothed them and fell in beside Rand, lifting her shawl around her head. He seemed not to see her, and her face was blank as stone. They deserved each other. "Rand?" A hurrying shadow called, with Moraine's voice, nearly as melodious as Kayla's, but a cool music. Rand turned, waiting, and she slowed before she could be seen clearly, entering the light regally enough for any palace. "Matters grow more dangerous, Rand. The attack at Imre's stand could have been aimed at the Aiel. Not likely, yet it could have been. But tonight the Dragkar was surely aimed at you." "I know." Just like that. As calm as she, and even colder. Moraine's lips compressed, and her hands were too still on her skirts. She was not best pleased. "Prophecy is most dangerous when you try to make it happen. Did you not learn that in Tyr? The pattern weaves itself around you, but when you try to weave it, even you cannot hold it. Force the pattern too tight and pressure builds. It can explode wildly in every direction. Who can say how long before it settles to focus on you again? Or what will happen before it does?" "As clear as most of your explanations," Rand said dryly. "What do you want, Moraine?" "It is late, and I am tired. I want you to confide in me. Do you think you have already learned all there is to know, little more than a year out of your village?" "No." "I haven't learned everything yet." Now he sounded amused. Sometimes Matt was not sure he was still as sane as he looked. "You want me to confide in you, Moraine? All right, your 3 oaths won't let you lie. Say plainly that whatever I tell you, you won't try to stop me, won't hinder me in any way. Say you won't try to use me for the tower's ends. Say it plain and straight, so I know it's true." "I will do nothing to hinder you fulfilling your destiny. I have devoted my life to that. But I will not promise to watch while you lay your head on a chopping block." "Not good enough, Moraine. Not good enough. But if I could confide in you, I'd still not do it here. The night has ears." There were people moving all around in the darkness, but none close enough to hear. "Even dreams have ears." Avienda tugged her shawl forward to shadow her face. Even an Aiel could feel the cold, apparently. Ruark stepped into the light, black veil hanging loose.
The Trollocs were only a diversion for the Draghkar, Randaltor. Too few to be else. Draghkar meant for you, I think. Leaf Blighter does not want you to live.
The danger grows, Moraine said quietly. The clan chief glanced at her before going on.
Moraine Sedai is right. Since the Draghkar failed, I fear we can expect the Soulless next. What you call grey men. I want to put spears around you at all times. For some reason, the maidens have volunteered for this task.
The cold was getting to Avienda. Shoulders hunched, she had her hands shoved into her armpits as far as they would go.
If they wish it,
Rand said. He sounded a touch uncomfortable under all that ice. Mat did not blame him. He would not have put himself in the maiden's hands again for all the Silkon Sea Folk ships.
They will watch better than anyone else, Ruark said, having asked for the task. I do not mean to leave it to them alone, however. I will have everyone on guard. I believe it will be the Soulless next time, but that does not mean it cannot be something else. 10,000 Trollocs instead of a few hundred.
What about the Shido? Mat wished he had not cracked his teeth when they all looked at him. Maybe they had not even realized he was there until then. Still, he might as well say it.
I know you don't like them, but if you think there's really any chance of a bigger attack, wouldn't it be better to have them in here than outside?
Ruark grunted. From him that equaled a curse from most men.
I would not bring near 1,000 Shido inside Cold Rocks if Grassburner were coming. I could not in any case. Couladin and the Shido folded their tents at nightfall. We are well rid of them. I sent runners to make sure they leave to Ardad land without taking a few goats or sheep with them.
That sword vanished from Rand's hand, the abrupt absence of its light like blindness. Mat squeezed his eyes shut to help them adapt, but when he opened them again, the moonlight still seemed dark. Which way did they go? Rand asked.
North, Ruark told him. No doubt Couladin means to meet Savannah on her way to Al-Qaedal, to influence her against you. He may succeed. The only reason she laid her bridal wreath at Suladric's feet instead of his was that she meant to wed a clan chief. But I told you to expect trouble from her. Savannah delights in causing trouble. It should not matter. If the Shido will not follow you, they are small loss.
I mean to go to Al-Qaedal, Rand said firmly. Now. I will apologize to any chief who feels dishonored by coming late, but I'll not let Couladin be there any longer before me than I can manage. He won't stop at turning Savannah against me, Ruark. I cannot afford to hand him a month for it. After a moment, Ruark said,
Perhaps you are right. You bring change, Randalfor. At sunrise, then. I will choose out 10 red shields for my honor, and the maidens will provide yours.
I mean to be leaving when the first light hits the sky, Ruark, with every hand that can carry a spear or draw a bow.
Custom!
There are no customs to cover me, Ruark. You could have cracked rocks with Rand's voice, or put a skim of ice on wine.
I have to make new customs.
He laughed roughly. Avienda looked shocked, and even Ruark blinked, taken aback. Only Moraine was unaffected, with those considering eyes.
Someone had best let the peddlers know, Rand continued. They won't want to miss the fair, but if they don't stop those fellows drinking, they will be too drunk to handle reins.
What of you, Mat? Are you coming? He certainly did not intend to let the peddlers get away from him, not his way out of the waste.
Oh, I am right behind you, Rand.
The worst of it was, it felt right saying that. Bloody Taviran tugging at me. How had Perrin pulled free? Light, I wish I was with him right now.
I guess I am.
Shouldering his spear, he strode off up the canyon. There was still time to get a little sleep, at least. Behind him, he could hear Rand chuckling. Chapter 51. Revelations in Tanchico. Elaine fumbled with the two slim red-lacquered sticks, trying to set them properly in her fingers. Circe, she reminded herself, not sticks. Circe, a fool way to eat whatever they're called. On the other side of the table, in the chamber of falling blossoms, Aegeanin frowned at her own Circe, one upright in each hand, as if they really were sticks. Nynaeve held hers nestled in her hand the way Rendra had showed them, but so far she had managed to lift one sliver of meat and a few sliced peppers as far as her mouth. Her eyes were tight with determination. A great many small white bowls covered the table, each filled with slices and tiny slivers of meat and vegetables, some in sauces, dark or pale. Elaine thought it might take the rest of the day to finish this meal. She gave the honey-haired innkeeper a grateful smile when the woman leaned over her shoulder to position the Circe properly. "Your land is at war with Aradoman," Aegeanin said, sounding almost angry. "Why do you serve the dishes of your enemy?" Rendra shrugged, making a moue behind her veil. She wore the palest possible red today, and beads of the same colour woven into her narrow braids made soft clicks when she moved her head.
It is the fashion now. 4 days ago the Garden of Silver Breezes began it, and now almost every patron asks for the Damani food. I think maybe it is that if we cannot conquer the Damani, at least we can conquer their food. Maybe in Bandar Eben they eat their lamb with the honey sauce and the glazed apples, yeah? In 4 days more, perhaps it is something else. The fashion, it changes quickly now, and if someone whips up the mob against this...
She shrugged again.
Do you think there will be more riots? Elaine asked. Over what sort of food inns are serving? The streets, they are restive,
Rendra said, spreading her hands fatalistically.
Who can say what will spark them again? The uproar the day before yesterday, it came from a rumour Maracrew had declared for the Dragon Reborn, or maybe fallen to the Dragon Sworn, or the rebels, perhaps. How seems to have made little difference. But does the mob turn on the people from Maracrew? No. They rampage through the streets, pulling people from the carriages, and then burn the Grand Hall of the Assembly. Perhaps the word comes that the army, it has won a battle, or lost one, and the mob rises against those who serve Damani food. Or maybe it burns warehouses on the Calpena docks. Who can say?
No proper order, Aegeanin muttered, thrusting the Circe firmly between the fingers of her right hand. From the expression on her face, they might have been daggers she was going to use to stab what was in the bowls. A bit of meat dropped out of Nynaeve's Circe short of her lips. Growling, she snatched it from her lap, dabbing at the cream-coloured silk with her napkin.
Ah, order, Rendra laughed. I remember order. Perhaps it will come again one day, yeah? Some thought the Panarch Amathera would put the civil watch back at their duties, but were I she, with the memory of the mob brawling outside my investiture? The children of the light, they killed very many of the rioters. Perhaps this means there will not be another riot, but perhaps it means the next riot, it will be twice so big, or 10 times. I think that I, too, would keep the watch and the children close around me. But this is no talk to disturb the meal.
Examining the table, she nodded to herself in approval, the beads in her thin plaits clicking. As she turned toward the door, she paused with a small smile.
It is the fashion to eat the Damani food with the Circe, and of course one does what is the fashion, but there are none here to see save yourselves, yeah? Should you perhaps wish the spoons and the forks, they are under the napkin.
She indicated the tray on the end of the table.
Enjoy.
Nynaeve and Aegeanin waited until the door closed behind the innkeeper, then grinned at each other and reached for the tray with decidedly unseemly haste. Elaine still managed to get her spoon and fork first. Neither of the others had ever had to eat in the few minutes between a novice's chores and lessons. "It is tasty enough," Aegeanin said after her first mouthful, "when you can put any on your tongue." Nynaeve laughed with her. In the 7 days since meeting the dark-haired woman with her sharp blue eyes and slow drawl, they had both come to like her. She was a refreshing change from Rendra's chatter about hair and clothes and complexions, or stares in the street from people who looked as if they would slit a throat for a copper. This was her 4th visit since that first meeting, and Elaine had enjoyed every one. Ejanin had a directness and an air of independence she admired. The woman might be only a small trader in whatever came her way, but she could challenge Gareth Bryn for saying what she meant and bowing to no one. Still, Elaine wished the visits had not been so frequent, or rather that she and Nynaeve had not been at the Three-Plum Court so often for Ejanin to find. Almost constant riots since Amathera's investiture made moving about the city all but impossible, however, despite their coterie of Domon's tough sailors. Even Nynaeve had admitted as much after they had had to flee a shower of fist-sized stones. Tom still promised to find them a carriage and team, but she was not too certain how hard he was looking. He and Jewillin both seemed insufferably pleased that she and Nynaeve were mired inside the inn. They come back bruised or bleeding and don't want us to even stub a toe, she thought wryly. Why did men always think it was right to keep you safer than they kept themselves? Why did they think their injuries mattered less than yours? From the taste of the meat, she suspected Tom should look in the kitchens here if he wanted to find horses. The thought of eating horse made her stomach queasy. She chose a bowl containing only vegetables, bits of dark mushroom, red peppers, and some sort of feathery green sprouts in a pale, tangy sauce. "What shall we discuss today?" Nynaeve asked Ejanin. "You have asked almost every question I can think of." Nearly everyone they knew how to answer, at any rate. "If you want to learn any more about Aes Sedai, you'll have to go to the tower as a novice." Ejanin flinched unconsciously as she did at any words linking the power to her. For a moment she stirred the contents of one of the small bowls, frowning at it. "You have not made any real effort," she said slowly, "to keep secret from me that you are looking for someone. Women, if it does not intrude on your secrets, I would ask." She cut off at a knock on the door. Bail Domon strode in without waiting, grim satisfaction warring with uneasiness on his round face. "I have found them," he began, then gave a start at the sight of Ejanin. "You!" Shockingly, Ejanin knocked over her chair, leaping up, and threw a fist at Domon's thick middle almost too fast to see. Somehow Domon caught her wrist in a big hand, twisted. There was a flurried instant where they seemed to be trying to hook each other's ankle with a foot. Ejanin attempted to strike him in the throat. Then, somehow, she was face down on the floor, Domon's boot on her shoulder, and her arm levered up hard against his knee. Despite that, she snatched her belt knife free. Elaine wove flows of air around the pair before she even knew she had embraced Saidar, freezing them where they were. "What is the meaning of this?" she demanded in her best icy tone. "How dare you, Master Domon?" Nynaeve's voice was equally cold. "Unhand her!" More warmly, worriedly, she added, "Ejanin, why did you try to hit him? I told you to release her, Domon!" "He cannot, Nynaeve." Elaine did wish the other woman could at least see flows clearly without being angry. "She did try to hit him first. Ejanin, why?" The dark-haired woman lay there with eyes shut and mouth tight. Her knuckles stood out bloodless from her grip on the knife hilt. Domon glared from Elaine to Nynaeve, his odd Ileana beard nearly bristling. His head was all that Elaine had left free to move. "The woman to be Seanchan!" he growled. Elaine exchanged startled looks with Nynaeve. Ejanin? Seanchan? It was impossible. It must be impossible. "Are you certain?" Nynaeve asked slowly, quietly. She sounded as stunned as Elaine felt. "I will never forget her face," Domon replied firmly. "A ship captain. It did be she who did take me to farm, me and my ship, captives to the Seanchan." Ejanin made no effort to deny it, only lay there gripping her knife. "Seanchan? But I like her." Carefully, Elaine shifted the weave of flows until Ejanin's knife hand lay uncovered to the wrist. "Let go of it, Ejanin," she said, kneeling beside the woman. "Please." After a moment, Ejanin's hand fell open. Elaine picked up the knife and backed away, loosing the flows completely. "Let her up, Master Domon." "She be Seanchan, mistress," he protested.
and hard as iron spikes."
"Let her up."
Muttering under his breath, he released Aegeanin's wrist, moving away from her quickly as if he expected she might come at him again. The dark-haired woman, the Shaunchan woman, merely stood, though. She worked the shoulder he had wrenched, eyeing him thoughtfully, glanced at the door, then raised her head and waited with every outward appearance of calm. It was hard not to keep on admiring her.
"Shaunchan!"
Nynaeve growled. She clutched a fistful of her long braids, then gave her hand an odd stare, and let go. But her brows were still furrowed, and her eyes hard.
"Shaunchan, worming your way into our friendship! I thought you had all gone back where you came from. Why are you here, Aegeanin? Was our meeting really an accident? Why did you seek us out? Did you mean to lure us somewhere your filthy Soldam could lock their leashes around our throats?"
Aegeanin's blue eyes widened fractionally.
"Oh, yes," Nynaeve told her sharply. "We know about you, Shaunchan, and your Soldam and Damane. We know more than you. You chain women who channel, but those you use to control them can channel too, Aegeanin. For every woman who can channel that you've leashed like an animal, you walk by another 10 or 20 every day without realizing it."
"I know," Aegeanin said simply, and Nynaeve's mouth fell open. Elaine thought her own eyes were going to pop out of her head.
"You know!"
She took a breath and went on in something less like an incredulous squeal.
"Aegeanin, I think you are lying. I have not met many Shaunchan before, and never for more than a few minutes, but I know someone who has. Shaunchan don't even hate women who channel. They think they are animals. You'd not take it so easily if you knew, or even believed."
"Women who can wear the bracelet are women who can learn to channel," Aegeanin said. "I did not know it could be learned. I was taught a woman either could or could not. But when you told me that girls must be guided if they are not born with it, I reasoned it out. May I sit down?" "So cool." Elaine nodded, and Domon set Aegeanin's chair upright, standing behind it while she sat. Looking over her shoulder at him, the dark-haired woman said, "You were not so difficult an opponent the last time we met."
"You did have 20 armoured soldiers on my deck then, and a Damane ready to break my ship apart with the power. Just because I can hook a shark from a boat, I do no offer to wrestle it in the water."
Surprisingly, he grinned at her, rubbing his side where she must have gotten in a blow Elaine had not seen.
"You are no so easy an opponent yourself, as I did think you would be without your armour and sword."
The woman's world had to have been turned upside down by her own reasoning, but she was taking it matter-of-factly. Elaine could not imagine what would spin her own world topsy-turvy that way, but she hoped that if she ever found out, she could face it with Aegeanin's calm reserve.
"I have to stop liking her. She is Shaunchan. They'd have collared me for a pet if they could. Light. How do you stop liking someone?"
Nynaeve appeared to be having no such difficulty. Planting her fists on the table, she leaned toward Aegeanin so fiercely her braids dangled among the small bowls.
"Why are you here in Tanchico? I thought you had all fled after Falm. And why have you tried to wriggle your way into our trust like some egg-eating snake? If you think you can collar us, think again."
"That was never my intention," Aegeanin said stiffly. "All I ever wanted from you was to learn about Aes Sedai. For the first time she seemed hesitant, unsure of herself. Compressing her lips, she looked from Nynaeve to Elaine and shook her head. "You are not as I was taught. The light be upon me, I like you."
"You like us?" Nynaeve made it sound a crime. "That answers none of my questions."
Aegeanin hesitated again, then held her head up, defying them to do their worst. "Soldam were left behind at Falm. Some deserted after the disaster. A few of us were sent to bring them back. I only found one, but I discovered that an Edam would hold her."
Seeing Nynaeve's fists tighten, she quickly added,
"I let her go last night. I will pay dearly if that is ever discovered, but after talking with you, I could not."
Grimacing, she shook her head.
"That is why I stayed with you after Elaine revealed herself. I knew Bethamin was a Soldam. To discover the Edam held her, that she could. I had to know, to understand, about women who could channel."
She took a deep breath.
"What do you mean to do with me?"
Her hands, folded on the table, did not tremble. Nynaeve opened her mouth angrily and closed it again slowly. Elaine knew her difficulty. Nynaeve might hate Aegeanin now, but what were they to do with her? It was not clear she had committed any crime in Tanchico, and in any event the Civil Watch seemed interested in nothing beyond saving its own collective skin. She was Seanchan. She had used Soldam and Damane, but on the other hand, she claimed to have let this Bethamin go free. For what crime could they punish her? Asking questions they had answered freely? Making them like her? "I'd like to stripe your hide till you glow like a sunset," Nynaeve growled. Abruptly her head swung toward Domon. "You found them? You said you found them? Where?" He shifted his feet, shooting a meaning look at the back of Aegeanin's head, eyebrows rising in a question.
"I do not believe she is a dark friend,"
Elaine said when Nynaeve hesitated.
"I certainly am not."
Aegeanin's stare was fierce-eyed and offended. Folding her arms as if to keep from tugging her braids, Nynaeve glared at the woman, then shifted an accusatory frown to Domon, as though this entire mess were his fault.
"There isn't anywhere to lock her,"
she said finally, "and Rendra would surely demand reasons. Go ahead, Master Domon." He gave a last doubtful look at Aegeanin.
"At the Panach's palace, one of my men did see two of the women on your list. The one with the cats and the Saldean woman."
"Are you certain?" Nynaeve said. "At the Panach's palace? I wish you had seen for yourself. More women than Marillin Gamalfin like cats. And Asna Zeramen is not the only woman from Saldeia, even in Sanchico.
A narrow-faced, blue-eyed woman with a wide nose feeding a dozen cats in this city where people do eat cats? In the company of another with that Saldean nose and tilted eyes? That is no so common a pair, Mistress Almira."
"It is not," she agreed. "But the Panach's palace? Master Domon, in case you have forgotten, 500 white cloaks guard that place, commanded by an inquisitor of the Hand of the Light. Jaichim Caradin and his officers at least must know Aes Sedai on sight. Would they remain if they saw the Panach sheltering Aes Sedai?" He opened his mouth, but Nynaeve's point was telling, and nothing came out.
"Master Domon," Elaine said, "what was one of your men doing at the Panach's palace?"
He tugged at his beard in an embarrassed way, and rubbed his bare upper lip with a wide finger.
"You see, the Panach Amathera do be known to like ice peppers, the white kind that be very hot, and whether or no she be amenable to gifts herself, the customs men will know who did give her one and be more amenable themselves."
"Gifts?" Elaine said in her best reproving voice. "You were more honest on the docks, and called them bribes."
Surprisingly, Aegeanin had twisted around in her chair to give him a disapproving look too.
"Fortune prick me," he muttered. "You did no ask me to give up my trade, and I would know if you did bring my aged mother to ask. A man do have a right to his trade."
Aegeanin snorted and righted herself.
"His bribes are not our problem, Elaine."
Nynaeve sounded exasperated.
"I don't care if he bribes the entire city and smuggles—"
A rap at the door cut her off. With a cautioning look at the others, she snapped, "You sit quiet!" to Aegeanin, and raised her voice.
"Come!"
Juilin stuck his head into the room with that silly cylindrical cap on, frowning, as usual, at Domon. The gash on his dark cheek, the blood already dried, was not unusual either,
The streets were rougher now by daylight than they had been by dark in the beginning.
"May I speak to you alone, Mistress Almira?"
he said when he saw a Geonin sitting at the table. "Oh, come in," Nynaeve told him sharply. "After what she's heard already, it won't matter if she hears a little more.
Have you found them in the Panarch's palace too?"
In the act of shutting the door, he shot an unreadable, tight-mouthed glance at Domon. The smuggler smiled, showing too many teeth. For a moment it seemed they might come to blows.
"So the Ileana is ahead of me,"
Juilin muttered ruefully. Ignoring Domon, he addressed Nynaeve.
"I told you the woman with the white stripe would lead me to them. That is a very distinctive thing. And I saw the Domani woman there too. From a distance, I'm not fool enough to wade into a school of Silverpike, but I cannot believe there is another Domani woman beside Chiane Kaida in all of Tarabon."
"You mean they are in the Panarch's palace?" Nynaeve exclaimed. Juilin's face did not change, but his dark eyes widened slightly, flickered toward Domon.
"So he had no proof," he murmured in a satisfied tone.
"I did have proof."
Domon avoided looking at the Tyrant.
"If you did no accept it before this fisherman did come, Mistress Almira, it be no fault of mine."
Juilin drew himself up, but Elaine cut in before the thief-catcher could speak. "You both found them, and you both brought proof. Very likely neither would have been sufficient without the other. Now we know where they are because of you both." If anything, they looked more disgruntled than before. Men could be absolutely silly at times. The Panarch's palace. Nynaeve jerked a fistful of braids, then flung the long plaits over her shoulder with a toss of her head. What they are after must be there. But if they have it, why are they still in Tanchico? The palace is huge. Maybe they haven't found it yet. Not that that helps if we are out here. Well, they are inside. Tom, as usual, entered without knocking, taking in everyone at one glance.
"Mistress Aegeanin,"
he murmured. With an elegant bow, his limp did nothing to diminish.
"Nynaeve, if I could speak with you alone, I have important news."
The fresh bruise on his leathery cheek made Elaine even angrier than the new tear in his good brown cloak. The man was too old to be braving the streets of Tanchico, or any rough streets for that matter. It was time she arranged a pension for him, and somewhere safe and comfortable to live. No more gleeman wanderings from village to village for him. She would see to it. Nynaeve gave Tom a sharp look. "I've no time for that now. The Black Sisters are in the Panarch's palace, and for all I know, Amathera is helping them search it from cellar to attic."
"I found out less than an hour ago," he said disbelievingly. "How did you—"
He looked at Domon and Juilin, both still glowering like boys who had each wanted the whole cake. It was obvious that he dismissed either as Nynaeve's source of information. Elaine felt like grinning. He did so pride himself on knowing all the undercurrents, all the hidden doings. "The tower has its ways, Tom," she told him, cool and mysterious. "It is best not to inquire too closely into the methods of Aes Sedai." He frowned, bushy white eyebrows drawing down uncertainly. Most satisfactory. She became aware of Juilin and Domon frowning at her too, and suddenly it was all she could do not to blush. If they talked, she would look a fool. They would, eventually. Men did. Best to bury it quickly and hope. "Tom, have you heard anything that might indicate whether Amathera is a dark friend?"
"Nothing."
He tugged one long moustache irritably.
"Apparently she has not seen Andric since donning the crown of the tree. Maybe the troubles in the streets make travel between the king's palace and the Panarch's too dangerous. Maybe she has simply realized that her power equals his now, and is no longer as compliant as before. Nothing to say what her allegiances are."
With a glance at the dark-haired woman in the chair, he added,
"I am grateful for the aid Mistress Aegeanin gave you with those robbers, but to now I have thought she was a casually met friend. May I ask who she is to be brought into this? I seem to recall you threatening to tie a knot in any careless tongues, Nynaeve."
"She's Seanchan," Nynaeve told him. "Close your mouth before you swallow a moth, Tom, and sit down. We can eat while we try to figure out what to do."
"In front of her?" Tom said. "Seanchan!"
He had heard some of the story of Farm from Elaine. some of it, and he had certainly heard the rumours here. He studied Aegeanin as if wondering where she hid her horns. Llewellyn seemed to be strangling, if his bulging eyes were any indication. He must have heard the Tanchican rumours too. "Do you suggest I ask Rendra to lock her in a storeroom?" Nynaeve asked calmly. "That would cause comment, wouldn't it? I'm fairly certain 3 big hairy men can protect Elaine and me if she pulls a Shaunchan army out of her pouch. Sit, Tom, or else eat standing up, but stop staring. All of you sit. I mean to eat before it grows cold." They did, Tom looking as ill-contented as Llewellyn and Domon. Sometimes Nynaeve's bullying manner did seem to work. Perhaps Rand would respond to occasional bullying. Putting Rand out of her mind, Elaine decided it was time to add something of worth. "I cannot see how the Black Sisters can be in the Panarch's palace without Amathera's knowledge," she said, pulling her chair under her. "As I see it, that makes for 3 possibilities. 1, Amathera is a dark friend. 2, she thinks they are Aes Sedai. And 3, she is their prisoner." For some reason, Tom's approving nod made her feel warm inside. Silly. Even if he did know the game of houses, he was just a foolish bard who had thrown it all away to become a gleeman. "In any case, she will help them look for what they seek. But it seems to me that if she thinks they are Aes Sedai, we might be able to gain her help with the truth. And if she is a prisoner, we could gain it by freeing her. Even Liandrin and her companions could not hold on to the palace if the Panarch ordered it cleared, and that would give us a free hand to search." "The problem is discovering whether she is ally, dupe, or captive," Tom said, gesturing with his pair of Circe. He knew how to use the things perfectly. Llewellyn shook his head. "The real problem is to reach her, whatever her situation. Jaichim Caradin has 500 white cloaks around the palace like fisher birds around the docks. The Panarch's legion has nearly twice that, and the Civil Watch almost as many. Few of the ring forts are held half so well." "We're not going to fight them," Nynaeve said dryly. "Stop thinking with the hair on your chest. This is a time for wits, not muscle. As I see it—" The discussion went on through the meal, continuing after the last small bowl was emptied. Aegeanin even offered a few cogent comments after a while spent silently, not eating and not seeming to listen. She had a sharp mind, and Tom readily accepted any of her suggestions he agreed with, though he stubbornly rejected out of hand those he did not, just the way he treated everyone else. Even Domon, rather surprisingly, supported Aegeanin when Nynaeve wanted her to keep quiet. "She do make sense, Mistress Almira. Only a fool do reject sense, wherever it do come from." Unfortunately, knowing where the Black Sisters were did little good without knowing whether or not Amathera was with them. That, or what they were after. In the end, almost 2 hours of discussion came to not much more than that, and a few suggestions as to how to find out about Amathera, all of which, it seemed, were to be used by the men with their spiderweb of contacts crisscrossing Tanchico. None of the fool men wanted to leave them alone with one of the Shaunchan until Nynaeve became angry enough to wrap them all 3 in flows of air while they dithered before the door. "Do you not think," she said icily, surrounded by the glow of Saidar, "that one of us might be able to do the same to her if she says boo?" She would not release any of them until they all nodded their heads, the only bits they could move. "You keep a taut crew," Aegeanin said as soon as the door closed behind them. "Be quiet, Shaunchan!" Nynaeve folded her arms tightly. She seemed to have given up trying to pull at those braids when she was angry. "Sit down and be quiet." It was frustrating, waiting there, staring at the plum trees and falling blossoms painted on the windowless walls, pacing the floor, or watching Nynaeve pace, while Tom and Llewellyn and Domon were out actually doing something. Yet it was worse when each man came back at intervals to report another trail faded away to nothing, another thread snapped, hear what the others had learned, and hurry out again. The first time Tom returned, with a second purple bruise on the other cheek, Elaine said, "Wouldn't you do better here, Tom, where you could hear whatever Llewellyn and Master Domon report? You could evaluate much better than Nynaeve or I." He shook his foolish, shaggy white head while Nynaeve sniffed loudly enough to be heard in the hallway.
I've a lead to a house on the Verana, where Amathera supposedly went sneaking some nights before she was raised Panarch. And he was gone before she could say another word. When he next returned, limping distinctly more, reporting that the house was the home of Amathera's old nurse, Elaine spoke in her firmest voice. "Tom, I want you to sit down. You will stay here. I will not have you getting yourself hurt." "Hurt?" he said. "Child, I never felt better in my life. Tell Llewellyn and Bale there is supposedly a woman named Kerindra somewhere in this city who claims to know all sorts of dark secrets about Amathera." And off he hobbled, cloak swirling behind him. He had another tear in that, too. Stubborn, foolish old man. Once a clamour penetrated the thick walls, brutal shouts and cries from the street. Rendra bustled into the room just when Elaine had decided to go down and see for herself what it was. "Some little trouble outside. Do not disturb yourself. Bale Domont's men, they keep it away from us, yeah? I did not want you to worry." "A riot here?" Nynaeve said sharply. The immediate neighbourhood of the inn had been one of the few calm areas in the city. "Not to worry," Rendra said soothingly. "Perhaps they want food. I will tell them where Bale Domont's soup kitchen is, and they will go away." The noise did die down after a while, and Rendra sent up some wine. Not until the serving man was leaving, with a sulky look on his face, did Elaine realise it was the young man with the beautiful brown eyes. The man had begun reacting to her coldest stares as if they were smiles. Did the fool think she had time to notice him now? Waiting and pacing, pacing and waiting. Kerindra turned out to be a tirewoman dismissed for theft. Not at all grateful for not being imprisoned, she would make any accusation against Amathera that was suggested to her. A fellow who claimed to have proof that Amathera was Aes Sedai and Black Aja also claimed that the same documents proved King Andric, the Dragon Reborn. The group of women whom Amathera used to meet in secret were friends Andric despised, and the shocking discovery that she financed several smuggling craft led nowhere. Almost every noble but the king himself had a finger in smuggling. Every trail ended that way. The worst Tom could discover was that Amathera had convinced two handsome young lords that each was the true love of her life, and Andric only a means to an end. On the other hand, she had given audiences in the Panarch's palace to various lords, both alone and in company with various women recognisable as Liandrin and others on the list, and reportedly asked and accepted their advice for her decisions. Ally or captive? When Llewellyn came back, a good 3 hours after sunset, spinning a thumb-thick staff of ridged wood and muttering about some pale-haired fellow who had tried to rob him, Tom and Domon were already slumped disconsolately at the table with the Jainin. "This will be farm again," Domon growled at the air. The stout cudgel he had acquired somewhere lay in front of him, and he wore a short sword at his belt now. "Aes Sedai, the Black Aja, meddling with the Panarch. If we do no find something tomorrow, I do mean to take myself out of Tanchico. The next day for certain, if my own sister do ask me to stay." "Tomorrow," Tom said wearily, elbows on the table and chin on fists. "I'm too tired to think straight any longer. I found myself listening to a laundryman from the Panarch's palace who claims he has heard Amathera singing bawdy songs, the sort you hear in the roughest taverns on the docks. I actually listened to him." "For me," Llewellyn said, reversing a chair to straddle it, "I mean to look on tonight. I've found a roofman who says the woman he keeps company with was another of Amathera's tirewomen. According to him, Amathera discharged all of her tirewomen without warning the same evening she was invested Panarch. He will take me to talk with her after he finishes some business of his own at a merchant's house." Nynaeve moved to the end of the table, fists on hips. "You will not be going anywhere tonight, Llewellyn. The three of you will be taking turns guarding our door." The men protested volubly, of course, all together. "I do have my own trade to keep up."
And if I must spend my days asking questions for you—
Mistress Almira, this woman is the first person I have found who's actually seen Amathera since she was raised—
Nynaeve, I'll hardly be able to find a rumour tomorrow, much less trace it, if I spend the night playing it.
She let them argue themselves out. When they began to trail off, obviously thinking her convinced, she said, "Since we have nowhere else to keep the Shaunchan woman, she will have to sleep with us. Elaine, will you ask Rendra to have a pallet made up? On the floor will do nicely." Aegeanin glanced at her but said nothing. The men were neatly boxed. Either they refused flatly and openly broke their word to do as Nynaeve said, or else argued on, sounding as if they were whining. They glowered and spluttered and acquiesced. Rendra was clearly surprised they requested only a pallet, but accepted the tale that Aegeanin feared to risk the streets at night. She did look miffed when Tom seated himself in the hall beside their door.
"Those fellows, they did not get inside however hard they tried. I told you the soup kitchen would take them away, yeah? Guests at the Three Plum Court have no need for the bodyguards on their rooms."
"I'm sure not," Elaine told her, gently trying to push her out the door. "It's just that Tom and the others do worry so. You know how men are." Tom shot her a hawkish stare beneath those thick white eyebrows, but Rendra sniffed, agreeing that she did indeed know, and let Elaine shut the door. Nynaeve immediately turned to Aegeanin, who was spreading her pallet on the far side of the bed. "Take off your clothes, Shaunchan. I want to be sure you don't have another knife hidden away." Aegeanin calmly stood and undressed down to her linen shift. Nynaeve searched through her dress thoroughly, then insisted on searching Aegeanin as well, and none too gently. Finding nothing did not seem to soothe her. "Hands behind your back, Shaunchan. Elaine, bind her." "Nynaeve, I don't think she—" "Bind her with the power, Elaine," Nynaeve said roughly, "or I'll cut strips from her dress and bind her hands and heels. You remember how she handled those fellows in the street? Probably her own hirelings. She could probably kill us in our sleep with her bare hands." "Really, Nynaeve, with Tom outside—" "She's Shaunchan! Shaunchan, Elaine!" She sounded as if she hated the dark-haired woman for a personal wrong, which made no sense. Egwene had been in their hands, but not Nynaeve. The set of her jaw said she meant to have her way, with the power or with ropes if she could find them. Aegeanin had already placed her wrists together in the small of her back, compliant if not meek. Elaine wove a flow of air around them and tied it off. At least it would be more comfortable than bindings cut out of her dress. Aegeanin flexed her arm slightly, testing the bonds she could not see, and shivered. She could as easily have broken steel chains. Shrugging, she laid herself down awkwardly on the pallet and turned her back to them. Nynaeve began undoing her own dress. "Let me have the ring, Elaine." "Are you sure, Nynaeve?" She looked at Aegeanin in a significant manner. The woman seemed to be paying no attention to them. "She'll not go running to betray us tonight." Pausing to pull the dress over her head, Nynaeve sat on the edge of the bed in her thin silk Tarabona shift to roll down her stockings. "Tonight is the agreed night. Egwene will expect one of us, and it is my turn. She will be worried if neither of us appears." Elaine fished the leather cord around her neck out of the bosom of her dress. The stone ring, all flecks and stripes in blue and brown and red, lay snuggled against the golden serpent eating its own tail. Unknotting the string long enough to hand the Te Angreal to Nynaeve, she retied and replaced it. Nynaeve strung the stone Te Angreal with her own great serpent ring and Lan's heavy gold ring, let them hang between her breasts. "Give me an hour after you are certain I'm asleep," she said, stretching out atop the blue coverlet. "It should take no longer than that. And keep an eye on her." "What can she do bound, Nynaeve?" Elaine hesitated before adding, "I don't think she would try to harm us if she were loose." "Don't you dare." Nynaeve raised her head to glare at Aegeanin's back, then lay back on the pillows again. "An hour, Elaine." Closing her eyes, she wriggled to make herself more comfortable. "That should be more than enough," she murmured. Hiding a yawn behind her hand, Elaine brought the low stool to the foot of the bed, where she could watch Nynaeve and Aegeanin too, though that hardly seemed necessary. The woman lay huddled on her pallet with her knees up, hands securely fastened. It had been a strangely tiring day, considering that they had never left the inn. Nynaeve was already muttering softly in her sleep, with her elbows jutting out. Aegeanin lifted her head and looked over her shoulder. "She hates me, I think. Go to sleep." Elaine stifled another yawn. "You do not. Don't be too sure of yourself," she said firmly. "You are taking this very calmly." "How can you be so calm?" "Calm?" The other woman's hands moved involuntarily, twisting at her air-woven bonds. "I am so terrified I could weep." She did not sound it, yet it sounded the simple truth. "We won't harm you, Aegeanin." Whatever Nynaeve wanted, she would see to that. "Go to sleep." After a moment, Aegeanin's head lowered. An hour. It was right not to worry Egwene needlessly, but she wished that hour could be spent on their problem instead of wandering uselessly in Teleran Riode. If they could not find out whether Amathera was prisoner or captive— Set that aside, I won't puzzle it out here. Once they did find out, how could they get inside the palace with all those soldiers about, and the Civil Watch, not to mention Leandrin and the others? Nynaeve had started snoring softly, a habit she denied even more heatedly than she did flinging her elbows about. Aegeanin appeared to be taking the long, slow breaths of deep sleep. Yawning into the back of her hand, Elaine shifted on the hard wooden seat and began planning how to sneak into the Panarch's palace. Chapter 52. Need. For a moment Nynaeve stood in the heart of the stone, not seeing it, not thinking of Teleran Riode at all. Aegeanin was Seanchan, one of those vile people who had put a collar on Egwene's neck and tried to put one on hers. Knowing it still made her feel hollow. Seanchan, and she had snaked her way into Nynaeve's affections. True friends had seemed so few and far between since leaving Emmonsfield. To find a new one, then lose her in this way. "I hate her for that, worst of all," she growled, folding her arms tightly. "She made me like her, and I cannot stop, and I hate her for it." Said aloud, it made no sense at all. "I do not have to make sense." She laughed quietly, with a rueful shake of her head. "I am supposed to be Aes Sedai, but not to be wool-gathering like a fool girl." Calendor sparkled, the crystal sword rising out of the floorstones beneath the great dome, and the massive red-stone columns ran off in shadowed rows through that odd dim light that came from everywhere. Easy to remember the feel of being watched, to imagine it again. If it had been imagination before. If it was now. Anything might be hiding back in there. A good stout stick appeared in her hands as she peered among the columns. Where was Egwene? Just like the girl to keep her waiting. All that murkiness. For all she knew, something could be about to jump out at— "That is an odd dress, Nynaeve." Just stifling a yelp, she spun around heavily, rattling metallically, heart thumping in her throat. Egwene stood on the other side of Calendor, with two women in bulky skirts and dark shawls over white blouses, snowy hair held by folded scarves falling to their waists. Nynaeve swallowed, hoping none of them noticed, tried to make herself breathe normally again, sneaking up on her that way. One of the Aiel women she knew from Elaine's description. Amis's face was much too young for such hair, but apparently it had been almost silver even as a child. The other, thin and bony, had pale blue eyes in a leathery, wrinkled face. That must be Bear. The tougher of the two, in Nynaeve's opinion, now that she saw them. Not that this Amis looked very— "Odd dress?" I rattled. Staring down at herself, she gasped. Her dress looked vaguely like a Two Rivers garment, if Two Rivers women wore dresses fashioned from steel mail, with pieces of plate armour like those she had seen in Shinar. How did men run about and jump into saddles in these things? It dragged at her shoulders as if it weighed 100 pounds. The good stick was metal now and spiked at the end like a shiny steel sand burr. Without touching her head, she knew she had on some sort of helmet. Blushing furiously, she concentrated, changed it all to good Two Rivers woolens and a walking staff. It felt good to have her hair back in one proper braid hanging over her shoulder.
"Uncontrolled thoughts are troublesome when you walk the dream,"
Bear said in a thin, strong voice.
"You must learn to control them if you mean to continue."
"I can control my thoughts very well, thank you," Nynaeve said crisply. Bear's voice was not all that was thin. The two wise ones seemed misty almost, and Egwene, in a pale blue riding dress, was very nearly transparent. "What's the matter with you? Why do you look that way?" "You try entering Tel'aran'rhiod Riod while half asleep in a saddle," Egwene said dryly. She seemed to flicker. "It is morning in the Threefold Land, and we are on the move. I had to talk Amice into letting me come at all, but I was afraid you would be worried." "It is a difficult enough task without the horse," Amice said, "sleeping shallowly when you wish to be awake. Egwene has not learned it entirely yet." "I will," Egwene said with an irritated determination. She was always too hasty and stubborn in her desire to learn. If these wise ones did not hold on to the scruff of her neck, she would very likely jump into all sorts of trouble. Nynaeve stopped worrying about Egwene and trouble as the younger woman began to speak of Trollocs and Dragcar attacking Cold Rock's hold. Sienna, a wise one dreamwalker among the dead. Rand hurrying the Ta'ardad Aiel toward this Al-Qair Dal, apparently in violation of all custom, sending out runners to bring more septs. The boy was confiding his intentions to no one, the Aiel were jumpy, and Moraine was ready to bite the heads off nails. Moraine's frustration would have been some relief. She had hoped he could escape that woman's influence somehow, if Egwene had not frowned so worriedly. "I don't know whether it is madness or design," Egwene finished. "I could almost bear it either way if I knew. Nynaeve, I'll admit it isn't prophecy or Tarmangaiden that makes me anxious right now. Maybe it is foolish, but I promised Elaine to look after him, and I do not know how." Nynaeve walked around the crystal sword to put an arm around her. At least she felt solid, even if she did look a reflection in a foggy mirror. Rand's sanity. There was nothing she could do about that. No comfort she could offer. Egwene was the one there to see him. "The best you can do for Elaine is to tell him to read what she wrote. She worries about it sometimes. She won't talk, but I think she's afraid she said more than she should have. If he believes she is totally besotted, he's more likely to feel the same, which will not hurt her in the least. At least we have some good news in Tanchico." Some. When she explained, though, it barely seemed to justify some. "So you still don't know what it is they're after," Egwene said after she finished. "But even if you did, they are on top of it and still might find it first." "Not if I can help it." Nynaeve fixed the two wise ones with a firm, level look. From what Elaine said of Amice's reluctance to give anything but warnings, she would need firmness to deal with them. The pair was so hazy, a strong puff might blow them away like fog. "Elaine thinks you know all sorts of tricks with dreams. Is there any way I could get into Amathera's dreams to see if she is a dark friend?"
"Foolish girl!"
Bear's long hair swung as she shook her head.
"If Aes Sedai, a foolish girl still. To step into another's dream is very dangerous unless she knows you and expects you. It is her dream, not as here. There, this Amathera will control all, even you."
She had been sure that was the way. It was irritating to learn differently. And foolish girl. "I am not a girl," she snapped. She wanted to yank her braid, but clenched a fist at her side instead. For some reason, pulling at her hair felt strangely uncomfortable of late. "I was Wisdom of Emond's Field before I became Aes Sedai." She hardly stumbled over the lie at all now. "And I told women as old as you when to sit down and be quiet. If you know how to help me, say so instead of giving me foolish maunderings about what is dangerous. I know danger when I see it." Abruptly, she realized her single braid had split in two, one over each ear, red ribbons woven through to make tassels on the ends. Her skirt was so short it showed her knees, she wore a loose white blouse like the wise ones, and her shoes and stockings were gone. Where had this come from? She had surely never thought of wearing anything like it. Egwene put a hasty hand over her mouth. Was she aghast? Surely not smiling. "Uncontrolled thoughts," Amis said, "can be very troublesome indeed, Nynaeve Sedai, until you learn." Despite her bland tone, her lips quirked in barely masked amusement. Nynaeve kept her face smooth with an effort. They could not have had anything to do with it. They can't have. She struggled to change back, and it was a struggle, as though something held her as she was. Her cheeks grew hotter and hotter. Suddenly, just at the point when she was ready to break down and ask advice, or even help, her clothes and hair were as they had been. She wriggled her toes gratefully in good stout shoes. It had just been some odd stray thought. In any case, she was not about to voice any suspicions. They looked far too amused as it was, even Egwene. I am not here for some fool contest. I just won't dignify them. If I cannot enter her dream, can I bring her into the world of dreams? I need some way to talk to her. We would not teach you that if we knew how, Amis said, hitching her shawl angrily. It is an evil thing you ask, Nynaeve Sedai.
She would be as helpless here as you in her dream.
Bear's thin voice sounded like an iron rod.
It has been handed down among dreamwalkers since the first that no one must ever be brought into the dream. It is said that that was the way of the shadow in the last days of the Age of Legends.
Nynaeve shifted her feet under those hard stares. Realizing she had an arm around Egwene, she held still. She was not about to let Egwene think they had made her uneasy. Not that they had. If she thought of being hauled before the women's circle before she was chosen wisdom, it was nothing at all to do with the wise ones. Firmness was what was... They stared at her. Hazy or not, these women could duel Suan Sanche stare for stare. Especially Bear. Not that they intimidated her. But she could see the point of being reasonable. Elaine and I need help. The Black Ajar is sitting on top of something that can harm Rand. If they find it before we do, they may be able to control him. We need to find it first. If there is anything you can do to help, anything you can tell me, anything at all.
Aes Sedai, Amis said. You can make a request for help, sound a demand.
Nynaeve's mouth tightened. Demand? She had all but begged. Demand, indeed. But the Aiel woman did not seem to notice, or chose to ignore it.
Yet a danger to Rand al'Thor. We cannot allow the shadow to have that. There is a way.
Dangerous!
Bear shook her head vigorously.
This young woman knows less than Egwene did when she came to us. It is too dangerous for her.
Then maybe I could? Egwene began, and the two cut her off as one.
You are going to complete your training. You are too eager to go beyond what you know.
Bear said sharply. At the same time, Amis said, not the slightest bit softer, You are not there in Tanchico. You do not know the place, and you cannot have Nynaeve's need. She is the hunter. Under those iron eyes, Egwene subsided sulkily, and the two wise ones looked at each other. Finally, Bear shrugged and lifted her shawl up around her face. Clearly, she washed her hands of the entire matter. It is dangerous, Amis said. They made it sound as if breathing was dangerous in Teleran Riode. Nynaeve cut off, as Amis's eyes actually grew harder. She would not have thought it possible. Keeping a firm image of her clothes as they were, of course they had had nothing to do with that, it simply seemed wise to make sure her dress remained as it was, she changed what she had been going to say. I will be careful. It is not possible, Amis told her flatly, but I do not know another way. Need is the key. When there are too many people for the hold, the sept must divide, and the need is for water at the new hold. If
no location with water is known, one of us may be called to find one. The key, then, is the need for a proper valley or canyon not too far from the first with water. Concentrating on that need will bring you near to what you want. Concentrating on the need again will bring you closer. Each step brings you nearer until at last you are not only in the valley, but standing beside where water is to be found. It may be harder for you because you do not know exactly what you are seeking, though the depth of need may make up for it. And you know already in a rough fashion where it lies, in this palace. The danger is this, and you must be aware of it.
The wise one leaned toward her intently, driving her words home with a tone as sharp as her gaze.
Each step is made blind, with eyes closed. You cannot know where you will be when you open your eyes, and finding the water does no good if you are standing in a den of vipers. The fangs of a mountain king kill as quickly in the dream as waking. I think these women Egwene speaks of will kill more quickly than the snake.
I did that, Egwene exclaimed. Nynaeve felt her jump as the Aiel women's eyes went to her. Before I met you, she said hastily. Before we went to Tyr.
Need.
Nynaeve felt warmer toward the Aiel women now that one of them had given her something she could use. You must keep a close eye on Egwene, she told them, hugging the younger woman to show she meant it fondly. You are right, Bear. She will try to do more than she knows how. She has always been that way. For some reason, Bear arched a white eyebrow at her. I do not find her so, Amis said in a dry voice. She is a biddable student now. Is that not so, Egwene? Egwene's mouth set in a stubborn line. These wise ones did not know her well if they believed a Two Rivers woman would call herself biddable. On the other hand, she did not say anything. That was unexpected. As hard a lot as Aes Sedai, it appeared, these Aiel women. Her hour was slipping away, and impatience bubbled to try this method now. If Elaine woke her, it might take hours to get back to sleep. In 7 days, she said, one of us will meet you here again. Egwene nodded. In 7 days, Rand will have shown himself to the clan chiefs as he who comes with the dawn, and the Aiel will all be behind him. The wise one's eyes shifted slightly, and Amis adjusted her shawl. Egwene did not see it. The light knows what he means to do then. In 7 days, Nynaeve said, Elaine and I will have taken whatever Liandrin is hunting away from the lot of them. Or else very likely the Black Aja would have it. So, the wise ones were not more certain the Aiel would follow Rand than Egwene was of his plans. No certainty anywhere. But no point in burdening Egwene with more doubts either. When one of us sees you next, we'll have laid them by the heels and stuffed them all in sacks to cart to the tower for trial. Try to be careful, Nynaeve. I know you don't know how to, but try anyway. Tell Elaine I said so too. She isn't as bold as you are, but she can come close. Amis and Bear each laid a hand on Egwene's shoulder, and they were gone. Try to be careful? Fool girl. She was always careful. What had Egwene been about to say rather than bold? Nynaeve folded her arms tightly in lieu of pulling her braid. Maybe better she did not know. She realized she had not told Egwene about Aegeanin. Perhaps best not to stir up Egwene's memories of her captivity. Nynaeve could remember all too well the other woman's nightmares for weeks after she was freed, waking up screaming that she would not be chained. Much the best to let it lie. It was not as if Egwene need ever meet the Seanchan woman. Burn that woman! Burn Aegeanin to ash! Burn her! This is not using my time wisely, she said aloud. The words echoed through the tall columns. With the other women gone, they looked even more foreboding than before. More a hiding place for unseen watchers and things that jumped out at you. Time to be away. First, though, she changed her hair to a tassel of long, narrow braids, her dress to clinging folds of dark green silk. A transparent veil covered her mouth and nose, fluttering slightly when she breathed. With a grimace, she added beads of green jade woven into the thin plaits. Should any of the Black Sisters be using their stolen to Angreal to enter the world of dreams and see her in the Panarch's palace, they would think her only a Tarrabonner woman who had dreamed herself there in more ordinary fashion. Some knew her by sight, though. Lifting a handful of bead-strung braids, she smiled. Pale honey. She had not realized that was possible. I wonder what I look like. Could they still know me? Suddenly a tall stand mirror stood beside Callandor. In the glass, her big brown eyes widened in shock. Her rosebud of a mouth fell open. She had Rendra's face! Her features flickered back and forth, eyes and hair flashing darker then lighter. Straining, she settled them as the innkeeper's. No one would know her now. And Egwene thought she did not know how to be careful. Closing her eyes, she concentrated on Tanchico, on the Panarch's palace, on need. Something dangerous to Rand, to the dragon reborn. Need. Around her, Teleran Riod shifted. She felt it, a sliding lurch, and opened her eyes eagerly to see what she had found. It was a bedchamber, as big as any 6 at the Three-Plum Court, the white plaster walls worked in painted friezes, golden lamps hanging from the ceiling by gilded chains. The tall posts of the bed spread carved limbs and leaves in a canopy above the mattresses. A woman, well short of her middle years, stood stiffly with her back to one of the posts at the foot of the bed. She was really quite lovely, in that pouty-mouthed way that Nynaeve herself had adopted. Atop her dark braids sat a crown of golden trefoil leaves among rubies and pearls, with a moonstone larger than a goose egg, and around her neck hung a broad stole dangling to her knees and embroidered along its length with trees. Aside from the crown and stole, she wore only a glistening coat of sweat. Her tremulous eyes were fixed on the woman lying at her ease on a low couch. The second woman's back was to Nynaeve, as misty as Egwene had been earlier. She was short and slight, dark hair flowing loose to her shoulders, wide-skirted gown of pale yellow silk, definitely not Tarrabonner. Nynaeve did not have to see her face to know it had large blue eyes and a fox-like shape, or see the bonds of air holding the woman against the bedpost, to know she was looking at Temaila Kinderida.
Learn so much when you use your dreams instead of wasting sleep,
Temaila was saying with a Kyrianan accent, laughing.
Are you not enjoying yourself? What shall I teach you next? I know I have loved 1,000 sailor men.
She waggled an admonishing finger.
Be sure you learn all the words properly, Amathera. You know I would not want to... What are you gaping at?
Abruptly, Nynaeve realized the woman against the bedpost, Amathera, the Panarch, was staring straight at her. Temaila shifted lazily as though to turn her head. Nynaeve clamped her eyes shut. Need. Shift. Letting herself sag against the narrow column, Nynaeve gulped air as if she had run 20 miles, not even wondering where she was. Her heart pounded like a wild drum. Speak of landing in a viper's den. Temaila Kinderida. The Black Sister Amico had said enjoyed causing pain, enjoyed it enough to have made one of the Black Aja comment. And her not able to channel a spark. She could have ended up decorating a bedpost beside Amathera. Light. She shivered, seeing it. Calm yourself, woman. You are out of there, and even if Temaila saw you, she saw a honey-haired woman who vanished, just a Tarrabonner who dreamed herself into Teleran Riod for a moment. Surely Temaila could not have been aware of her long enough to sense she could channel. Even when she could not do it, the ability was there, to be felt by one who shared it. Only a moment. Not long enough, with luck. At least she knew Amathera's situation now. The woman was certainly no ally of Temaila. This method of searching had already repaid use, but not enough. Not yet. Controlling her breathing as best she could, she looked around. Rows of the thin white columns ran the length and breadth of a huge chamber nearly as wide as it was long, with smooth polished white floorstones below, and gilded bosses on the ceiling high above. A thick rope of white silk ran all the way around the room on waist-high posts of dark polished wood, except where it would have blocked the doorways with double-pointed arches. Stands and open cabinets lined the walls, and the bones of peculiar beasts, with more display cases out in the floor, also roped off. The main exhibition hall of the palace, from Egwene's description. What she sought must be in this very chamber. Her next step would not be as blind as the first. There were certainly no vipers, no Tomalas here. A handsome woman suddenly appeared beside a glass case with 4 carved legs out in the middle of the floor. She was no Tarabonna, with her dark hair falling in waves to her shoulders. Yet that was not what made Nynaeve gape. The woman's dress seemed to be mist, sometimes silvery and opaque, sometimes grey and so thin as to show her limbs and body clearly. From wherever she had dreamed herself here, she assuredly had a vivid imagination to conceive that. Even the scandalous Domani dresses she had heard of surely could not equal this. The woman smiled at the glass case, then continued on up the hall, stopping on the far side to study something Nynaeve could not make out, something dark atop a white stone stand. Frowning, Nynaeve released her grip on a fistful of honey-coloured braids. The woman would disappear at any moment. Few dreamed themselves into Tel'aran'rhiod Rhiod for long. Of course, it did not matter if the woman saw her. She was certainly no one on their list of black sisters. And yet she seemed somehow... Nynaeve realized she had taken hold of a handful of braids again. The woman... Of its own accord, her hand pulled hard, and she stared at it in amazement. Her knuckles were white, her hand quivering. It was almost as if, thinking of that woman, arm shaking, her hand tried to yank her hair out of her scalp. Why, under the light... The mist-clad woman still stood in front of the distant white pedestal. Trembling spread from Nynaeve's arm into her shoulder. She had certainly never seen the woman before, and yet... She tried to open her fingers. They only clamped down harder. Surely she never had. Shivering from head to toe, she hugged herself with the one arm she had free. Surely... Her teeth wanted to chatter. The woman seemed... She wanted to weep. The woman... Images burst into her head, exploding. She slumped against the column beside her, as if they had physical force. Her eyes bulged. She saw it again. The chamber of falling blossoms, and that sturdily handsome woman surrounded by the glow of Saidar. Herself and Elaine babbling like children, fighting to be the first to answer, pouring out everything they knew. How much had they told? It was difficult to bring out details, but she dimly remembered keeping some things back. Not because she wanted to. She would have told the woman anything, done anything she asked, her face heated with shame and anger. If she had managed to hide any scraps, it was only because she had been so eager to answer the last question asked that she passed over earlier. "It makes no sense," a small voice said in the back of her head. "If she's a black sister I don't know about, why did she not hand us over to Liandrin? She could have. We'd have gone with her like lambs." Cold rage would not let her listen. A black sister had made her dance like a puppet and then told her to forget, ordered her to forget. And she had. Well, now the woman would find out what it was like to face her ready and forewarned. Before she could reach for the true source, Birgitta was suddenly beside the next column in that short white coat and wide yellow trousers gathered at the ankle. Birgitta, or some woman dreaming she was Birgitta, with golden hair in an elaborate braid. A warning finger pressed against her lips, she pointed at Nynaeve, then urgently toward one of the double-arched doorways behind them. Bright blue eyes compelling. She vanished. Nynaeve shook her head. Whoever the woman was, she had no time. Opening herself to Saidar, She turned, filled to overflowing with the one power and righteous wrath. The woman clothed in mist was gone. Gone, because that golden-haired fool had distracted her. Perhaps that one was still about, waiting for her. Wrapped in the power, she strode through the doorway the woman had indicated. The golden-haired woman was waiting in a brightly carpeted hallway where unlit golden lamps gave off the scent of perfumed oil. She held a silver bow now, and a quiver of silver arrows hung at her waist. "Who are you?" Nynaeve demanded furiously. She would give the woman a chance to explain herself, and then teach her a lesson she would not soon forget. "Are you the same fool who shot at me in the waist, claiming she was Birgitta? I was about to teach a member of the Black Aja manners when you let her get away."
"I am Birgitta," the woman said, leaning on her bow. "At least that is the name you would know. And the lesson might have been yours, here as surely as in the Threefold Land. I remember the lives I have lived as if they were books well read, the longer gone dimmer than the nearer. But I remember well when I fought at Luz Therin's side. I will never forget Mogedian's face, any more than I will forget the face of Asmodean, the man you almost disturbed at Ruidian."
Asmodean? Mogedian? That woman was one of the Forsaken? A Forsaken in Tanchico, and one at Ruidian? In the waste? Egwene would certainly have said something if she knew. No way to warn her, not for 7 days. Anger and Saidar surged in her. "What are you doing here? I know that you all vanished after the Horn of Valir called you, but you are—" She trailed off, a trifle flustered at what she had been about to say, but the other woman calmly finished for her.
"Dead? Those of us who are bound to the wheel are not dead as others are dead. Where better for us to wait until the wheel weaves us out in new lives than in the world of dreams."
Birgitta laughed suddenly.
"I begin to talk as if I were a philosopher. In almost every life I can remember, I was born a simple girl who took up the bow. I am an archer. No more."
"You're the heroine of 100 tales," Nynaeve said, "and I saw what your arrows did at farm. Seanchan channeling did not touch you. Birgitta, we face near a dozen of the Black Aja, and one of the Forsaken as well, it seems. We could use your help." The other woman grimaced, embarrassed and regretful.
"I cannot, Nynaeve. I cannot touch the world of flesh unless the horn calls me again. Or else the wheel weaves me out. If it did this moment, you would find only an infant mewling at her mother's breast. As for farm, the horn had called us. We were not there as you were in the flesh. That is why the power could not touch us. Here, all is part of the dream, and the one power could destroy me as easily as you. More easily. I told you I am an archer, a sometime soldier. No more."
Her complex golden braid swung as she shook her head.
"I do not know why I am explaining. I should not even be talking to you."
"Why not? You've spoken to me before, and Egwene thought she saw you. That was you, wasn't it?" Nynaeve frowned. "How do you know my name? Do you just know things?"
"I know what I see and hear. I have watched you and listened whenever I could find you. You and the other 2 women, and the young man with his wolves. According to the precepts, we may speak to none who know they are in Tel'aran'rhiod. And yet, evil walks the dream as well as the world of flesh. You who fight it attract me. Even knowing I can do almost nothing, I find myself wanting to help you. But I cannot. It violates the precepts. Precepts which have held me for so many turns of the wheel that in my oldest, faintest memories I know I had already lived 100 times or 1,000. Speaking to you violates precepts as strong as law."
"It does," said a harsh male voice. Nynaeve jumped and almost lashed out with the power. The man was dark and strongly muscled, with the long hilts of 2 swords thrusting above his shoulders as he strode the few paces from where he had appeared to Birgitte. With what she had heard from Birgitte, the swords were enough to name him as Geidel Kane, but where fair, golden-haired Birgitte was as beautiful as in the stories, he was definitely not. In fact, he was perhaps as ugly a man as Nynaeve had ever seen, his face wide and flat, his heavy nose too big, and his mouth a gash, far too broad. Birgitte smiled at him, though. Her touch on his cheek held more than fondness. It was a surprise to see he was the shorter. Stocky and muscled as he was, powerful in his movements, he gave the impression of being taller than he was. "We have almost always been linked," Birgitte told Nynaeve without taking her eyes from Kane's. "He is usually born well before me, so I know my time approaches again when I cannot find him, and I usually hate him at first sight in the flesh. But we nearly always end lovers, or wed. A simple story, but I think we have spun it out in 1,000 variations." Kane ignored Nynaeve as though she did not exist.
"The precepts exist for a reason, Birgitte. Nothing but strife and trouble has ever come from breaking them."
His voice was indeed harsh, Nynaeve realized. Not at all like that of the man in the stories.
"Perhaps I cannot sit by while evil fights," Birgitte said quietly. "Or perhaps I simply hunger for the flesh again. It has been long since we were born last. The shadow rises again, Geidel. It rises here. We must fight it. That is the reason we were bound to the wheel."
"When the horn calls us, we will fight. When the wheel weaves us, we will fight. Not until then." He glowered at her. "Have you forgotten what Moghedien promised you when we followed Luz therein? I saw her, Birgitte. She will know you here."
Birgitte turned to Nynaeve.
"I will aid you as I can, but do not expect too much. Tel'aran'rhiod is the whole of my world, and I can do less here than you."
Nynaeve blinked. The dark, heavy man had not moved that she had seen, but he suddenly stood 2 paces away, drawing a honing stone along one of his swords with a soft, silky rasp. Plainly, as far as he was concerned, Birgitte was speaking to the air. "What can you tell me of Moghedien, Birgitte? I must know what I can, to face her." Leaning on her bow, Birgitte frowned thoughtfully.
"Facing Moghedien is difficult, and not only because she is forsaken. She hides and takes no risks. She attacks only where she sees weakness, and moves only in shadows. If she fears defeat, she will run. She is not one to fight to the last, even when doing so has the chance of victory. A chance is not enough for Moghedien. But do not take her lightly. She is a serpent coiled in high grass, waiting her own moment to strike, with less compassion than the snake. Especially here, do not take her lightly. Lanfear always claimed Tel'aran'rhiod for her own, but Moghedien could do things here far beyond Lanfear, though she has not Lanfear's strength in the world of flesh. I think she would not take the risk of confronting Lanfear."
Nynaeve shivered, fear warring with the anger that let her contain the power. Moghedien. Lanfear. This woman spoke so casually of the Forsaken. "Birgitte, what did Moghedien promise you?"
"She knew what I was, even though I did not. How? I do not know."
Birgitte glanced at Kane. He appeared absorbed in his sword, but she lowered her voice anyway.
"She promised to make me weep alone for as long as the wheel turns. She said it as a fact that simply had not happened yet."
"And yet you are willing to help?"
"As I can, Nynaeve. Remember that I told you not to expect too much."
Once more she looked at the man sharpening his sword.
"We will meet again, Nynaeve, if you are careful and survive."
Hefting her silver bow, she went to put an arm around Kane's shoulders and murmur in his ear. Whatever she said,
Cain was laughing as they vanished. Nynaeve shook her head. Careful. Everybody was telling her to be careful. A legendary hero who said she would help, only there was not much she could do. And one of the Forsaken in Tanchico. The thought of Moghedien, of what the woman had done to her, strengthened her anger until the one power pulsed in her like the sun. Abruptly, she was back in the great hall where she had been standing before, almost hoping the woman had returned. But the hall was empty of life except for herself. Fury and the power roared through her till she thought her skin would crisp and blacken. Moghedien, or any of the Black Sisters, could sense her far more easily holding the power than without, but she held it anyway. She almost wanted them to find her so she could strike at them. Tomela was very likely still in Teleran Riod. If she went back up to that bedchamber, she could settle Tomela once and for all. She could settle Tomela and warn the rest. It was enough to make her growl. What had Moghedien been smiling at? Striding out to the case, a wide glass box atop a carved table, she peered in. 6 mismatched figurines stood in a circle beneath the glass. A foot-tall nude woman balanced on the toes of one foot, dancing, all flowing lines, and a shepherd, less than half as large, playing the pipes with his crook on his shoulder and a sheep at his feet were as similar as any two. She had no doubt what had attracted the Forsaken's smile, though. In the centre of the circle, a red-lacquered wooden stand held a disc as big as a man's hand, divided into halves by a sinuous line, one side gleaming whiter than snow, the other blacker than pitch. It was made of quendia, she knew. She had seen its like, and only 7 had ever been made. One of the seals on the Dark One's prison. A focus for one of the locks that held him away from the world in Sheol Ghul. This was perhaps as important a discovery as whatever it was that threatened Rand. This had to be gotten away from the Black Aja. Suddenly, she became aware of her reflection. The top of the case was the finest glass, without bubbles, and gave an image as clear as a mirror, if fainter. Dark green folds of silk draped her body so they showed every curve of breast and hip and thigh. Long honey braids full of jade beads framed a face with big brown eyes and a pouting mouth. The glow of Saidar did not show, of course. Disguised so she did not even know herself, she walked about carrying a painted sign that screamed Aes Sedai. "I can be careful," she muttered, yet she held on a moment longer. The power filling her was like life bubbling along her limbs, all the pleasures she had ever known seeping through her flesh. In the end, feeling foolish took enough edge from her anger to allow her to let go. Or maybe it dulled her anger to where she could no longer hold on. Whatever the reason, it did not help her search. What she was after had to be somewhere in this huge hall among all these displays. Pulling her eyes away from what looked like the bones of a toothy lizard 10 paces long, she closed them. Need. Danger to the dragon reborn. To Rand. Need. Shift. She was standing inside the white silk rope along the walls, the edge of a white stone pedestal touching her dress. What lay on top did not look very dangerous at first glance. A necklace and 2 bracelets of jointed black metal. But she could come no closer to anything than this. Not without sitting on it, she thought wryly. She stretched her hand out to touch it. Pain, sorrow, suffering, and jerked it back, gasping, the raw emotions still echoing in her head. Even her faint doubts vanished. This was what the Black Aja was hunting. And if it still sat on this pedestal in Teleran Riod, it sat there in the waking world too. She had beaten them. This white stone pedestal. Whirling around, she stared toward the glass case that held the Quendia seal, located the place she had been standing where she first saw Moghedien. The woman had been looking at this pedestal, at the bracelets and collar. Morgedion had to know. But everything around her spun and blurred, fading.
"Wake up, Nynaeve,"
Elaine muttered, suppressing a yawn as she shook the sleeping woman's shoulders.
"It has to be an hour by now. I want some sleep too. Wake up, or I'll see how you like your head in a bucket of water."
Nynaeve's eyes popped open, staring at her. If she knows what it is, why hasn't she given it to them? If they know who she is, why does she have to look at it in Teller Riode? Is she hiding from them too?
"What are you talking about?"
Braids tossing about as she wriggled up to sit with her back against the head of the bed, Nynaeve jerked her silk shift down. "I will tell you what I am talking about." Elaine's mouth fell open as Nynaeve unfolded the tale of what her meeting with Egwene had become. Searching with need. Morgedion, Birgitta and Geidel Kane. The black metal necklace and bracelets. Asmodean in the waist. One of the seals on the Dark One's prison in the Panarch's palace. Elaine sank down weakly onto the side of the mattress long before Nynaeve came to Tamela and the Panarch, thrown in almost as an afterthought, and changing her appearance, masquerading as Rendra. If Nynaeve's face had not been grimly serious, Elaine could have thought it one of Tom's wilder stories. Egeanin, sitting up cross-legged in her linen shift, hands on knees, looked close to disbelieving. Elaine hoped Nynaeve did not start a row because she had loosed the woman's wrists. Morgedion, that was the most horrifying part. One of the Forsaken in Tanchico. One of the Forsaken weaving the power around the two of them, making them tell her everything. Elaine could not remember a bit of it. The thought was enough to press both her hands to a suddenly queasy stomach.
"I don't know whether Morgedion... Light, could she really just have walked in and made us... is hiding from Liandrin and the others, Nynaeve? It sounds like what Birgitta... Light, Birgitta giving her advice. Said of her..."
"Whatever Morgedion is up to," Nynaeve said in a tight voice, "I mean to pick a bone clean with her." She slumped back against the flower-carved headboard. "In any case, we have to get the seal away from them as well as this necklace and bracelets." Elaine shook her head.
"How can jewellery be dangerous to Rand? Are you sure? Are they a Teangreal of some sort? What do they look like exactly?"
"They look like a necklace and bracelets," Nynaeve snapped in exasperation. "Two-jointed bracelets made of some black metal and a wide necklace like a black collar." Her eyes darted to Egeanin, but no faster than Elaine's. Unperturbed, the dark-haired woman knelt up to sit on her heels. "I have never heard of an Edam made for a man, or any like the one you describe. No one tries to control a man who can channel."
"That is exactly what this is for,"
Elaine said slowly.
"Oh, Light, I suppose I was hoping it didn't exist."
At least Nynaeve had found it first. At least they had a chance to stop it being used against Rand. Nynaeve's eyes narrowed as she took in Egeanin's free hands, but she did not mention them. "Morgedion must be the only one who knows. It makes no sense otherwise. If we can find a way into the palace, we can take the seal and the... whatever it is. And if we can bring Amathera out as well, Liandrin and her cronies will find the Panarch's Legion and the Civil Watch and maybe the White Cloaks closing in. They'll not all be able to channel their way out of that. The problem is getting inside undetected."
"I have had a few thoughts on that," Elaine told her, "but I fear the men are going to give us difficulties over it."
"You leave them to me," Nynaeve snorted. A thumping clatter rose in the hall. A man shouted. As quickly as it began, silence fell once more. Tom was on watch out there. Elaine darted to pull open the door, embracing Saidar as she rushed out, but Nynaeve scrambled off the bed right behind her, Egeanin as well. Tom was just picking himself up off the floor, a hand to his head. Juilin with his staff and Baal Domon with his cudgel stood over a man with pale yellow hair lying face down on the floor, unconscious. Elaine hurried to Tom, trying gently to help him up. He gave her a grateful smile, but stubbornly pushed her hands away. "I am quite all right, child." All right? A knot was rising on his temple.
The fellow was walking down the hall, when suddenly he kicked me in the head. After my purse, I suppose.
Just like that. Kicked in the head, and he was all right.
He would have had it too, Llewellyn said, if I had not come to see if Tom wanted a relief. Did I not decide?
Domon muttered. Their hostility seemed less focused for a change. It took Elaine only a moment to realize why. Nynaeve and Aegeanin were in the hall in their shifts. Llewellyn was eyeing them both in an approving manner that would have caused trouble if Rendra had seen it, though he was at least trying not to be obvious. Domon made no effort at all to hide his frank appraisal of Aegeanin, crossing his arms and pursing his lips in disgusting fashion while looking her up and down. The situation dawned on the other women quickly, but their reactions were quite different. Nynaeve, in her thin white silk, gave the thief-catcher a flat stare and strode stiffly into the room, poking a somewhat flushed face back around the side of the doorframe. Aegeanin, whose linen shift was considerably longer and thicker than Nynaeve's, Aegeanin, who had been cool serenity while being made prisoner, who fought like a warder, Aegeanin went wide-eyed and crimson-faced, gasping in horror. Elaine stared amazed as the Seanchan woman gave a mortified shriek and leaped back inside. Doors flung open, and down the hall heads popped out. They vanished instantly to the bang of slamming doors at the sight of a man stretched out on the floor and others standing over him. Heavy, dragging noises suggested people blocking themselves in with beds or wardrobes. Long moments later, Aegeanin finally peeked out opposite Nynaeve, still scarlet to her hair. Elaine really did not understand. The woman was in her shift, true, but it covered her very nearly as well as Elaine's Tarabonna dress did. Still, Llewellyn and Domon had no right to ogle. She fixed the pair with a stare that should have set them to rights immediately. Unfortunately, Domon was too busy chuckling and rubbing his upper lip to notice. At least Llewellyn saw, even if he did sigh heavily the way men did when they considered themselves put upon unfairly. Avoiding her eyes, he bent to heave the pale-haired fellow onto his back. A handsome enough man. Slender.
"I know this fellow," Llewellyn exclaimed. "This is the man who tried to rob me. Or so I thought," he added more slowly. "I do not believe in coincidence. Not unless the Dragon Reborn is in the city."
Elaine exchanged frowns with Nynaeve. Surely the stranger was not in the employ of Liandrin. The Black Aja would not use men to sneak about the halls any more than they would have hired street toughs. Elaine moved her gaze to Aegeanin questioningly. Nynaeve's was more demanding. "He is Seanchan," Aegeanin said after a moment. "A rescue attempt?" Nynaeve murmured dryly, but the other woman shook her head. "I do not doubt he was looking for me, but not for rescue, I think. If he knows, or even suspects, that I let Bethamin go free, he would be wanting to talk with me." Elaine suspected it was rather more than talk, confirmed when Aegeanin added, "It might be best if you slit his throat. He may try to make trouble for you too if he thinks you are my friends, or if he discovers you are Aes Sedai." The big Ileana smuggler gave her a shocked look, and Llewellyn's jaw dropped almost to his chest. Tom, on the other hand, nodded in a disturbingly thoughtful fashion. "We are not here to slit Seanchan throats," Nynaeve said, as though that might change later. "Bale, Llewellyn, put him out in the alley behind the inn. By the time he wakes, he'll be lucky to have his small clothes. Tom, find Rendra and tell her we want strong tea in the Chamber of Falling Blossoms. And ask if she has any willow bark or asem. I will make you something for your head." The three men stared at her. "Well, move," she snapped. "We have plans to make." She barely gave Elaine time to get back inside before closing the door with a bang and beginning to pull her dress over her head. Aegeanin scrambled into hers as though the men were still looking at her.
"The better way is to ignore them, Aegeanin,"
Elaine said. It was odd to be advising someone older than Nynaeve, but however competent the Seanchan woman was in other ways, She clearly knew little about men.
"It only encourages them otherwise. I do not know why," she admitted. "But it does. You were quite decently covered, really."
Aegenin's head pushed out at the top of her dress.
"Decent? I am not a serving girl. I am no Shea dancer."
Her scowl became a perplexed frown.
"He is rather good-looking, though. I had not thought of him so before."
Wondering what a Shea dancer was, Elaine went to help her with her buttons.
"Rendra will have something to say to you if you allow Juilin to flirt with you."
The dark-haired woman gave her a startled look over her shoulder.
"The thief-catcher? It was Baal Domon I meant. A properly set-up man. But a smuggler," she sighed regretfully. "A law-breaker."
Elaine supposed there was no accounting for tastes. Nynaeve certainly loved Lan, and he was much too stone-faced and intimidating. But Baal Domon? The man was half as wide as he was tall, as thick as an ogier.
"You chatter like Rendra, Elaine,"
Nynaeve snapped. She was struggling to do up her dress, both hands behind her.
"If you have finished blathering about men, perhaps you won't mind skipping over the new seamstress you've no doubt found. We must make plans. If we wait until we're with the men, they will try to take it over, and I am in no mood to waste time putting them in their place. Have you finished with her yet? I could use some help myself."
Quickly fastening Aegenin's last small button, Elaine went coolly to Nynaeve. She did not talk about men and dresses, not nearly as much as Rendra. Holding her braids out of the way, Nynaeve gave her a frown when she tugged sharply at the other woman's dress to do up the buttons. The close-spaced triple row up the back was necessary, not simply ornament. Nynaeve would let Rendra talk her into the most fashionably tight bodices, and then say other people spent all their time thinking about clothes. She certainly thought of other things.
"I have been thinking how we can move inside the palace unnoticed, Nynaeve. We can be all but invisible."
As she talked, Nynaeve's frown smoothed out. Nynaeve herself had conceived a way to enter the palace. When Aegenin made a few suggestions, Nynaeve's mouth tightened, but the notions were sensible, and even Nynaeve could not reject them out of hand. By the time they were ready to go down to the Chamber of Falling Blossoms, they had a plan agreed upon, and no intention of letting the men change a whit of it. Moghedien, the Black Aja, whoever were running things in the Panarch's palace, were going to lose their prizes before they knew what had happened. Chapter 53. The Price of a Departure. Only 3 candles and 2 lamps lit the common room of the Winespring Inn, since candles and oil both were in short supply. The spears and other weapons were gone from the walls. The barrel that had held old swords was empty. The lamps stood on 2 of the tables pushed together in front of the tall stone fireplace, where Marin Alvir and Days Conger and others of the women's circle were going over lists of the scanty food remaining in Emond's Field. Perrin tried not to listen. At another table, Fail's honing stone made a soft, steady whisk, whisk, as she sharpened one of her knives. A bow lay in front of her, and a bristling quiver hung at her belt. She had turned out to be a fairly good shot, but he hoped she never discovered that it was a boy's bow. She could not draw a man's 2 Rivers longbow, though she refused to admit it. Shifting his axe so it would not dig into his side, he tried to put his mind back on what he was discussing with the men around the table with him. Not that all of them were keeping their own attention where it should be.
"They have lamps," Sen muttered, "and we make do with tallow."
The gnarled old man glared at the pair of candles in brass candlesticks. "Give over, Sen," Tam said wearily, pulling pipe and tobacco pouch from behind his sword belt. "For once, give over." "If we had to read all right," Abel said, his voice less patient than the words, "we'd have lamps." A bandage was wound around his temples. As if to remind the Thatcher that he was mayor, Bran adjusted the silver medallion hanging on his wide chest, showing a pair of scales. "Keep your mind to the business at hand, Sen. I'll have none of your wasting Perrin's time." "I just think we should have lamps,"
Sen complained. "Perrin would tell me if I was wasting his time."
Perrin sighed. The knight tried to drag his eyelids down. He wished it was someone else's turn to represent the village council. Harald Luhan, or John Thane, or Samuel Craw, or anybody but Sen with his carping. But then sometimes he wished one of these men would turn to him and say, "This is business for the mayor and the council, young fellow. You go on back to the forge. We'll let you know what to do." Instead, they worried about wasting his time, deferred to him. Time. How many attacks had there been in the 7 days since the first? He was not sure any longer. The bandage on Abel's head irritated Perrin. The Aes Sedai only healed the most serious wounds now. If a man could manage without, they let him. It was not that there were many badly wounded yet, but as Verin pointed out wryly, even Aes Sedai only had so much strength. Apparently their trick with the catapult stones took as much as healing. For once he did not want to be reminded of limits to Aes Sedai's strength. Not many badly wounded. Yet.
"How are the arrows holding out?"
he asked. That was what he was supposed to be thinking about.
"Well enough," Tam said, puffing his pipe alight from one of the candles. "We still recover most of what we shoot, in daylight at least. They drag a lot of their dead away at night. Fodder for the cook pots, I suppose. And we lose those."
The other men were digging out their pipes too, from pouches and coat pockets. Sen muttering that he seemed to have forgotten his pouch. Grumbling, Bran passed his across, his bald pate gleaming in the candlelight. Perrin rubbed at his forehead. What had he meant to ask next? The stakes. There was fighting at the stakes in most attacks now, especially at night. How many times had the Trollocs nearly broken through? 3? 4?
"Does everyone have a spear or some sort of polearm now? What's left to make more?"
Silence answered him, and he lowered his hand. The other men were staring at him.
"You asked that yesterday,"
Abel said gently.
"And Harold told you then there isn't a scythe or pitchfork left in the village that hasn't been made into a weapon. We've more than we have hands for, in truth." "Yes, of course. It just slipped my mind."
A snatch of conversation from the women's circle caught his ear.
"Mustn't let the men know,"
Marin was saying softly, as if repeating a caution voiced before.
"Of course not,"
Daze snorted, but not much louder.
"If the fools find out the women are on half rations, they'll insist on eating the same, and we can't."
Perrin closed his eyes, tried to close his ears. Of course. The men did the fighting. The men had to keep their strength up. Simple. At least none of the women had had to fight yet, except the 2 Aiel women, of course. And Fail, but she was smart enough to stay back when it came to pushing spears among the stakes. That was the reason he had found the bow for her. She had the heart of a leopard, and more courage than any 2 men.
"I think it's time you went to bed, Perrin,"
Bran suggested.
"You cannot go on like this, sleeping an hour here and an hour there."
Scrubbing his beard vigorously, Perrin tried to look alert.
"I'll sleep later."
When it was over.
"Are the men getting enough sleep? I've seen some sitting up when they should be—"
The front door banged open to admit skinny Daniel Lewin out of the night, bow in hand and all in a lather. He wore one of the swords from the barrel on his hip. Tam had been giving classes when he had the time, and sometimes one of the warders did as well. Before Daniel could open his mouth, Daze snapped,
"Were you raised in a barn, Daniel Lewin?"
"You can certainly treat my door a little more gently." Marin divided her meaning look between the lanky man and Daze, a reminder that it was her door. Daniel ducked his head, clearing his throat.
"Pardon, Mistress Alvir," he said hastily. "Pardon, Wisdom. Sorry to burst in, but I've a message for Perrin."
He hurried to the table of men as if afraid the women would stop him again.
"The White Cloak's brought in a man who wants to talk to you, Perrin. He won't talk to anybody else. He's hurt bad, Perrin. They only brought him to the edge of the village. I don't think he could make it as far as the inn."
Perrin pushed himself to his feet.
"I'm coming."
Not another attack, at any rate. They were worst at night. Fail snatched up her bow and joined him before he reached the door, and Aram stood up, hesitating from the shadows on the foot of the stairs. Sometimes Perrin forgot the man was there, he kept so still. He looked odd with that sword strapped on his back atop his grimy, yellow-striped tinker coat, his eyes so bright, hardly ever seeming to blink, and his face without expression. Neither Rayan or Isla had spoken to their grandson since the day he picked up that sword, nor to Perrin either.
"If you're coming, come,"
he said gruffly, and Aram fell in at his heels. The man followed him like a hound whenever he was not pestering Tam or Ivon or Tomas to teach him that sword. It was as if he had replaced his family and people with Perrin. Perrin would have done without the responsibility if he could, but there it was. Moonlight shone down on thatched roofs. Few houses had a light in more than one window. Stillness clung to the village. Some 30 of the companions stood guard outside the inn with their bows, as many wearing swords as could find them. Everyone had adopted that name, and Perrin found himself using it too, to his private disgust. The reason for guards on the inn, or wherever Perrin was, lay on the green, no longer so crowded with sheep and cows. Campfires crowded above the wine-spring, beyond where that fool wolf-head banner hung limp now, bright pools in the darkness surrounded by pale cloaks gleaming with the moon. No one had wanted white cloaks in their homes, already crowded, and Bornhold did not want his soldiers split up in any case. The man seemed to think the village would turn on him and his men any moment. If they followed Perrin, they must be dark friends. Even Perrin's eyes could not make out faces around the fires, but he thought he could feel Bornhold's stare, waiting, hating. Daniel readied 10 companions to escort Perrin, all young men who should have been laughing and carousing with him, all with bows ready to see him safe. Aram did not join them as Daniel led the way down the dark dirt street. It was Perrin he was with and no one else. Fail kept hard by Perrin's side, dark eyes shining in the moonlight, scanning the surroundings as though she were his whole protection. Where the old road entered Emmons Field, the blocking wagons had been drawn aside to admit the White Cloak patrol. 20 snowy-cloaked men with lances who sat their horses in burnished armour, no less impatient than their stamping mounts. They stood out in the night for any eye, and most Trollocs could see as well in darkness as Perrin, but the White Cloaks insisted on their patrols. Sometimes their scouting had brought warnings, and maybe their harassment kept the Trollocs a little off balance. It would have been good, though, if he had known what they were doing before it was done. A cluster of villagers and farmers wearing bits of old armour and a few rusty helmets stood clustered around a man in a farmer's coat lying in the roadway. They gave way for Fail and him, and he went to one knee beside the man. The odour of blood was strong. Sweat glistened on the man's moon-shadowed face. A thumb-thick Trolloc arrow like a small spear was stuck through his chest.
"Perrin, Golden Eyes,"
he muttered hoarsely, labouring for breath.
"Must get through to Perrin, Golden Eyes." "Has someone sent for one of the Aes Sedai?"
Perrin demanded, lifting the man as gently as he could, cradling his head. He did not listen for the answer. He did not think this man would last till an Aes Sedai came.
"I am Perrin." "Golden Eyes? I cannot see very well."
His wide, wild stare was right at Perrin's face. If he could see at all, the fellow must see his eyes shining golden in the dark.
"I am Perrin, Golden Eyes,"
he said reluctantly. The man seized his collar, pulling his face close with surprising strength.
"We are coming, sent to tell you we are
His head fell back, eyes staring at nothing now. "The light be with his soul," Fail murmured, slinging her bow across her back. After a moment, Perrin pried the man's fingers loose.
"Does anyone know him?"
The Two Rivers men exchanged glances, shook their heads. Perrin looked up at the mounted white cloaks. "Did he say anything else while you were bringing him in? Where did you find him?" Jarrett Byer stared down at him, gaunt-faced and hollow-eyed, an image of death. The other white cloaks looked away, but Byer always made himself meet Perrin's yellow eyes, especially at night, when they glowed. Byer growled under his breath. Perrin heard, "Shadow spawn," and booted his horse in the ribs. The patrol galloped into the village, as eager to be away from Perrin as from Trollocs. Aram stared after them, expressionless, one hand over his shoulder to finger his sword hilt. "They said they found him 3 or 4 miles south." Danil hesitated, then added, "They say the Trollocs are all scattered out in little bunches, Perrin. Maybe they're finally giving up." Perrin laid the stranger back down. "We are coming. Keep a close watch. Maybe some family who tried to hold on to their farm is finally coming in." He did not believe anyone could have survived out there this long, but it might be so. "Don't shoot anybody by mistake." He staggered to his feet, and Fail put a hand on his arm.
"It is time you were in bed, Perrin. You have to sleep sometime."
He only looked at her. He should have made her stay in Tyr. Somehow he should have made her. If he had only thought well enough, he could have. One of the runners, a curly-haired boy about chest-high, slipped through the Two Rivers men to tug at Perrin's sleeve. Perrin did not know him. There were many families in from the countryside.
"There's something moving in the Westwood, Lord Perrin. They sent me to tell you."
"Don't call me that," Perrin told him sharply. If he did not stop the children, the companions were going to start using it too. "Go tell them I will be there." The boy darted away.
"You belong in your bed," Fail said firmly. "Tomas can handle any attack very well."
"It isn't an attack, or the boy would have said so. And somebody would be sounding Sen's bugle." She hung onto his arm, trying to pull him toward the inn, and so she was dragged along when he started the opposite way. After a few futile minutes, she gave up and pretended she had been merely holding his arm all along. But she muttered to herself. She still seemed to think that if she spoke softly enough, he could not hear. She began with
"foolish, mule-headed,
and
muscle-brained."
After that it escalated. It was quite a little procession, her muttering at him, Aram healing him, Danil and the 10 companions surrounding him like a guard of honor. If he had not been so tired, he would have felt a proper fool. There were guards spaced in small clusters all along the sharp stake fence to watch the night, each with a boy for a runner. At the west end of the village, the men on guard were all gathered up against the inside of the broad barrier, fingering spears and bows as they peered toward the westward. Even with the moonlight, the trees had to be blackness in their eyes. Tomas's cloak seemed to make parts of him vanish in the night. Bane and Chiad were with him. For some reason, the 2 maidens had spent every night at this end of Emmons Field since Loyal and Gaul left.
"I'd not have bothered you," the warder said to Perrin, "but there only seems to be one out there, and I thought you might be able to—"
Perrin nodded. Everyone knew about his vision, especially in darkness. The Two Rivers people seemed to think it something special, something that marked him out an idiot hero. What the warders thought or the Aes Sedai, he had no idea. He was too tired to care tonight. 7 days, and how many attacks? The edge of the westwood lay 500 paces away. Even to his eyes, the trees ran together in shadows. Something moved. Something big enough to be a Trolloc. A big shape carrying... The burden lifted an arm. A human. A tall shadow carrying a human. "We will not shoot!" he shouted. He wanted to laugh. In fact, he realized he was laughing. "Come on! Come on! Loyal!" The dim shape lumbered forward faster than a man could run, resolving into the Ogier, speeding toward the village, carrying Gaul. Two Rivers men shouted encouragement as if it were a race. "Run, Ogier! Run! Run!" Perhaps it was a race. More than one assault had come out of those woods. Short of the stakes, Loyal slowed with a lurch. There was barely room for his thick legs to edge through the barrier sideways. Once on the village side, he let the Aielman down and sank to the ground, leaning back against the hedge, panting, tufted ears drooping wearily. Gaul limped on one leg until he could sit too, with Bane and Chiad both fussing over his left thigh, where his breeches were ripped and black with dry blood. He only had 2 spears left, and his quiver gaped emptily. Loyal's axe was gone too. "You fool, Ogier!" Perrin laughed fondly. "Going off like that! I ought to let Days Conga switch you for a runaway. At least you're alive. At least you're back." His voice sank at that. Alive. And back. In Emond's Field.
"We did it, Perrin,"
Loyal panted, a tired, drum-like boom.
4 days ago, we closed the Waygate. It will take the Elders or an Aes Sedai to open it again.
"He carried me most of the way from the mountains," Gaul said. "A night runner and perhaps 50 Trollocs chased us the first 3 days, but Loyal outran them."
He was trying to push the maidens away without much success.
"Lie still, Shaarad,"
Chiad snapped.
"or I will say I have touched you armed and allow you to choose how your honour stands."
Fail gave a delighted laugh. Perrin did not understand, but the remark reduced the imperturbable Aielman to splutters. He let the maidens tend his leg. "Are you all right, Loyal?" Perrin asked. "Are you hurt?" The Ogier pulled himself up with an obvious effort, swaying for a moment like a tree about to fall. His ears still hung limp.
"No, I am not hurt, Perrin, only tired. Do not worry yourself about me. A long time out of the steading. Visits are not enough."
He shook his head as if his thoughts had wandered. His wide hand engulfed Perrin's shoulder.
"I will be fine after a little sleep."
He lowered his voice. For an Ogier, he did. It was still a huge bumblebee rumble.
"It is very bad out there, Perrin. We followed the last bands down for the most part. We locked the gate, but I think there must be several thousand Trollocs in the 2 rivers already, and maybe as many as 50 Madral."
"Not so,"
Luke announced loudly. He had galloped up along the edge of the houses from the direction of the North Road. He reined his rearing black stallion to a flashy halt, forehooves pawing.
"You are no doubt fine at singing to trees, Ogier, but fighting Trollocs is something different. I estimate less than 1,000 now. A formidable force, to be sure, but nothing these stout defences and brave men cannot hold at bay. Another trophy for you, Lord Perrin Goldeneyes."
Laughing, he tossed a bulging cloth bag at Perrin. The bottom gleamed darkly wet in the moonlight. Perrin caught it out of the air and hurled it well over the stakes, despite its weight. 4 or 5 Trolloc heads, no doubt, and perhaps a Murdral. The man brought in his trophies every night, still seeming to expect them to be put up for everyone to admire. A bunch of the Coplins and Congas had given him a feast the night he came in with a pair of Fade's heads.
"Do I also know nothing of fighting?" Gaul demanded, struggling to his feet. "I say there are several thousand."
Luke's teeth showed white in a smile.
"How many days have you spent in the Blight, Aiel? I have spent many."
Perhaps it was more snarl than smile.
"Many. Believe what you wish, Goldeneyes. The endless days will bring what they bring, as they always have."
He pulled the stallion up on its hind legs again to whirl about, and galloped in among the houses and the trees that had once been the rim of the westwood. The 2 rivers men shifted uneasily, peering after him or out into the night.
"He is wrong,"
Loyal said.
"Gaul and I saw what we saw."
His face sagged wearily, broad mouth turned down and long eyebrows drooping on his cheeks. No wonder if he had carried Gaul for 3 or 4 days.
"You have done a lot, Loyal," Perrin said. "You and Gaul both. A great thing. I am afraid your bedroom has 6 tinkers in it now, but Mistress Alvia will make you up a pallet. It is time for you to get some of that sleep you want."
"And time for you as well, Perrinebara." Scudding clouds made moon shadows play across Fail's bold nose and high cheekbones. She was so beautiful, but her voice was firm enough for a wagon bed. "If you do not go now, I will have Loyal carry you. You can hardly stand." Gaul was having trouble walking with his wounded leg. Bane supported him from one side. He tried to stop Chiad from taking the other, but she murmured something that sounded like "Gaishan" in a threatening way, and Bane laughed, and the Aielman allowed them both to help him, growling furiously to himself. Whatever the maidens were going on about, it did have Gaul in a taking. Tomas clapped Perrin on the shoulder. "Go, man! Everyone needs to sleep." He himself sounded good for 3 more days without it. Perrin nodded. He let Fail guide him back to the Winespring Inn, with Loyal and the Aiel following, and Aram and Danil and the 10 companions encircling him. He was not sure when the others fell away, but somehow he and Fail were alone in his room on the 2nd floor of the inn.
"Whole families are making do with no more space than this," he muttered.
A candle burned on the stone mantel over the small fireplace. Others did without, but Marin lit one here as soon as it turned dark, so he would not have to be bothered.
"I can sleep outside with Danil and Ban and the others."
"Do not be an idiot," Fail said, making it sound affectionate. "If Alana and Verin each has her own room, you should too." He realized she had his coat off and was untying the laces of his shirt.
"I am not too tired to undress myself."
He pushed her gently outside. "You take everything off," she ordered. "Everything, do you hear? You cannot sleep properly fully dressed, the way you seem to think."
"I will,"
he promised. When he had the door closed, he did tug off his boots before blowing out the candle and lying down. Marin would not like dirty boots on her coverlet. Thousands, Gaul and Loyal said. Yet how much could the 2 of them have seen, hiding on the way into the mountains, fleeing on the way back? Maybe 1,000 at most, Luke claimed. But Perrin could not make himself trust the man for all the trophies he brought in. Scattered, according to the White Cloaks. How close could they have come, armour and cloaks shining in the darkness like lanterns? There was a way to see for himself, perhaps. He had avoided the wolf dreams since his last visit. The desire to hunt down this slayer rose up whenever he thought of going back, and his responsibilities lay here in Emond's Field. But now, perhaps, sleep rolled in while he was still considering. He stood on the green, bathed by an afternoon sun low in the sky, a few white clouds drifting. There were no sheep or cattle around the tall pole where a breeze ruffled the red wolf-head banner, though a blue fly buzzed past his face. No people among the thatched houses. Small piles of dry wood atop ashes marked the White Cloaks' fires. He had rarely seen anything burning in the wolf dream, only what was ready to burn or already charred. No ravens in the sky. As he scanned for the birds, a patch of sky darkened, became a window to somewhere else. Egwene stood among a crowd of women, fear in her eyes. Slowly the women knelt around her. Nynaeve was one of them, and he believed he saw Elaine's red-gold hair. That window faded and was replaced. Mat stood naked and bound, snarling. An odd spear with a black shaft had been thrust across his back behind his elbows, and a silver medallion, a fox head, hung on his chest. Mat vanished, and it was Rand. Perrin thought it was Rand. He wore rags and a rough cloak, and a bandage covered his eyes. The third window disappeared. The sky was only sky, empty, except for the clouds. Perrin shivered. These wolf dream visions never seemed to have any real connection to anything he knew. Maybe here, where things could change so easily, worry over his friends became something he could see. Whatever they were, he was wasting time fretting at them. He was not surprised to find he wore a blacksmith's long leather vest and no shirt, but when he put a hand to his belt, he found the hammer, not his axe. Frowning, he concentrated on the long half-moon blade and thick spike. That was what he needed now. That was what he was now. The hammer changed slowly, as if resisting, but when the axe finally hung in the thick loop, it kept shining dangerously. Why did it fight him so? He knew what he wanted. A filled quiver appeared on his other hip, a longbow in his hand, a leather bracer on his left forearm. 3 land-blurring strides took him where the nearest Trolloc camp supposedly lay, 3 miles from the village. The last step landed him among nearly a dozen tall heaps of wood laid on old ashes, amid trampled-down barley, the logs mixed with broken chairs and table legs, and even a farmhouse door. Great black iron cauldrons stood ready to be hung over the laid cook fires. Empty cauldrons, of course, though he knew what would be cut up into them, what would be spitted on the thick iron rods stretched over some of the fires. How many Trollocs would these fires serve? There were no tents, and the blankets scattered about, filthy and stinking of old acrid Trolloc sweat, were no real guide. Many Trollocs slept like animals, uncovered on the ground, even hollowing out a hole to lie in. In smaller steps that covered no more than 100 paces each, the land seeming only to haze, he circled Emmons Field, from farm to farm, pasture to barley field, to rows of tobacco, through scattered copses of trees, along cart tracks and footpaths, finding more and more clusters of waiting Trolloc fires as he slowly spiralled outward. Too many. Hundreds of fires. That had to mean several thousand Trollocs. 5,000 or 10 or twice that. It would make little difference to Emmons Field if they all came at once. Farther south, the signs of Trollocs vanished, signs of their immediate presence at least. Few farmhouses or barns stood unburned. Scattered fields of charred stubble remained where barley or tobacco had been torched. Others had great swathes trampled through the crops. No reason for it but the joy of destruction. The people had been long gone when most of it was done. Once he lighted in the midst of large patches of ash, some charred wagon wheels still showing hints of bright colour here and there. The sight of the Tuatha'an caravan's destruction pained him even more than the farmhouses. The Way of the Leaf should have a chance. Somewhere. Not here. Not letting himself look, he leaped south a mile or more. Eventually he came to Devon Ride, rows of thatch-roofed houses surrounding a green, and a pond fed by a spring walled round with stone, the spillover splashing from cuts long since worn deeper than they had been made. The inn at the head of the green, the Goose and Pipe, was roofed with thatch too, yet a little larger than the Winespring Inn, though Devon Ride surely had even fewer visitors than Emmons Field. The village was certainly no bigger. Wagons and carts drawn close by every house spoke of farmers who had fled here with their families. Other wagons blocked the streets and the spaces between the houses all the way around the edge of the village. The precautions were not enough to have halted even one of the assaults made on Emmons Field the last 7 days. In 3 circuits around the village, Perrin found only half a dozen Trolloc camps. Enough to keep people in. Pen them until Emmons Field was dealt with. Then the Trollocs could fall on Devon Ride at the Fade's leisure. Perhaps he could find a way to get word to these villagers. If they fled south, they might find some way across the White River. Even trying to cross the trackless forest of shadows below the river was better than waiting to die. The golden sun had not moved an inch. Time was different here. Running north as hard as he could, even Emmons Field passed by in a blur. Watch Hill on its round prominence was bordered as Devon Ride had been with wagons and carts between the houses. A banner waved lazily in the breeze on a tall pole in front of the white boar on the hill's crest. A red eagle flying across a field of blue. The red eagle had been the symbol of Manetheren. Perhaps Alana or Verin had told ancient stories while they were in Watch Hill. Here, too, he found only a few Trolloc camps, enough to pen the villagers. There was an easier way out from here than trying to cross the Wight, with its endless stretch of rapids. On northward he ran to Taran Ferry on the bank of the Tarandrel, which he had grown up calling the River Taran. Tall, narrow houses built on high stone foundations to escape the Taran's yearly flooding when the snows melted in the mountains of mist. Nearly half those foundations supported only piles of ash and charred beams in that unchanging afternoon light. There were no wagons here, no signs of any defence, and no Trolloc camps that he could find. Perhaps no people remained here. At the water's edge stood a stout wooden dock, a heavy rope drooping as it arced across the swift-flowing river. The rope ran through iron rings on a flat-decked barge snugged against the dock. The ferry was still there, still usable. A jump took him across the river, where wheel ruts scarred the bank and household objects lay about. Chairs and stand mirrors, chests, even a few tables and a polished wardrobe with birds carved on the doors. All the things panicked people had tried to save, then abandoned to run faster. They would be spreading the word of what had happened here, what was happening in the two rivers. Some could have reached Baerlon by now, 100 miles or more north, and surely the farms and villages between Baerlon and the river. Word spreading. In another month it might reach Camelin, and Queen Morgase with her queen's guards and her power to raise armies. A month with luck. And as much to return, once Morgase believed. Too late for Emond's Field. Maybe too late for the whole two rivers. Still, it hardly made sense that the Trollocs had let anyone escape. Or the Myrddraal, at any rate. Trollocs did not seem to think much beyond the moment. He would have thought destroying the ferry would have been the Fade's first task. How could they be sure there were not enough soldiers at Baerlon to come down on them? He bent to pick up a doll with a painted wooden face, and an arrow streaked through where his chest had been. Springing out of his crouch, he leaped up the bank, a blur streaking 100 paces into the woods to crouch below a tall leatherleaf. Brush and flood-toppled trees woven with creepers covered the forest floor around him. Slayer. Perrin had an arrow nocked and wondered if he had drawn it from his quiver or simply thought it there. Slayer. On the point of leaping away again, he paused. Slayer would know roughly where he was. Perrin had followed the man's blurring form easily enough. That elongated streak was clear if you were standing still. Twice now he had played the other's game and nearly lost. Let Slayer play his this time. He waited. Ravens swooped above the treetops, searching and calling. No movement to give him away. Not a twitch. Only his eyes moved, studying the forest around him. A vagrant puff of air brought him a cold smell, human yet not. And he smiled. No sound save the ravens, though. This Slayer stalked well. But he was not used to being hunted. What else did Slayer forget besides smells? He surely would not expect Perrin to remain where he had landed. Animals ran from the hunter. Even wolves ran. A hint of movement, and for an instant a face appeared above a fallen pine some 50 paces away. The slanting light illuminated it clearly. Dark hair and blue eyes. A face all hard planes and angles, so reminiscent of Lan's face. Except that in that brief glimpse, Slayer licked his lips twice. His forehead was creased and his eyes darted as they searched. Lan would not have let his worries show if he stood alone against 1,000 Trollocs. Just an instant, and the face was gone again. The ravens darted and swirled above as if they shared Slayer's anxiety, fearing to come below the treetops. Perrin waited and watched, motionless. Silence. Only the cold smell to say he was not alone with the ravens overhead. Slayer's face appeared again, peering around a thick-boled oak off to his left. 30 paces. Oaks killed most of what grew close to them. Only a few mushrooms and weedy things sprouted from the leafy mulch beneath its limbs. Slowly the man emerged into the open, boots making no sound. In one motion, Perrin drew and fired. The ravens screamed warning, and Slayer spun to take the broadhead shaft in his chest. But not through the heart. The man howled, clutching the arrow with both hands. Black feathers rained down as the ravens beat their wings in a frenzy. And Slayer faded, him and his cry together, growing misty, transparent, vanishing. The raven's shrieks vanished as if severed with a knife. The arrow that had transfixed the man dropped to the ground. The ravens were gone too. With a second shaft half drawn, Perrin exhaled slowly. Let off his tension on the bowstring. Was that how you died here? Simply fading away? Gone forever? At least I finished him, he muttered, and let himself be diverted in the process. Slayer was no part of why he had come to the wolf dream. At least the wolves were safe now. The wolves, and maybe a few others. He stepped out of the dream. And woke, staring at the ceiling, his shirt clinging sweatily. The moon gave a little light through the windows. There were fiddles playing somewhere in the village, a wild tinker tune. They would not fight, but they had found a way to help by keeping spirits up. Slowly, Perrin sat up, pulling on his boots in the pale-lit dark. How to do what he had to do. It would be difficult. He had to be cunning. Only he was not sure he had ever been cunning in his life. Standing, he stamped his feet to settle them in. Sudden shouts outside and a fading clatter of hooves made him stride to the nearest window and throw up the sash. The companions were milling about below. "What's going on down there?" 30 faces turned up to him, and Ban Alcine yelled,
"It was Lord Luke, Lord Baron. He nearly rode down Will and Tal. I don't think he even saw them. He was all hunched over in his saddle like he was hurt, and spurring that stallion for all he was worth, Lord Perrin."
Perrin tugged at his beard. Luke had certainly not been wounded earlier. Luke? And Slayer? It was impossible. Dark-haired Slayer looked like Lan's brother or cousin. If Luke, with his red-gold hair, resembled anyone, maybe it was Rand a little. The two men could not have been more dissimilar. And yet, that cold smell. They did not smell the same, but both had an icy, hardly human scent. His ears picked up the sound of wagons being hauled out of the way down at the old road, shouts for haste. Even if Ban and the companions ran, they would not catch the man now. Hooves galloped south hard.
"Ban," he called, "if Luke shows up again, he's to be put under guard and kept there."
He paused long enough to add,
"And don't call me that,"
before hauling the sash down with a bang. Luke and Slayer. Slayer and Luke. How could they be the same? It was impossible. But then, less than 2 years gone, he had not really believed in Trollocs or Fades. Time enough to worry about it if he ever laid hands on the man again. Now there was Watch Hill and Devon Ride, and some could be saved. Not everyone in the Two Rivers had to die. On his way to the common room, he paused at the top of the stairs. Aram stood up from the bottom step, watching him, waiting to follow where he led. Gaul lay stretched out on a pallet near the fireplace with a bandage thick around his left thigh, apparently asleep. Fail and the two maidens sat cross-legged on the floor near him, talking softly. A much larger pallet lay on the far side of the room, but Loyal sat on a bench with his legs stretched out so they would fit under one of the tables, nearly doubled over so he could scribble furiously with a pen by the light of a candle. No doubt he was recording what had happened on the journey to close the waygate. And if Perrin knew Loyal at all, the Ogier would have Gaul doing it all, whether he had or not. Loyal did not seem to think anything he himself did was brave or worth writing down. Except for them, the common room was empty. He could still hear those fiddles playing. He thought he recognized the tune. Not a tinker song now. My love is a wild rose. Fail looked up at Perrin's first step down, rising gracefully to meet him. Aram took his seat again when Perrin made no move toward the door.
Your shirt is wet,
Fail said accusingly.
You slept in it, didn't you? And your boots, I shouldn't wonder. It has not been an hour since I left you. You march yourself back upstairs before you fall down.
Did you see Luke leave?
He said. Her mouth tightened, but sometimes ignoring her was the only way. She managed to win too often when he argued with her.
He came running through here a few minutes ago and dashed out through the kitchen,
she said finally. Those were the words. Her tone said she was not finished with him and bed.
Did he seem to be injured?
Yes, she said slowly. He staggered, and he was clutching something to his chest under his coat. A bandage, maybe. Mistress Conger is in the kitchen, but from what I heard he all but ran over her. How did you know?
I dreamed it.
Her tilted eyes took on a dangerous light. She must not be thinking. She knew about the wolf dream. Did she expect him to explain where Bane and Chiad could hear? Not to mention Aram and Loyal? Well, maybe not Loyal. He was so absorbed in his notes he would not have noticed a flock of sheep herded into the common room.
Gaul?
Mistress Conger gave him something to make him sleep and a poultice for his leg. When the Aes Sedai wake in the morning, one of them will heal him, if they think it's serious enough.
Come sit down, Fail. I want you to do something for me.
She eyed him suspiciously, but let him lead her to a chair. When they were seated, he leaned across the table, trying to make his voice serious, but not urgent. On no account urgent.
I want you to take a message to Caemlyn for me. On the way, you can let Watch Hill know how things are here. Actually, it might be best if they cross the Tarn until it's all done.
That had sounded properly casual. Just a bit thrown in on the spur of the moment.
I want you to ask Queen Morghese to send us some of the Queen's guards. I know it's a dangerous thing I'm asking, but Bane and Chiad can get you to Tarn Ferry safely, and the ferry is still there.
Chiad stood up, staring at him anxiously. Why was she anxious? You will not have to leave him, Fail told her. After a moment, the Aiel woman nodded and resumed her seat beside Gaul. Chiad and Gaul? They were blood enemies. Nothing was making sense tonight. It is a long way to Caemlyn, Fail went on quietly, her eyes very intent on his, but her face could have been wood for all the expression it had. Weeks to ride there, plus however long it might take to reach and convince Morghese, then more weeks to return with the Queen's guards.
We can hold out that long easily, he told her. Burn me if I can't lie as well as Matt. Luke was right. There can't be more than 1,000 Trollocs still out there. The dream? She nodded. At last she understood. We can hold out here for a very long time, but in the meanwhile they'll be burning crops and doing the light knows what. We'll need the Queen's guards to rid ourselves of them completely. You are the logical one to go. You know how to talk to a queen, being a queen's cousin and all. Fail, I know what I'm asking is dangerous. Not as dangerous as staying. But once you reach the ferry, you'll be on your way. He did not hear Loyal approach until the Ogier laid his book of notes down in front of Fail. I could not help overhearing, Fail. If you are going to Caemlyn, would you carry this to keep it safe until I can come for it?
Squaring the volume up almost tenderly, he added,
They print many very fine books in Caemlyn. Forgive me for interrupting, Perrin.
But his teacup eyes were on her, not him.
Fail suits you. You should fly free, like a falcon.
Patting Perrin on the shoulder, he murmured in a deep rumble,
She should fly free.
Then made his way to his pallet and lay down facing the wall.
He is very tired,
Perrin said, attempting to make it seem just a comment. The fool Ogier could ruin everything.
If you leave tonight, you can be at Watch Hill by daybreak. You'll have to swing to the east. The Trollocs are fewer there. This is very important to me. To Emmons Field, I mean. Will you do it?"
She stared at him silently for so long he wondered if she meant to answer. Her eyes seemed to glisten. Then she got up and sat down on his lap, stroking his beard. "This needs trimming. I like it on you, but I do not want it down to your chest." He came close to gaping. She often changed the subject on him, but usually when she was losing an argument.
"Fail, please. I need you to carry this message to Camelin."
Her hand tightened in his beard, and her head swung as if she were arguing with herself inside her head. "I will go," she said at last. "But I want a price. You always make me do things the hard way. In Saldea, I would not have to be the one who asked. My price is a wedding. I want to marry you," she finished up in a rush.
"And I you."
He smiled.
"We can say the betrothal vows in front of the women's circle tonight, but I'm afraid the wedding has to wait a year. When you come back from Camelin—"
She very nearly yanked a handful of beard out of his chin. "I will have you for husband tonight," she said in fierce, low tones, "or I will not go until I do."
"If there was any way, I would," he protested. "Days Congo would crack my head if I wanted to go against custom. For the love of the light, Fail, just carry the message, and I'll wed you the very first day I can." He would, if that day ever came.
Suddenly she was very intent on his beard, smoothing it and not meeting his eyes. She started speaking slowly, but picked up speed like a runaway horse. "I just happened to mention, in passing, I just mentioned to Mistress Alvia how we had been travelling together. I don't know how it came up. And she said, and Mistress Conga agreed with her, not that I talked to everybody, she said that we probably, certainly, could be considered betrothed already under your customs, and the year is just to make sure you really do get on well together, which we do, as anyone can see, and here I am being as forward as some Damani hussy or one of those tyrant gals, if you ever even think of Berylane. Oh, I'm babbling, and you won't even—" He cut her off by kissing her as thoroughly as he knew how.
"Will you marry me?"
he said breathlessly when he was done.
"Tonight?"
He must have done even better with the kiss than he thought. He had to repeat himself 6 times, with her giggling against his throat and demanding he say it again before she seemed to understand. Which was how he found himself not half an hour later, kneeling opposite her in the common room, in front of Days Conga and Marin Alvir, Elsbeth Luhan and Nasa Ireland, and all the women's circle. Loyal had been roused to stand for him with Aram, and Bain and Chiad stood for Fail. There were no flowers to put in her hair or his, but Bain, guided by Marin, tucked a long red wedding ribbon around his neck, and Loyal threaded another through Fail's dark hair, his thick fingers surprisingly deft and gentle. Perrin's hands trembled as he cupped hers.
"I, Perrin Bara, do pledge you my love, Fail Bashir, for as long as I live, and after. What I possess in this world, I give to you. A horse, an axe, a bow, a hammer, not much to give to bride. I give you life, my love, it's all I have. I will keep and hold you, succor and tend you, protect and shelter you, for all the days of my life. I can't keep you. The only way I can protect you is to send you away. I am yours, always and forever."
By the time he finished, his hands were shaking visibly. Fail moved her hands to hold his. "I, Zareen Bashir." That was a surprise. She hated that name. "Do pledge you my love, Perrin Bara." Her hands never trembled at all. Chapter 54. Into the Palace. Seated on the tail end of the high-wheeled cart trundling up a twisty Tanchican street behind 4 sweating men, Elaine scowled through the grimy veil that covered her from eyes to chin, kicking her bare feet irritably. Every lurch over the paving stones jarred her to the top of her skull. The more she braced herself by holding on to the rough wooden planks of the cart bed, the worse it was. It did not seem to bother Nynaeve much. She jounced about like Elaine, but frowning slightly and eyes looking inward, she appeared hardly aware of it. And Jeannin, crowded against Nynaeve on the other side, veiled and with her dark hair in braids to her shoulders, rode each jolt easily, arms folded. Finally, Elaine emulated the Shanshan woman. She could not avoid swaying into Nynaeve, but the ride no longer felt as if her lower teeth were going to be driven through the upper. She would have walked, gladly, even barefoot, but Baal Domon had said it would not look right. People might wonder why women were not riding when there was plenty of room, and the last thing they wanted was anyone thinking about them twice. Of course, he was not being bounced about like a sack of turnips. He was walking, at the head of the cart, with 10 of the 20 sailors he had brought along for escort. More would seem suspicious, he claimed. She suspected he would not have had so many if not for her and the other 2 women. The cloudless sky still stretched grey overhead, though first light had crept on before they set out. The streets were still largely empty, and silent except for the rumble of the cart and the creak of its axle. When the sun topped the horizon, people would begin to venture out, but now the few she saw were knots of men in baggy trousers and dark cylindrical caps, scuttling along with the furtive air of having been up to no good while dark had held. The old piece of canvas tossed over the cart's load was carefully arranged so anyone could see it covered only 3 large baskets. Yet even so, one or another of those small clusters would pause like a pack of dogs, veiled faces all coming up together, eyes swivelling to follow the cart. Apparently 20 men with boarding swords and cudgels were too many to face, because all eventually hurried on. The wheels dropped into a large hole where paving stones had been pried up in one of the riots. The cart fell away beneath her. She almost bit her tongue as she and the cart bed met again with a hard smack, at Jeannin and her casual arm-folding. Grabbing the edge of the cart bed, she frowned at the Shanshan woman, and found her tight-lipped and holding on with both hands also. Not quite the same as standing on deck, after all, Jeannin said with a shrug. Nynaeve grimaced slightly and tried to edge away from the Shanshan woman, though how she might manage it without climbing into Elaine's lap was difficult to see. "I am going to speak to Master Baal Domon," she muttered meaningfully, just as if the cart had not been her suggestion in the first place. Another lurch clicked her teeth shut. They all 3 wore drab brown wool, thin-woven but coarse, and not very clean, poor farm women's dresses like shapeless sacks compared with the clinging silks of Rendra's taste. Refugees from the countryside, earning a meal as they could. That was what they were supposed to be. Jeannin's relief at her first sight of the dresses had been quite evident, and almost as strange as her presence on the cart. Elaine would not have thought the latter conceivable. There had been quite a lot of discussion, that was what the men called it, in the Chamber of Falling Blossoms, but she and Nynaeve had countered most of their fool objections and ignored the rest. The 2 of them had to enter the Panok's palace, and as soon as possible. That was when Domon had raised another objection, one not as silly as the rest.
"You can no go into the palace alone," the bearded smuggler muttered, staring at his fists on the table. "You say you will no channel unless you must. No to warn these black eyes, said I."
Neither of them had seen any need to mention one of the Forsaken.
"Then you must have muscle to swing a club if the need do arise, and eyes to watch your backs will no be amiss either. I am known there, to the servants. I did take gifts to the old Panok too. I will go with you."
Shaking his head, he growled,
"You do make me stretch my neck on the headsman's block because I did leave you at farm. Fortune prick me if you do know. Well, it do be done now. You can no object to this. I will go in with you."
"You are a fool, Ileana,"
Llewellyn said contemptuously before she or Nynaeve could open their mouths.
You think the Tarabonners will allow you to wander about the palace as you wish, a scruffy smuggler from Ilion? I know the ways of servants, how to duck my head and make some empty-headed noble think—"
He cleared his throat hastily and hurried on without looking at Nynaeve, or at her.
"I should be the one to go with them."
Tom laughed at the other two men.
"Do you think either of you could pass for a Tarabonna?"
"I can. These will do in a pinch."
He knuckled his long moustaches.
"Besides, you cannot run around the Panarch's palace carrying cudgel or staff. A more subtle method of protection is needed."
He flourished a hand, and a knife suddenly appeared, spinning through his fingers to vanish just as quickly. Up his sleeve, Elaine believed.
"You all know what you have to do," Nynaeve snapped, "and you cannot do it trying to watch over us like a pair of geese for market."
Taking a deep breath, she went on in a milder tone. "If there was a way one of you could come along, I'd appreciate the extra eyes if nothing else, but it cannot be. We have to go alone, it seems, and that is all there is to it." "I can accompany you," Aegeanin announced suddenly from where Nynaeve had made her stand in the corner of the room. Everybody turned to look at her. She frowned back as though not quite certain herself. "These women are dark friends. They should be brought to justice."
Elaine was simply startled at the offer, but Nynaeve, the corners of her mouth going white, looked ready to drub the woman for it. "You think we would trust you, Seanchan?" she said coldly. "Before we leave, you'll be locked securely in a storeroom, however much talk—"
"I give oath by my hope of a higher name,"
Aegeanin broke in, putting her hands over her heart, one atop the other,
"that I will not betray you in any way, that I will obey you and guard your backs until you are safely out of the Panarch's palace."
Then she bowed 3 times, deeply and formally. Elaine had no idea what hope of a higher name meant, but the Seanchan woman certainly made it sound binding.
"She can do it," Domon said with slow reluctance. He eyed Aegeanin and shook his head. "Fortune prick me if there be more than 2 or 3 of my men I would wager on. Coin for coin against her."
Nynaeve frowned at her hand, gripping 6 of her long braids, then quite deliberately gave them a yank. "Nynaeve," Elaine told her firmly, "you yourself said you would like another pair of eyes, and I definitely would. Besides which, if we are to do this without channeling, I would not mind having someone along who can handle a nosy guard if need be. I am not up to thumping men with my fists, and neither are you. You remember how she can fight." Nynaeve glared at Aegeanin, frowned at Elaine, and then stared at the men as if they had plotted this behind her back. At last, though, she nodded. "Good," Elaine said. "Master Domon, that means 3 sets of dresses, not 2. Now, the 3 of you had best be off. We want to be on our way by daybreak." The cart, jerking to a halt, brought Elaine out of her reverie. Dismounted whitecloaks were questioning Domon. Here the street ran into a square behind the Panarch's palace, a much smaller square than the one in front. Beyond, the palace stood in piles of white marble, slender towers banded with lacy stonework, snowy domes capped with gold and topped by golden spires or weather vanes. The streets to either side were much wider than most in Tanchico, and straighter. The slow clop-clop of a horse's hooves on the square's broad paving stones announced another rider, a tall man in burnished helmet, armour gleaming beneath his white cloak with its golden sunburst and crimson shepherd's crook. Elaine put her head down. The 3 knots of rank under the flaring sun told her this was Jaichim Caradin. The man had never seen her, but if he thought she was staring, he might wonder why. The hooves passed on along the square without pausing. Aegeanin had her face right down too, but Nynaeve frowned openly after the Inquisitor.
"That man is very worried about something," she murmured. "I hope he's not heard."
"The Panarch is dead!"
a man's voice shouted from somewhere across the square.
"They've killed her!"
There was no telling who had shouted or where. The streets Elaine could see were blocked by whitecloaks on horses. Looking back down the street the cart had just climbed, she wished the guards would question Domon more quickly.
People were gathering down at the first bend, milling about and peering up toward the square. It seemed Tom and Llewellyn had made a good job of seeding their rumours during the night. Now, if only things did not erupt while they sat out here in the middle of it. If a riot started now. The only thing that kept her hands from shaking was her double grip on the cart bed.
Light! A mob out here and the Black Aja inside. Maybe Morgedion. I'm so frightened my mouth is dry.
Nynaeve and Aegeanin were watching the crowd growing down the street too, and not even blinking, much less trembling.
I will not be a coward. I will not.
The cart rumbled forward, and she heaved a sigh of relief. It took her a moment to realize she had heard twin echoes from the other two women. Before gates not much wider than the cart, Domon was questioned again by men in pointed helmets, their breastplates embossed with a tree painted gold. Soldiers of the Panarch's Legion. The questions were shorter this time. Elaine thought she saw a small purse change hands, and then they were inside, rumbling across the rough paved yard outside the kitchens. Except for Domon, the sailors remained out with the soldiers. Elaine hopped down as soon as the cart halted, working her bare feet on the paving. The uneven stones were hard. It was difficult to believe the thin sole of a slipper could make so much difference. Aegeanin scrambled up into the cart to pass the baskets out, Nynaeve taking the first on her back, one hand twisted behind her underneath, the other over her shoulder to grip the rim. Long white peppers, a little wizened by their journey all the way from Saldaea, filled the baskets nearly to the top. As Elaine was taking hers, Domon came to the end of the cart and pretended to inspect the ice peppers.
"The White Cloaks and the Panarch's Legion do be close to blows, it do appear," he murmured, fingering peppers. "That lieutenant did say the Legion could protect the Panarch themselves if most of the Legion had no been sent to the ring forts. Jaichim Caradin do have access to the Panarch, but no the Lord Captain of the Legion, and they are no pleased that all the guards inside do be civil watch. A suspicious man might say someone do want the Panarch's guards to watch each other more than anything else."
"That is good to know," Nynaeve murmured without looking at him. "I've always said you can learn useful things listening to men's gossip."
Domon grunted sourly. "I will take you inside. Then I must go back to my men to make sure they do no get caught up in the mob."
Every sailor from every ship Domon had in port was out in the streets around the palace. Hefting her own basket on her back, Elaine followed the other two women behind him, keeping her head down and wincing at every step until she was on the reddish-brown tiles of the kitchen. The smells of spices and cooking meat and sauces filled the room.
"Ice peppers for the Panarch," Domon announced. "A gift from Baal Domon, a good ship owner of this city."
"More of the ice peppers?"
A stout, dark-braided woman in a white apron and the ever-present veil said, barely looking up from a silver tray where she was arranging an ornately folded white napkin among dishes of thin, golden seafolk porcelain. There were a dozen or more aproned women in the kitchen, as well as a pair of boys turning dripping roasts on spits in 2 of the 6 fireplaces, but clearly she was the chief cook.
"Well, the Panarch, she seems to have enjoyed the last. Into the storeroom there?"
She gestured vaguely toward one of the doors on the far side of the room.
"I've no time to bother with you now."
Elaine kept her eyes on the floor as she trailed after Nynaeve and Aegeanin, sweating, and not for the heat of the iron stoves and fireplaces. A skinny woman in green silk, not of Tarabon cut, stood beside one of the wide tables, scratching the ears of a scrawny grey cat as it lapped cream from a porcelain dish. The cat named her, as well as her narrow face and wide nose. Marillin Gomolfin, once of the brown Aja, now of the black. If she looked up from that cat, if she really became aware of them, there would be no need for channeling for her to know that 2 of them could. This close, the woman would be able to sense the ability itself. Sweat dripped from the end of Elaine's nose by the time she pushed the storeroom door shut behind her with a hip.
"Did you see her?"
she demanded in a low voice, letting her basket half fall to the floor. Fretwork carved through the plastered wall just under the ceiling let in dim light from the kitchen. Rows of tall shelves filled the floor of the large room, laden with sacks and net bags of vegetables and large jars of spice. Barrels and casks stood everywhere, and a dozen dressed lambs and twice as many geese hung on hooks. According to the sketchy floor plan Domon and Tom had drawn between them, this was the smallest storeroom for food in the palace.
"This is disgusting," she said. "I know Rendra keeps a full kitchen, but at least she buys what she needs as she can. These people have been feasting while—
Hold your concern until you can do something about it," Nynaeve told her in a sharp whisper. She had upended her basket on the floor and was stripping off her rough farm-woman's dress. Egeanin was already down to her shift.
"I did see her. If you want her to come in here to see what the noise is about, keep talking."
Elaine sniffed, but let it pass. She had not been making that much noise. Pulling off her own dress, she dumped the peppers out of her basket, and what had been hidden under them as well. Among other things, a dress of white belted in green. Fine-spun wool embroidered above the left breast with a green tree of spreading branches atop the outline of a trefoil leaf. Her grimy veil was replaced by a clean one, of linen scraped nearly as sheer as silk. White slippers with padded soles were welcome on feet bruised by that walk from cart to kitchen. The Shanshan woman had been the first out of her old clothes, but she was the last into her white garment, muttering all the while about indecent and serving girl, which made no sense. The dresses were servants' dresses. The whole point was that servants could go anywhere, and a palace had too many for anyone to notice 3 more. And as for indecent, Elaine could remember being a touch hesitant about wearing the Tarabon style in public, but she had become used to it soon enough, and even this thin wool could not cling as silk did. Egeanin seemed to have very strict ideas of modesty. Eventually, though, the woman had done up her last lace, and the farm clothes had been stuffed into the baskets and covered with ice peppers. Marillin Gamolfin was gone from the kitchen, though the raggedy-eared grey cat still lapped cream on the table. Elaine and the other 2 started for the door that led deeper into the palace. One of the undercooks was frowning at the cat, fist on her ample hips. "I would like to strangle this cat," she muttered, pale brown braids swinging as she shook her head angrily. "It eats the cream, and because I put the drop of cream on the berries for my breakfast, I have the bread and water for my meals. Count yourself lucky you're not out in the street or swinging from the gallows." The chief cook did not sound sympathetic. "If a lady says you've stolen, then you have stolen, even if it is the cream for her cats, yeah? You there!" Elaine and her companions froze at the shout. The dark-braided woman shook a long wooden spoon at them. "You come into my kitchen and stroll around as in the garden, you lazy sows, you. You have come for the breakfast of the Lady Ispan, yeah? If you do not have it there when she wakes, you will learn how to jump. Well?" She gestured at the silver tray she had been labouring over before, covered now with a snowy linen cloth. There was no way to speak. If any one of them opened her mouth, her first words would show her no Tarabonner. Thinking quickly, Elaine bobbed a servant's curtsy and picked up the tray. A servant carrying something was going about her work and not likely to be stopped or told to do something else. Lady Ispan. Not an uncommon name in Tarabon, but there was an Ispan on the list of Black Sisters. "So you mock me, do you little cow, you?" the stout woman roared, and started around the table, waving her thick wooden spoon threateningly. There was nothing to do without giving herself away. Nothing but stay and be hit, or run. Elaine darted out of the kitchen with the tray, Nynaeve and Egeanin at her heels. The cook's shouts followed them, but not the cook, thankfully. An image of the 3 of them running through the palace, pursued by the stout woman, made Elaine want to giggle hysterically. Mock her? She was sure that had been exactly the same curtsy servants had given her thousands of times. More storerooms lined the narrow hallway leading away from the kitchen, and tall cupboards for brooms and mops, buckets and soaps, linens for tables, and all sorts of assorted things. Nynaeve found a fat feather duster in one. Egeanin took an armful of folded towels from another, and a stout stone pestle out of a mortar in a third. She hid the pestle under the towels. "A cudgel is sometimes handy," she said when Elaine raised an eyebrow, "especially when no one expects you to have it." Nynaeve sniffed, but said nothing. She had hardly acknowledged Egeanin at all since agreeing to her presence. Deeper in the palace, the hallways broadened and heightened. the white walls carved with friezes and the ceilings set with gleaming arabesques of gold. Long, bright carpets ran along white-tiled floors. Ornate golden lamps on gilded stands gave light and the scent of perfumed oil. Sometimes the corridor opened into courtyards rounded by walks with slim, fluted columns overlooked by balconies screened by filigreed stonework. Large fountains burbled. Fish, red and white and golden, swam beneath lily pads with huge white flowers. Not at all like the city outside. Occasionally they saw other servants, men and women in white, tree and leaf embroidered on one shoulder, hurrying about their tasks, or men in the grey coats and steel caps of the civil watch, carrying staffs or cudgels. No one spoke to them or even looked twice, not at 3 serving women, obviously at their work. At last they came to the narrow servants' stairs marked on their sketchy map. "Remember," Nynaeve said quietly, "if there are guards on her door, leave. If she is not alone, leave. She is far from the most important reason we are here." She took a deep breath, making herself look at Aegeanin. "If you let anything happen to her." A trumpet sounded faintly from outside. A moment later a gong rang inside, and shouted orders drifted down the hall. Men in steel caps appeared for a moment down the hallway, running.
"Maybe we will not have to worry about guards on her door," Elaine said.
The riot had begun in the streets. Rumours spread by Tom and Llewellyn to gather the crowd, Domon sailors to egg them on. She regretted the necessity, but the disturbance would pull most of the guards out of the palace, maybe all, with luck. Those people out there did not know it, but they fought in a battle to save their city from the Black Aja and the world from the Shadow.
"Aegeanin should go with you, Nynaeve. Your part is the most important. If one of us needs someone to watch her back, it is you."
"I've no need for a Seanchan." Shouldering her duster like a pike, Nynaeve strode off down the hall. She really did not move like a servant, not with that militant stride.
"Should we not be about our own task?" Aegeanin said.
"The riot will not hold attention completely for long." Elaine nodded. Nynaeve had passed out of sight around a corner. The stairs were narrow and hidden in the wall to keep servants as unseen as possible. The corridors on the second floor were much as those on the first, except that double-pointed arches were almost as likely to give onto a stone-latticed balcony as onto a room. There seemed to be far fewer servants as they made their way to the west side of the palace, and none more than glanced at them. Wonderfully, the hallway outside the Panarch's apartments was empty. No guards in front of the wide tree-carved doors set in a double-peaked frame. Not that she had meant to retreat had there been guards, no matter what she had told Nynaeve, but it did make things simpler. A moment later, she was not so sure. She could feel someone channeling in those rooms. Not strong flows, but definitely the power being woven, or maybe a weave maintained. Few women knew the trick of tying a weave. "What is the matter?" Aegeanin asked. Elaine realized she had stopped.
"One of the Black Sisters is in there."
One? Or more? Only one channeling, certainly. She pressed close to the doors. A woman was singing in there. She put her ear to the carved wood, heard raucous words, muffled yet clearly understandable.
"My breasts are round and my hips are too. I can flatten a whole ship's crew."
Startled, she jerked back, porcelain dishes sliding on the tray under the cloth. Had she somehow come to the wrong room? No, she had memorized the sketch. Besides, in the entire palace, the only doors carved with the tree led to the Panarch's apartments. "Then we must leave her," Aegeanin said. "You can do nothing without warning the others of your presence."
"Perhaps I can. If they feel me channel, they will think it is whoever is in there."
Frowning, she bit her lower lip. How many were there? She could do at least 3 or 4 things at once with the power, something only Egwene and Nynaeve could match. She ran down a list of Andorran queens who had shown courage in the face of great danger, until she realized it was a list of all the queens of Andor.
"I will be queen one day. I can be as brave as they.
Readying herself, she said,
Throw open the doors, Aegeanin, then drop down so I can see everything.
The Shaunchan woman hesitated.
Throw open the doors.
Elaine's own voice surprised her. She had not tried to make it anything, but it was quiet, calm, commanding. And Aegeanin nodded, almost a bow, and immediately flung open both doors.
My thighs are strong as anchor chain, my kiss can burst.
The dark-braided singer, standing wrapped in flows of air to her neck and a soiled, wrinkled Tarrabonner gown of red silk, cut off short as the doors banged back. A frail-appearing woman lounging in pale blue of a high-necked Kyrianan cut on a long padded bench ceased nodding her head to the song and leaped to her feet, outrage replacing the grin on her fox-shaped face. The glow of Saidar already surrounded Tamela, but she did not have a chance. Appalled at what she saw, Elaine embraced the true source and lashed out hard with flows of air, webbing her from shoulders to ankles, wove a shield of spirit and slammed it between the woman and the source. The glow around Tamela vanished, and she went flying across the bench as if she had been struck by a galloping horse, eyes rolling up into her head, to land unconscious on her back, 3 paces away on the green and gold carpet. The dark-braided woman gave a start as the flows around her winked out of existence, felt at herself in wondering disbelief as she stared from Tamela to Elaine and Aegeanin. Tying off the weave holding Tamela, Elaine hurried into the room, eyes searching for others of the Black Ajah. Behind her, Aegeanin closed the doors after them. There did not seem to be anyone else.
Was she alone?
She demanded of the woman in red. The Panarch, by Nynaeve's description. Nynaeve had mentioned something about a song.
You are not with them,
Amathera said hesitantly, dark eyes taking in their dresses.
You are Aes Sedai also.
She seemed willing to doubt that, despite the evidence of Tamela.
But not with them. Was she alone?
Elaine snapped, and Amathera gave a little jump.
Yes, alone. Yes, she...
The Panarch grimaced.
The others made me sit on my throne and speak the words they put into my mouth. It amused them to make me sometimes give justice, and sometimes pronouncements of horrible injustice, rulings that will cause strife for generations if I cannot put them aright. But her...
That full-lipped little mouth opened in a snarl.
Her they set to watch over me. She hurts me for no reason except to make me weep. She made me eat an entire trayful of white ice peppers and would not let me drink a drop until I begged on my knees while she laughed. In my dream she hoists me to the top of the Tower of Mourning by my ankles and lets me fall. A dream, but it seems real, and each time she lets me fall screaming a little nearer the ground. And she laughs. She makes me learn lewd dances and filthy songs, and laughs when she tells me that before they leave she will make me sing and dance to entertain them. With a shriek like a pouncing cat, she threw herself across the bench onto the bound woman, slapping wildly, pummelling with her fists. Aegeanin, arms folded in front of the doors, seemed ready to let it go on, but Elaine wove flows of air around Amathera's waist. To her surprise, she was able to lift her off the already senseless woman and set her on her feet. Perhaps learning how to handle those heavy weavings from Joreen had increased her strength. Amathera kicked at Tamela, turning her glare on Elaine and Aegeanin when her slippered feet missed. I am the Panarch of Tarrabon, and I mean to dispense justice to this woman.
That rosebud mouth had a very sulky look. Had the woman no sense of herself, of her position? She was equal to the king, a ruler.
And I am the Aes Sedai who has come to rescue you,
Elaine said coolly. Realizing she still held the tray, she set it on the floor hurriedly. The woman seemed to be having enough trouble seeing beyond the white servants' dresses without that. Tamela's face was quite red. She would wake to bruises, no doubt fewer than she deserved. Elaine wished there was a way to take Tamela with them, a way to bring even one to justice in the tower.
We have come, at considerable risk, to take you out of here. Then you can reach the Lord Captain of the Panarch's Legion, and Andric and his army, and you can chase these women out. Perhaps we will be lucky enough to take some of them for trial. But first, we must get you away from them.
I do not need Andric, Amathera muttered. Elaine would have sworn she almost said now.
There are soldiers of my legion around the palace. I know this. I have been allowed to speak to none of them, but once they see me and hear my voice, they will do what must be done. Yes? You Aes Sedai cannot use the One Power to harm.
She trailed off, scowling at the unconscious Tamela.
You cannot use it as a weapon. At least, yes? I know this.
Elaine surprised herself by weaving tiny flows of air, one to each of Amathera's braids. The braids lifted straight up into the air, and the pouty-mouthed fool had no choice but to follow them up on tiptoe. Elaine walked her that way, on tiptoe, until the woman stood right in front of her, dark eyes wide and indignant.
You will listen to me, Panarch Amathera of Tarabon, she said in icy tones. If you try to walk out to your soldiers, Tamela's cronies may very well tie you up in a bundle and hand you back to her. Worse, they will learn that my friends and I are here, and that I will not allow. We are going to creep out of here, and if you will not agree to that, I'll bind and gag you and leave you beside Tamela for her friends to find. There had to be some way to take Tamela too. Do you understand me?
Amathera nodded slightly, held up as she was. Aegeanin made an approving sound. Elaine loosed the flows. The woman's heels dropped to the carpet.
Now, let's see if we can find you something to wear that is suitable for sneaking.
Amathera nodded again, but her mouth was set at its sulkiest. Elaine hoped Nynaeve was having an easier time of it. Nynaeve entered the great exhibition hall with its multitude of thin columns, feather duster already moving. This collection must always need dusting, and surely no one would look twice at a woman doing what was needed. She looked around, eyes drawn to wired-together bones that looked like a long-legged horse with a neck that pushed its skull up 20 feet. The vast chamber stretched emptily in all directions. But someone could come in at any moment. Servants who actually had been sent to clean, or Liandrin and all of her fellows come to search. Still, holding the duster prominently, just in case, she hurried down to the white stone pedestal that had held the dull black collar and bracelets. She did not realize she had been holding her breath until she exhaled on seeing the thing still there. The glass-sided table holding the Quaindiar seal lay another 50 paces on, but this came first. Climbing over the wrist-thick white silk rope, she touched the wide-jointed collar. Suffering. Agony. Woe. They rolled through her. She wanted to weep. What kind of thing could absorb all that pain? Pulling her hand back, she glared at the black metal. Meant to control a man who could channel. Liandrin and her black sisters meant to use it to control Rand, turn him to the shadow, force him to serve the Dark One. Someone from her village, controlled and used by Aes Sedai. Black Aja, but Aes Sedai as surely as Moraine with her scheming. Aegeanin making me like a filthy Shonchan! The sudden incongruity of the last thought hit her. Abruptly, she realized she was deliberately making herself angry. Angry enough to channel. She embraced the source. The power filled her. And a serving woman with the tree and leaf on her shoulder entered the columned hall. Quivering with the urge to channel, Nynaeve waited, even lifting the duster, running the feathers over the collar and bracelets. The serving woman started down the pale floorstones. She would go in a moment, and Nynaeve could... What? Slip the things into her belt pouch and take them, but... The serving woman would... go? Why did I think she'll leave instead of staying to work? She glanced sideways up the room at the woman coming toward her. Of course. No broom or mop, no feather duster, not even a rag. Whatever she's here for, it cannot take Suddenly she saw the woman's face clearly. Sturdily handsome, framed by dark braids, smiling in an almost friendly fashion, but not really paying her any mind.
certainly not threatening in any way. Not quite the same face, but she knew it. Before thought, she struck out, weaving a hammer-hard flow of air to smash that face. In an instant, the glow of Saidar surrounded the other woman. Her features changed, somehow more regal now, prouder. Morgedian's face remembered, and startled as well, surprised that she had not approached unsuspected. And Nynaeve's flow was sliced razor-clean. She staggered under the whiplash recoil like a physical blow, and the Forsaken struck with a complex weave of spirit streaked by water and air. Nynaeve had no idea what it was meant to do. Frantically, she tried to cut it as she had seen the other woman do, with a keen-edged weave of spirit. For a heartbeat, she felt love, devotion, worship for the magnificent woman who would deign to allow her to— The intricate weave parted, and Morgedian missed a step. A tinge remained in Nynaeve's mind, like a fresh memory of wanting to obey, to grovel and please. What had happened at their first meeting all over again. It heated her rage. The knife-sharp shield that Egwene had used to still Amiko Nagoyen sprang into being, more weapon than shield, lashed at Morgedian, and was blocked. Woven spirit straining against woven spirit, just short of severing Morgedian from the source forever. Again the Forsaken's counterblow came, slashing like an axe, intended to cut Nynaeve off in the same way. Forever. Desperately, Nynaeve blocked it. Suddenly, she realized that under her anger she was terrified. Holding off the other woman's attempt to still her while trying to do the same to her took everything she had. The power boiled in her till she thought she must burst. Her knees quivered with the effort of standing, and all went into those two things. She could not spare enough to light a candle. Morgedian's axe of spirit waxed and waned in sharpness, but that would not matter if the woman managed to drive it home. Nynaeve could not see any real difference in outcome between being stilled by the woman and merely being shielded and at her mercy. The thing brushed against the flow of power from the source into her, like a knife hovering over a chicken's stretched neck. The image was all too apt. She wished she had not thought of it. In the back of her mind, a tiny voice gibbered at her. "Oh, Light, don't let her, Light, please, not that." For a moment, she considered letting go her own attempt to cut Morgedian off. For one thing, she had to keep forcing it back to a razor edge. The woven flows did not want to hold the keenness. Letting go and using that strength to force Morgedian's attack further back, maybe sever it. But if she tried, the other woman would not need to defend. She could add that strength to her own attack. And she was one of the Forsaken. Not just a black sister. A woman who had been Aes Sedai in the Age of Legends, when Aes Sedai had been able to do things undreamed of now. If Morgedian threw her whole strength at her, a man who came in then, or any woman unable to channel, would have seen only two women facing each other across the white silk rope from a distance of less than 10 feet. Two women staring at one another in a vast hall full of strange things. They would have seen nothing to say it was a duel. No leaping about and hacking with swords as men would do. Nothing smashed or broken. Just two women standing there. But a duel all the same, and maybe to the death, against one of the Forsaken.
"All my careful planning ruined,"
Morgedian said abruptly in a tight, angry voice, white-knuckled hands gripping her skirts.
"At the very least, I shall have to go to untold effort to put everything back as it was. It may not be possible. Oh, I do mean to make you pay for that, Nynaeve Almira. This has been such a cozy hiding place, and those blind women have a number of very useful items in their possession, even if they do not."
She shook her head, lips peeling back to bare her teeth in a snarl.
"I think I will take you with me this time. I know. I shall keep you for a live mounting block. You will be brought out to kneel on all fours so I can step from your back to my saddle. Or perhaps I shall give you to Ravin. He always repays favors.
He does have a pretty little queen to amuse him now, but pretty women were always Ravin's weakness. He likes to have 2 or 3 or 4 at once dancing attendance on him. How will you like that? To spend the rest of your life competing for Ravin's favors? You will want to once he has his hands on you. He has his little tricks. Yes, I do believe Ravin shall have you.
Anger welled up in Nynaeve. Sweat streamed down her face, and her legs shook as if they might give way. But anger gave her strength. Furious, she managed to push her weapon of spirit a hair closer to severing Moghedien from the source before the woman halted it again.
So you discovered that little gem behind you,
Moghedien said in a moment of precarious balance. Surprisingly, her voice was almost conversational.
I wonder how you did that. It does not matter. Did you come to take it away? Perhaps to destroy it? You cannot destroy it. That is not metal, but a form of Gwendiar. Even balefire cannot destroy Gwendiar. And if you mean to use it, it does have drawbacks, shall we say? Put the collar on a man who channels, and a woman wearing the bracelets can make him do whatever she wishes, true, but it will not stop him going mad, and there is a flow the other way, too. Eventually, he will begin to be able to control you, too, so you end with a struggle at every hour. Not very palatable when he is going mad. Of course, you can pass the bracelets around, so no one has too much exposure, but that does mean trusting someone else with him. Men are always so good at violence. They make wonderful weapons. Or 2 women can each wear 1 bracelet if you have someone you trust enough. That slows the seepage considerably, I understand. But it also lessens your control, even if you work in perfect unison. Eventually, you will find yourselves in a struggle for control with him, each of you needing him to remove your bracelet as surely as he needs you to remove the collar.
She tilted her head, lifted a quizzical eyebrow.
You are following this, I trust? Controlling Luz Therin, Rand al'Thor, as he is called now, would be most useful, but is it worth the price? You can see why I have left the collar and bracelets where they are.
Trembling to contain the power, to hold her woven flows, Nynaeve frowned. Why was the woman telling her all of this? Did she think it did not matter because she was going to win? Why her sudden change from rage to talk? There was sweat on Moghedien's face, too. Quite a lot of sweat, beading on her broad forehead, running down her cheeks. Suddenly everything changed in Nynaeve's mind. Moghedien's was not a voice tight with anger. It was a voice tight with strain. Moghedien was not suddenly going to hurl all of her strength at her. She already was. The woman was putting out as much effort as she. She was facing one of the Forsaken, and far from being plucked like a goose for supper, she had not lost a feather. She was meeting one of the Forsaken strength for strength. Moghedien was trying to distract her, to gain an opening before her own strength gave out. If only she could do the same, before her strength went.
Do you wonder how I know all this? The collar and bracelets were made after I was... Well, we will not talk of that. Once I was free, the first thing I did was seek information about those last days. Last years, really. There are a good many fragments here and there that make no sense to anyone who does not have some idea to begin with. The Age of Legends, such a quaint name you have given my time. Yet even your wildest tales no more than hint at the half. I had lived over 200 years when the bore was opened, and I was still young for an Aes Sedai. Your legends are but pale imitations of what we could do.
Why?
Nynaeve stopped listening. A way to distract the woman. Even if she could think of something to say, Morgedion would be on her guard against the method she herself was using. She could not spare effort for as much as a thread-thin weave any more than Morgedion could. A woman from the Age of Legends, a woman long used to wielding the One Power, perhaps used to doing almost everything with the power before she was imprisoned. In hiding since being freed, how used to doing things without the power had she become? Nynaeve let her legs sag. Dropping the feather duster, she caught hold of the pedestal to support herself. There was very little fakery needed. Morgedion smiled and took a step nearer.
Travel to other worlds, even worlds in the sky. Do you know that the stars are...
So sure, that smile, so triumphant. Nynaeve seized the collar, ignoring the joltingly pained emotions that spilled into her, and hurled it all in one motion. The Forsaken had only begun to gape when the wide black circlet struck her between the eyes. Not a hard blow, certainly, not enough to stun, but not expected either. Morgedion's control over her woven flows faltered just slightly, only for an instant, yet for that instant the balance between them shifted. The shield of spirit slid between Morgedion and the source. The halo surrounding her winked out. The woman's eyes bulged. Nynaeve expected her to leap for her throat. That was what she would have done. Instead, Morgedion jerked her skirts to her knees and ran. With no need to defend herself, it took only a little effort for Nynaeve to weave air around the fleeing woman. The Forsaken froze in mid-stride. Hurriedly, Nynaeve tied her weaving. She had done it. I faced one of the Forsaken and beat her, she thought incredulously. Looking at the woman held from the neck down by air with the consistency of stone, even seeing her leaning forward on one foot, it was hard to believe. Examining what she had done, she saw it had not been as complete a victory as she had wanted. The shield had blurred its sharp edge before it slid home. Morgedion was captured and shielded, but not stilled. Trying not to totter, she walked around in front of the other woman. Morgedion still looked queenly, but like a very frightened queen, licking her lips, eyes darting wildly.
If you free me, we can come to some arrangement. There is much I can teach you.
Ruthlessly, Nynaeve cut her off, weaving a gag of air that held the woman's jaws gaping. A live mounting block? Wasn't that what you said? I think that is a very good idea. I like to ride. She smiled at the woman, whose eyes looked to be coming out of her head. Mounting block indeed. Once Morgedion had been put on trial in the tower and stilled, there could be no doubt of the sentence for one of the Forsaken. She would surely be put to some useful work in kitchens or gardens or stables, except when she was brought out to show that even the Forsaken could not escape justice, and treated no differently from any other servant beyond being watched. But let her think Nynaeve was as cruel as she. Let her think it until she was actually put on. Nynaeve's mouth twisted. Morgedion was not going to be put on trial. Not now, anyway. Not unless she could figure out some way to get her out of the Panarch's palace. The woman seemed to believe the grimace portended something ill for her. Tears leaked from her eyes, and her mouth worked, trying to force words past the gag. Disgusted with herself, Nynaeve walked unsteadily back to where the black collar lay, stuffing it quickly into her belt pouch before the stark emotions in it could do more than touch her. The bracelets followed, with the same feelings of suffering and sorrow. I was ready to torture her by letting her think I would. She deserves it, surely, but that is not me. Or is it? Am I no better than a Geonin? She jerked around, furious that she could even consider such a question, and stalked past Morgedion to the glass-walled table. There had to be some way to bring the woman to justice. There were 7 figurines in the case. 7. And no seal. For a moment she could only stare. One of the figures, an odd animal shaped roughly like a pig but with a large round snout and feet as wide as its thick legs, stood where the seal had in the centre of the table. Suddenly her eyes narrowed. It was not really there. The thing was woven from air and fire, in flows so minute they made cobwebs seem cables. Even concentrating, she could barely see them. She doubted if Liandrin or any of the other Black Sisters could have. A tiny, slicing flick of the power, and the fat animal vanished, in its place the black and white seal on its red-lacquered stand. Morgedion, the hider, had hidden it in plain sight. Fire melted a hole in the glass, and the seal went into her pouch too. It bulged now, and pulled her belt down. Frowning at the woman poised on the toe of one slipper, she tried to think of some means of taking her as well. But Morgedion would not fit in her pouch, and she rather thought that even if she could pick the other woman up, the sight might raise a few eyebrows. Still, as she made her way to the nearest arched doorway, she could not help looking back every other step. If only there was some way. Pausing for one last regretful look from the doorway, she turned to go. This door opened onto a courtyard with a fountain full of lily pads. On the other side of the fountain, a slim, coppery-skinned woman in a pale cream Tarabona dress that would have made Rendra blush was just raising a fluted black rod a pace in length. Nynaeve recognized Jiain Kaida. More, she recognized the rod. Desperately, she flung herself to one side so hard that she slid along the smooth white floorstones until one of the thin columns stopped her with a jar. A leg-thick bar of white shot through where she had been standing, as if the air had turned to molten metal, slicing all the way across the exhibition hall. Where it struck, pieces simply vanished out of columns. Priceless artifacts ceased to exist. Hurling flows of fire behind her blindly, hoping to strike something, anything in the courtyard, Nynaeve scrambled away across the hall on hands and knees. Little more than waist-high, the bar soared sideways, carving a swathe through both walls. Between, cases and cabinets and wired skeletons collapsed and crashed. Severed columns quivered. Some fell, but what dropped onto that terrible sword did not survive to smash displays and pedestals to the floor. The glass-walled table fell before the molten shaft vanished, leaving a purplish bar that seemed burned into Nynaeve's vision. The Quaindiar figures were all that dropped out of that molten white shaft, bouncing on the floor. The figurines did not break, of course. It seemed Morgedion was right. Not even balefire could destroy Quaindiar. That black rod was one of the stolen Te Angreal. Nynaeve could remember the warning appended to their list in a firm hand. Produces balefire, dangerous and almost impossible to control. Morgedion seemed to be trying to scream through her invisible gag, head whipping back and forth in a frenzy as she fought her bonds of air, but Nynaeve spared her no more than a glance. As soon as the balefire disappeared, she raised herself up enough to peer back across the hall, through the rent sword along the chamber wall. Beside the fountain, Jiain Kaida was swaying, one hand to her head, the black rod almost falling from the other. But before Nynaeve could strike at her, she had clutched the fluted rod again. Balefire burst from its end, destroying everything in its path through the chamber. Dropping almost to her belly, Nynaeve crawled the other way as fast as she could, amid the crash and clatter of falling columns and masonry. Panting, she pulled herself into a corridor, slashed through both walls. There was no telling how far the balefire had sliced. All the way out of the palace, perhaps. Twisting about on a carpet littered with bits of stone, she peeked cautiously around the side of the doorframe. The balefire had gone again. Silence held in the ruined exhibition hall, except when a weakened piece of stonework gave way and smashed to the rubble-strewn floor. There was no sign of Jiain Kaida, though enough of the far wall had fallen to show the fountain courtyard clearly. She was not about to risk going to see if the Te Angreal had killed the woman in using it. Her breath came raggedly, and her arms and legs trembled enough that she was glad to lie there a moment. Channeling took energy the same as any other work. The more you did, the more energy.
and the wearier you were, the less you could channel. She was not entirely certain she herself was up to facing even a weakened Jane Kaida right then. Such a fool she had been, battling Moghedien with the power and never thinking that channeling that strong would have every black sister in the palace jumping out of her skin. She was lucky the Domani woman had not arrived with her to Angreal while she was still absorbed with the Forsaken. They very likely both would have died before they knew she was there. Suddenly, she stared in disbelief. Moghedien was gone. The balefire had not come nearer than 10 feet from where she had stood, but she was not there any longer. It was impossible. She had been shielded. How do I know what's impossible? Nynaeve muttered. It was impossible for me to beat one of the Forsaken, but I did it. Still no sign of Jane Kaida. Pushing herself to her feet, she hurried for the appointed meeting place. If only Elaine had not run into any trouble, they might make it out of here safely after all. Chapter 55. Into the Deep. Servants boiled along the halls as Nynaeve ran, shouting frantic questions. They might not be able to sense channeling, but they had certainly felt the palace being torn half apart. She threaded her way through, just one more serving woman in a panic as far as they were concerned. Saidar faded from her as she sped down corridors and across courtyards. Holding on to anger was difficult when she was increasingly uneasy for Elaine. If the Black Sisters had found her, who knew what they had beside the balefire to Angreal? The list they had been given certainly did not give a use for everything. Once she saw Liandrin, with her pale honey braids, and Rihanna with that white streak in her black hair, hurrying down a flight of broad marble stairs. She could not see the glow of Saidar around them, but from the way servants cried out and leaped from their path, they were whipping a way clear for themselves with the power. It made her glad she had not tried to cling to the source herself. They would have picked her out of the throng in an instant by the glow, and until she had some rest she was not up to facing either of them, much less both. She had what she had come for. They had to wait. The crowd thinned and disappeared by the time she reached the narrow hall on the west side of the palace that was the meeting place. The others were waiting for her, beside a small, bronze-studded door fastened with a large iron lock, including Amathera, standing very straight, wearing a light linen cloak with the hood up. The Panarch's white dress might pass for serving-woman garb if you did not look closely enough to see it was silk, and the veil that did not hide her face was certainly servant's linen. The sound of shouts came muffled through the door. Apparently the riot was still going on. Now, if only the men were doing the rest of their part. Ignoring Aegeanin, Nynaeve threw her arms around Elaine in a quick hug. "I was so worried. Did you have any trouble?" "Not a bit," Elaine replied. Aegeanin shifted slightly, and the younger woman gave her a meaningful look, then added, "Amathera did cause a little problem, but we sorted it out." Nynaeve frowned. "Trouble? Why would she give trouble? Why would you give trouble?" That last was for the Panarch, who held her head high, refusing to look at anyone. Elaine seemed as reluctant. It was the Shaunchan woman who answered. "She tried to sneak off to rouse her soldiers to harry the Dark Friends out. After she had been warned." Nynaeve refused to look at her. "Do not scowl so, Nynaeve," Elaine said. "I chased her down quickly, and we had a little talk. I think she is in perfect agreement with me now." The Panarch's cheek twitched. "I am in agreement, Aes Sedai," she said hastily. "I will do exactly as you say, and I will provide papers that should make even the rebels let you pass unhindered. There is no need for more talking." Elaine nodded as if all of that made sense, motioning for the woman to be quiet, whereupon the Panarch obediently closed her mouth. A trifle sullenly, but perhaps that was just the shape of her mouth. Clearly there had been some very odd goings-on, and Nynaeve intended to find the bottom of them. Later. The narrow hallway was still empty in both directions, but panicked shouts still echoed from deeper in the palace. The mob rumbled beyond the small door. "But what of you?" Elaine went on with a frown. "You were supposed to be here half an hour ago. Did you cause all of this?
I felt 2 women channeling enough of the power to shake the palace down, and then a bit later someone did try to shake it down. I thought it must be you. I had to restrain Aegeanin from going to find you.
Aegeanin? Nynaeve hesitated, then made herself touch the Shornchan woman's shoulder. Thank you. Aegeanin looked as though she did not quite understand herself what she had done, but she gave a quick nod. Morgedion found me, and because I was worrying about how to bring her out for trial, Jiain Kaida nearly took my head off with balefire. Elaine gave a small squeak, and she hurried to reassure her. It didn't really come close to me.
You captured Morgedion? You captured one of the Forsaken?
Yes, but she got away. There. She had admitted everything. Conscious of all their eyes on her, she shifted uncomfortably. She did not like being in the wrong. She especially did not like being in the wrong when it was she who had pointed out that it was wrong in the first place. Elaine, I know what I said about being careful, but once I had her in my hands, it seemed all I could think of was bringing her to trial. Taking a deep breath, Nynaeve made her voice apologetic. She hated doing that. Where were those fool men? I endangered everything because I didn't keep my mind on what we were about, but please don't scold me. I won't, Elaine said firmly, so long as you remember to be careful in the future. Aegeanin cleared her throat. Oh, yes, Elaine added hastily. The waiting seemed to be getting to her. There were spots of colour in her cheeks. Did you find the collar and the seal? I have them. She patted her pouch. The shouting outside seemed to be getting louder. And the shouts echoing down the halls were, too. Liandrin must be turning the palace upside down to find out what had happened. What is keeping those men? My legion, Amathera began. Elaine looked at her and she snapped her mouth shut. Whatever talk they had had must have been something. The Panarch was pouting like a girl afraid of being sent to bed without supper. Nynaeve glanced at Aegeanin. The Shornchan woman was watching the door intently. She had wanted to come after her. Why won't she let me hate her? Am I so different from her? Suddenly the door swung open. Juillin pulled 2 thin, bent metal rods out of the lock and straightened from a crouch. Blood ran down the side of his face. Hurry! We must be away from here before it gets out of hand. Staring past him, wide-eyed, Nynaeve wondered what he considered out of hand. Baal Domon's sailors, at least 300 of them, formed a semicircle 2 deep about the door, Domon himself waving a cudgel, shouting to encourage them. He had to shout for the roar that filled the wide street. Men jostled and struggled and shouted in a seething mass, barely held back by the sailors' clubs and staffs. Not that they were really interested in the sailors. Scattered through the crowd, clumps of mounted white-cloaks swung their swords at men crowding them with pitchforks and barrel-staves and bare hands. Showers of stones fell around them, sometimes banging off a helmet, but silently in the uproar. A lone white-cloak's horse suddenly screamed and reared and toppled over backward. It scrambled to its feet quickly, minus its rider. Other riderless animals dotted the mass of men. Was this what they had set off, just to cover themselves? She tried reminding herself why. Put her hand on her pouch to feel the Quaindiar seal, the collar and bracelets. But it was hard. Men were dying out there, surely. "Will you women move?" Tom called, waving for them to come out. He had a bleeding gash over one bushy eyebrow, perhaps from a stone, and his brown cloak would not even do for the rag bag now. "If the Panarch's legion ever stops running, this could grow messy." Amathera made a startled sound just before Elaine pushed her firmly out. Nynaeve and Aegeanin followed, and as soon as all 4 women were out, the sailors folded in around them in a tight ring that began struggling away from the palace. It was all Nynaeve could do to keep her feet, jostled by the men who were trying to protect her. Once Aegeanin slipped and nearly fell. Nynaeve caught her arm, helped her back up, and got a grateful grin. We are not so different, she thought. Not the same, but not all that different. She did not have to make herself smile encouragingly at the Shornchan woman. The milling mass lasted several streets away from the palace, but once they broke clear, the narrow, twisting ways were almost empty.
Those who were not actually involved in the riot seemed wise enough to stay clear of it. The sailors spread out a little, giving the women more room. Any straggler who looked in their direction got hard stares, though. The streets of Tanchico were still the streets of Tanchico. Somehow that surprised Nynaeve. It seemed that she had been weeks inside the palace. Surely the city should be different. When the babble began to fade behind them, Tom managed a quite elegant bow to Amathera as he limped along. "An honour, Panarch," he said. "If I may be of any service, you have only to speak." Shockingly, Amathera glanced at Elaine, grimaced slightly, and said,
"You mistake me, good sir. I am only a poor refugee from the countryside, rescued by these good women."
Tom exchanged startled looks with Llewellyn and Domon, but when he opened his mouth, Elaine said,
"Could we get on to the inn, Tom? This is hardly the place for conversation."
When they reached the Three-Plum Court, it was scarcely less surprising to hear Elaine introduce the Panarch to Rendra as Thera, a refugee with no money who needed a pallet and maybe some work to earn her meals. The innkeeper shrugged resignedly, but as she led Thera away to the kitchens, she was already telling the woman what lovely hair she had and how pretty she would look in the right dress. Nynaeve waited until the rest of them were in the Chamber of Falling Blossoms with the door closed before saying, "Thera!" And she went along. "Elaine, Rendra will have the woman serving at table in the common room." Elaine did not seem surprised.
"Yes, very likely."
Sinking into a chair with a sigh, she kicked off her slippers and began massaging her feet vigorously.
"It was not difficult to convince Amathera she should stay in hiding for a few days. It really isn't that far from 'the Panarch is dead' to 'death to the Panarch.' I think seeing the riot helped, too. She doesn't want to depend on Andric to put her back on her throne. She wants her own soldiers to do it, even if it means hiding until she can get in touch with the Lord Captain of the Legion. I believe Andric is in for a surprise with her. It is too bad he doesn't surprise her. She deserves it." Domon and Llewellyn exchanged glances, shook their heads uncomprehendingly. Aegeanin nodded to herself as if she, at least, understood and approved. "But why?" Nynaeve demanded. "You may have been upset because she sneaked off on her own, but this? How did she manage that anyway, with two of you watching her?" Aegeanin's eyes flickered toward Elaine so quickly Nynaeve was not sure she had really seen it. Elaine bent to rub the sole of one foot. It must have hurt. There was red in her cheeks. "Nynaeve, the woman has no idea what the lives of the common people are like."
As if she did.
"She does seem to have a true concern for justice. I think she does. Yet it did not bother her at all that there was enough food in the palace for a year. I mentioned the soup kitchens, and she did not know what I was talking about. A few days working for her supper will do her good."
Stretching her legs under the table, she worked her bare toes.
"Oh, that does feel good. Not that she'll have many, I suppose. Not if she is to rally the Panarch's Legion to pry Liandrin and the others out of the palace. A pity, but there it is."
"Well, she has to," Nynaeve told her firmly. It was good to sit down, though she could not understand the girl's concern with her feet. They had hardly walked at all today. "And the sooner the better. We need the Panarch, and not in Rendra's kitchen." She did not think there was any need to worry about Moghedien. That woman had had every opportunity to come into the open after she had freed herself. That still puzzled her. She must have been careless in tying off the shield. But if Moghedien had been unwilling to face her then, when she must have known Nynaeve was nearly exhausted, she could not think the woman would come after them. Not for something she seemed to think was not worth very much. The same did not apply to Liandrin, however. If Liandrin figured out half of what had happened, she would be hunting them. "The justice of the daughter heir," Tom murmured, "may yet supersede the justice of the Panarch. There were men streaming in through that door as we left, and I think some had already got in the front. I saw smoke coming out of several windows. By tonight, little more than a fire-gutted ruin will remain. No need for soldiers to chase the Black Aja, and thus Thera can have her few days to learn the lesson you want to teach. You will make a fine queen one day, Elaine of Andor."
Elaine's pleased smile faded as she looked at him. Rising to pad around the table, she rummaged in his coat pockets for a kerchief and began dabbing blood from his forehead, despite his protests. "Hold still," she told him, sounding for all the world like a mother tending an unruly child.
"Could we at least see what we risked our necks for?" he said, when it became clear Elaine was going to do exactly as she wished.
Opening her belt pouch, Nynaeve laid the contents out on the table. The black and white disc that helped hold the Dark One's prison shut. The collar and bracelets that sent ripples of sorrow through her before she could lay them down. Everyone gathered close to stare. Domon fingered the seal.
"I did own a thing like this once."
Nynaeve doubted it. Only 7 had been made. 3 were broken now, Quaindiar or no. Another was in Moraine's hands. 4 surviving. How well could 4 keep that prison at Sheol Ghul locked? A shivery thought. Aegeanin touched the collar, pushed the bracelets away from the collar. If she felt the emotions trapped in them, she did not show it. Perhaps that sensitivity came only with the ability to channel.
"It is not an Adam,"
the Shanshan woman said.
"That is made of a silvery metal, and all of one piece."
Nynaeve wished she had not mentioned Adam. But she never wore the bracelet of one, and she did let that poor woman she told us about go. Poor woman! She, this Bethamin, was the one who controlled women with an Adam. Aegeanin had shown more mercy than Nynaeve would have. "It is at least as much like an Adam as you and I are like, Aegeanin." The woman looked startled, but after a moment she nodded. Not so different. 2 women, each doing the best she could. "Do you mean to keep on pursuing Liandrin?" Llewellyn seated himself, arms folded on the table, studying the things there. "Whether or not she is chased out of Tanchico, she is still out there. And the others. But these seem too important to leave lying about. I am only a thief-catcher, but I would say these must be taken to the White Tower for safekeeping." "No!" Nynaeve was startled at her own vehemence. So were the others by the way they stared at her. Slowly, she picked up the seal and replaced it in her pouch. "This goes to the tower. But that—" She did not want to touch the black things again. If those were in the tower, Aes Sedai might decide to use them just as the Black Aja had intended to control Rand. Would Moraine? Siuan Sanche? She would not take the chance. That is too dangerous to risk it ever falling back into the hands of Dark Friends. Elaine, can you destroy them? Melt them. I don't care if they burn through the table, just destroy them.
"I see what you mean,"
Elaine said with a grimace. Nynaeve doubted she did. Elaine believed in the tower wholeheartedly. But she believed in Rand, too. Nynaeve could not see the glow of Saidar, of course, but the intent way the girl stared at the vile objects told her she was channeling. The bracelets and necklace lay there. Elaine frowned. Her stare became more intent. Abruptly, she shook her head. Her hand poised hesitantly for a moment close to one of the bracelets, before picking it up, and dropped it again, with a gasp.
It's full of—"
Drawing a deep breath, she said,
"I did what you asked, Nynaeve. A hammer would be a burning puddle for the fire I wove into it, but it isn't even warm."
So Morgedion had not lied. Doubtless she had thought there was no need, that she would surely win. How did the woman get loose? But what to do with the things? She was not going to let them fall into anyone's hands. "Master Domon, do you know a very deep part of the sea?"
"I do, Mistress Almira,"
he said slowly. Gingerly, trying not to feel the emotions, Nynaeve shoved the collar and bracelets across the table to him. "Then drop these into it, where no one can ever fish them out again." After a moment, he nodded.
"I will."
He stuffed them into his coat pocket hurriedly, clearly disliking to touch something that must have to do with the power.
"In the deepest part of the sea I do know," near the Isle of Somera.
Aegeanin was frowning at the floor, no doubt thinking about the Iliana leaving. Nynaeve had not forgotten the woman calling him a properly set-up man. She herself felt like laughing. It was all but done. As soon as Domon could sail, the hateful collar and bracelets would be gone forever. They could leave for Tar Valon, and then back to Tyr, or wherever Allan Mandragoran was. Facing Moghedien, realizing how close she had been to being killed, or worse, only made her urgency to deal with him greater. A man she had to share with a woman she hated, but if Aegeanin could look fondly on a man she once took prisoner, and Domon was certainly eyeing her with interest, and if Elaine could love a man who would go mad, then she could puzzle out some way to enjoy what she could have of Lan. "Shall we go downstairs and see how Thera is taking to being a servant?" she suggested. Soon for Tar Valon. Soon. Chapter 56. Golden Eyes. The common room of the Winespring Inn was silent but for the scratch of Perrin's pen. Silent and empty but for him and Aram. Late morning light made small pools beneath the windows. No cooking smells came from the kitchen. There were no fires lit anywhere in the village, and even coals banked in ashes had been doused. No point in giving the gift of fire easy to hand. The tinker— he sometimes wondered whether it was proper to think of Aram that way any longer, but a man could not stop being what he was, sword or no— stood against the wall by the front door, watching Perrin. What did the man expect? What did he want? Dipping his pen in the small stone ink jar, Perrin set aside the third sheet of paper and began a fourth. Pushing through the door, bow in hand, Ban Alcine rubbed an uneasy finger up and down his big nose.
"The Aiel are back,"
he said quietly, but his feet moved as if he could not make them be still.
"Trollocs coming from north and south. Thousands of them, Lord Perrin."
"Don't call me that," Perrin said absently, frowning at the page. He had no way with words. He certainly did not know how to say things in the fancy way women liked. All he could do was write what he felt. Dipping the pen again, he added a few lines. "I will not ask your forgiveness for what I did. I do not know if you could give it, but I will not ask. You are more precious to me than life. Never think I have abandoned you. When the sun shines on you, it is my smile. When you hear the breeze stir through the apple blossoms, it is my whisper that I love you. My love is yours forever. Perrin." For a moment he studied what he had written. It did not say enough, but it would have to do. He did not have the right words any more than he had time. Carefully blotting the damp ink with sand, he folded the pages together. He very nearly wrote Fail Bashir on the outside before making it Fail Ebara. He realized he did not even know if a wife took her husband's name in Saldeia. There were places where they did not. Well, she had married him in the Two Rivers. She would have to put up with Two Rivers customs. He placed the letter in the middle of the mantel over the fireplace. Perhaps it would reach her eventually. And adjusted the wide red marriage ribbon behind his collar so it hung down his lapels properly. He was supposed to wear it for 7 days, an announcement to everyone who saw him that he was newly wed. "I will try," he told the letter softly. Fail had tried to tie one in his beard. He wished he had let her.
"Pardon, Lord Perrin,"
Ban said, still shifting his feet anxiously.
"I didn't hear."
Aram was chewing his lip, his eyes wide and frightened.
"Time to see to the day's work,"
Perrin said. Perhaps the letter would reach her. Somehow. He took his bow from the table and slung it on his back. Axe and quiver already hung at his belt. "And don't call me that!" In front of the inn, the companions were gathered on their horses. Will Alcine with that fool wolf-head banner, the long staff resting on his stirrup iron. How long since Will had refused to carry the thing? The survivors of those who had joined him the first day jealously guarded the right now. Will, with his bow on his back and a sword at his hip, looked proud as an idiot. As Ban scrambled into his saddle, Perrin heard him say,
"The man is as cool as a winter pond. Like ice. Maybe it won't be so bad today."
He barely paid attention. The women were gathered on the green. They made a circle 5 or 6 deep around the tall pole where the larger red wolf head flapped out in a breeze. 5 or 6 deep, shoulder to shoulder, with pole arms made from scythes and pitchforks, and wood axes, and even stout kitchen knives and cleavers. Throat tight, he mounted Stepper and rode toward them. The children were a tight mass inside the circle of women. All the children in Emond's Field. Riding slowly along the ranks, he felt the women's eyes following him, and the children's. Fear scent and worry. The children showed it on their 2 pale faces, but all smelled of it. He reined in where Marin Alvear and Days Conger and the rest of the women's circle stood together. Alspet Luhan had one of her husband's hammers on her shoulder, and her white cloak helmet, acquired the night of her rescue, sat slightly crooked because of her thick braid. Nasa Ireland held a long-bladed carving knife firm in her hand, and had 2 more stuck behind her belt.
"We have planned this out,"
Days said, looking up at him as if she expected an argument and did not intend to allow it. She held a pitchfork, fastened to a pole nearly 3 feet taller than she, upright in front of her.
"If the Trollocs break through anywhere, you men are going to be busy, so we will take the children out. The older ones know what to do, and they've all played hide-and-seek in the woods. Just to keep them safe until they can come out."
The older ones. Boys and girls of 13 and 14 had toddlers strapped on their backs and held smaller children by the hand. Girls older than that stood in the ranks with the women. Bode Cawthon had a wood axe gripped in both hands, her sister Eldrin a boar spear with a broad point. Boys older were out with the men, or up on the thatched rooftops with their bows. The Tinkers were in with the children. Perrin glanced down at Aram, standing by his stirrup. They would not fight, but each adult had 2 babes fastened on his or her back, and another cradled in the crook of an elbow. Rayan and Isla, each with an arm around the other, would not look at him. Just to keep them safe until they could come out.
"I'm sorry."
He had to stop and clear his throat. He had not meant it to come to this. Think as hard as he could. Nothing else came that he could have done. Even giving himself to the Trollocs would not have stopped them killing and burning. The end would have been the same.
"It was not fair, what I did with Fail, but I had to. Please understand that. I had to."
"Don't be silly, Perrin,"
Alspet said, voice emphatic, but round face smiling warmly.
"I can never abide it when you're silly. Do you think we would expect you to do any different?"
A heavy cleaver in one hand, Marin reached up to pat his knee with the other.
"Any man worth cooking a meal for would have done the same."
"Thank you."
Light, but he sounded hoarse. In a minute he would be snuffling like a girl. But for some reason he could not smooth his voice. They must think him an idiot.
"Thank you. I shouldn't have fooled you, but she'd not have gone if she suspected."
"Oh, Perrin," Marin laughed. She actually laughed, with all they faced and smelling of fear as she did. He wished he had half her courage.
"We knew what you were up to before you ever put her on her horse, and I am not sure she didn't as well. Women do find themselves doing what they don't want, just to please you men. Now you go on and do what you have to. This is women's circle business,"
she added firmly. Somehow he managed to smile back at her.
"Yes, mistress,"
he said, knuckling his forehead.
"Beg pardon. I know enough to keep my nose out of that."
The women around her laughed in soft amusement as he turned Stepper away. Ban and Tell were riding right behind him, he realized, with the rest of the companions strung out after Will and the banner. He motioned the pair to come up beside him.
"If things go badly today,"
he said when they were on either side of him,
"the companions are to come back here and help the women. But—"
he cut Tell's protest short.
"You do what I say. If it goes wrong, you get the women and children out, you hear me?
They nodded, reluctantly, but they did it.
What about you?
Ban asked quietly. Perrin ignored him.
Aram, you stick with the companions.
Striding along between Stepper and Tell's shaggy horse, the tinker did not even look up.
I go where you go.
He said it simply, but his tone left no room for argument. He was going to do as he wanted, whatever Perrin said. Perrin wondered if real lords ever had problems like this. At the west end of the green, the white cloaks were all mounted, cloaks with the golden sunburst bright, helmets and armour gleaming, lance points shining, a long column of fours that stretched back between the nearest houses. They must have spent half the night polishing. Dane Bornhold and Jarrett Byer swung their horses to face Perrin. Bornhold sat straight in his saddle, but he smelled of apple brandy. Byer's gaunt face twisted with an even deeper rage than usual as he stared at Perrin.
I thought you would be at your places by now,
Perrin said. Bornhold frowned at his horse's mane, not answering. After a moment, Byer spat. "We are leaving here, Shadow Spawn." An angry mutter rose from the companions, but the hollow-eyed man ignored them as he did Aram's reaching over his shoulder to his sword hilt. "We will cut our way back to Watch Hill through your friends and rejoin the rest of our men." Leaving. Over 400 soldiers, leaving. White cloaks, but mounted soldiers, not farmers. Soldiers who had agreed, Bornhold had agreed, to support the Two Rivers men wherever the fighting was hottest. If Emmons Field was to have any chance at all, he had to hang on to these men. Stepper tossed his head and snorted as if catching his rider's mood.
Do you still believe I'm a dark friend, Bornhold? How many attacks have you seen so far? Those Trollocs have tried to kill me as much as anybody else.
Bornhold raised his head slowly, eyes haunted and at the same time half glazed. Hands in steel-backed gauntlets flexed on his reins unconsciously. "So you think I do not know by now that these defences were prepared without you? It was none of your doing, yes? I will not keep my men here to watch you feed your own villagers to the Trollocs. Will you dance atop a pile of their bodies when it is done, Shadowspawn? Not ours. I mean to live long enough to see you brought to justice." Perrin patted Stepper's neck to quiet the stallion. He had to keep these men.
You want me? Very well. When it's over, when the Trollocs are done, I'll not resist if you try to arrest me.
"No!" Ban and Tell shouted together, and growls built behind them from the others. Aram peered up at Perrin, stricken. "An empty promise," Bornhold sneered. "You mean everyone to die here save yourself."
You'll never know if you run away, will you?
Perrin made his voice hard and contemptuous.
I will keep my promise. But if you run, you might never find me again. Run, if you want. Run. And try to forget what happens here. All your talk of protecting people from Trollocs. How many died at Trolloc hands after you came? My family wasn't the first and certainly not the last. Run, or stay, if you can remember your men. If you need to find the courage, look at the women, Bornhold. Any one of them is braver than the whole lot of you white cloaks.
Bornhold shook as though every word were a blow. Perrin thought the man might fall out of his saddle. Swaying upright, Bornhold stared at him.
"We will remain," he said hoarsely.
"But my Lord Bornhold," Byer protested. "Clean!" Bornhold roared at him. "If we must die here, we will die clean!" He wrenched his head back to Perrin, spittle on his lips. "We will remain, but at the last I will see you dead, Shadowspawn. For my family, for my father, I will see you dead." Sawing his horse around roughly, he cantered back to his white-cloaked column. Byer bared his teeth in a wordless snarl at Perrin before following.
You do not mean to keep that promise?
Aram said anxiously. You cannot. I have to check everyone, Perrin said. Small chance he would live long enough to keep it. There isn't much time. He booted Stepper in the flanks, and the horse leaped forward toward the west end of the village. Behind the sharp stakes facing the westward, men crouched with their spears and halberds and polearms fashioned by Harald Luhan, who was there, in his blacksmith's vest, with a scythe blade on the end of an 8-foot shaft. Behind them stood the men with bows in ranks broken by 4 catapults, Abel Cawthon walking along slowly to speak to each man. Perrin reined in beside Abel. Word is they're coming from north and south, he said quietly. But keep a sharp eye.
We'll watch, and I'm ready to send half my men wherever they are needed. They'll not find Two Rivers folk easy meat.
Abel's grin was reminiscent of his son's. To Perrin's embarrassment, the men raised a ragged cheer as he rode by, with the companions and the banner at his heels.
Golden Eyes! Golden Eyes!
And now and then a
Lord Perrin!
He knew he should have stamped harder on that in the beginning. To the south, Tam had charge, more grim-faced than Abel, and striding almost like a warder, hand resting on his sword hilt. That wolfish, deadly grace looked strange on the blocky, grey-haired farmer. Yet his words to Perrin were not so different from Abel's.
We Two Rivers folk are a tougher lot than most know, he said quietly. Don't you worry, we will not do ourselves proud today.
Alana was at one of the 6 catapults here, fussing over a large stone being lifted into the cup on the end of the thick arm. Ivan sat his horse near her in his warder's colour-changing cloak, slender as a steel blade and alert as a hawk. There was no doubt he had chosen his ground, wherever Alana was, and his fight, to bring her out alive, whatever. He barely looked at Perrin. But the Aes Sedai paused, hands hovering over the stone, eyes following him as he passed. He could all but feel her weighing and measuring and judging. Those cheers followed him too. Where the hedge of stakes ran beyond the few houses east of the Winespring Inn, John Thane and Samuel Craw had charge between them. Perrin told them what he had Abel, and once again got much the same reply. John, in a mail shirt with holes rusted through in several places, had seen the smoke of his mill burning, and Samuel, with his horse face and long nose, was sure he had seen the smoke of his farm. Neither expected an easy day, but both wore stony determination like cloaks. It was to the north that Perrin had decided to make his fight. Fingering the ribbon hanging down one lapel, he peered in the direction of Watch Hill, the direction Fail had gone, and wondered why he had chosen the north side.
Fly free, Fail. Fly free, my heart.
He supposed it was as good a place to die as any. Bran supposedly was in charge here, in his steel cap and disc-sewn metal jerkin, but he stopped checking the men along the hedge to give Perrin as much of a bow as his girth would allow. Gaul and Chiad stood ready, heads wrapped in shufra, and faces hidden to the eyes behind black veils. Side by side, Perrin noted. Whatever had passed between them, it seemed to outweigh their clan's blood feud. Loyal had a pair of wood axes dwarfed in his huge hands, his tufted ears thrust forward fiercely, and his wide face was grim.
"Do you think I would run away?"
he had said when Perrin suggested he could slip off into the night after Fail. His ears had dropped with weariness and hurt.
"I came with you, Perrin, and I will stay until you go."
And then he had laughed suddenly, a deep booming sound that almost rattled the dishes.
"Perhaps someone will even tell a story of me one day. We do not go in for such things, but there could be an Ogier hero, I suppose. A joke, Perrin. I made a joke. Laugh. Come, we will tell each other jokes, and laugh, and think of Fail flying free."
"It is no joke, Loyal," Perrin murmured as he rode along the lines of men, trying not to listen to their cheers. "You are a hero, whether you want to be or not."
The Ogier gave him a tight, wide-mouthed grin before setting his eyes back on the cleared ground beyond the hedge. White striped sticks marked 100-pace intervals out to 500. Beyond that lay quilted fields, tobacco and barley, most trampled in earlier attacks, and hedges and low stone fences, and copses of leather-leaf, pine and oak. So many faces Perrin knew in those waiting ranks of men. Stout Eward Candwin and lantern-jawed Pate Alcar with spears. White-haired Buell Doutry, the Fletcher, stood with the bowmen, of course. There was stocky, grey-haired Jack Alcine and his bald cousin Wit, and gnarled Flan Lewin, a lanky beanpole like all of his male kin. James Torfin and Hugh Marwyn, among the first to ride after him. They had felt too uncomfortable to join the companions, as if missing the ambush in the waterwood had opened some gap between them and the others. Elam Doutry and Dav Ireland and Ewan Fingar, Harry Coplin and his brother Darl, and old Billy Conger, Beirin Thane, the miller's brother, and fat Athan Dern, and Kevrim Al-Azar, whose grandsons had grown sons, and Tuck Padwin, the carpenter, and... Making himself stop counting them, Perrin rode to where Verin stood beside one of the catapults under the watchful eye of Thomas on his grey. The plump, brown-clad Aes Sedai studied Aram a moment before turning her bird-like gaze up to Perrin, one eyebrow raised, as if to question why he was bothering her.
"I am a little surprised to see you and Alana still here," he told her. "Hunting girls who can learn to channel can't be worth getting killed, or keeping a string tied to a taviran, either."
"Is that what we're doing?"
Folding her hands at her waist, she tilted her head to one side thoughtfully.
"No," she said at last. "I do not think we could go quite yet. You are a very interesting study, as much as Rand in your own way, and young Matt. Could I only split myself into 3, I would latch one onto each of you and follow you every moment of the day and night, even if I had to marry you."
"I already have a wife."
It felt odd saying that. Odd and good. He had a wife, and she was safe. She shattered his moment of reverie.
"Yes, you do, but you do not know what marrying Zareen Bashir means, do you?"
She reached up to turn his axe in its loop on his belt, studying it.
"When are you going to give this up for the hammer?"
Staring at the Aes Sedai, he reined Stepper back a pace, pulling the axe out of her hands before he knew it. What marrying Fahyil meant? Give up the axe? What did she mean? What did she know?
"Eat him!"
The guttural roar rose like thunder, and Trollocs appeared, each half again as tall as a man and twice as wide, trotting into the fields to halt beyond bowshot, a hulking, black-mailed mass, deep and stretching the length of the village. Thousands of them packed together, huge faces distorted by beaks and snouts, heads with horns or feathered crests, spikes at elbows and shoulders, scythe-curved swords and spiked axes, hooked spears and barbed tridents, a seemingly endless sea of cruel weapons. Behind them, Murdral galloped up and down on midnight horses, raven black cloaks hanging undisturbed as they whirled their mounts.
"Eat him!"
Interesting, Verin murmured. Perrin would not have thought that was the word. This was the first time the Trollocs had shouted anything understandable. Not that he had any idea what it meant. Smoothing his marriage ribbon, he forced himself to ride calmly to the centre of the Two Rivers line. The companions formed behind him, the breeze lifting the banner with its red wolf head. Aram had his sword out in both hands.
"Be ready,"
Perrin called. His voice was steady. He could not believe it.
"Eat him!"
And the black tide rolled forward, howling wordlessly. Fahyil was safe. Nothing else mattered. He would not let himself see the faces of the men stretched out to either side of him. He heard the same howls drifting from the south. Both sides at once. They had never tried that before. Fahyil was safe.
At 400 paces! All along the ranks, bows rose together. Closer the howling mass came, long, thick legs eating ground. Closer. Loose! The snap of bowstrings was lost in the Trolloc roar, but a goose-fletched hail streaked the sky as it arced out, plunged down into the black-mailed horde. Stones from the catapults erupted in fiery balls and sharp splinters in those seething ranks. Trollocs fell. Perrin saw them go down, trampled beneath boots and hooves. Even some Murdral fell. Yet the tidal wave rushed on, closing holes and gaps apparently undiminished. There was no need to order another volley. A second followed the first as quickly as men could knock arrows, a second rain of broadhead points rising before the first dropped, the third following behind, the fourth, the fifth. Fire exploded among the Trollocs as fast as the catapult arms could be winched down, Verin galloping from catapult to lean down from her saddle. And the huge, bellowing forms came on, crying in no language Perrin understood, but crying for blood, human blood and flesh. Men crouching behind the stakes readied themselves, hefting their weapons. Perrin felt cold inside. He could see the ground behind the Trolloc charge already littered with their dead and dying, yet it hardly seemed they were fewer. Stepper pranced nervously, but he could not hear the Dun's wicker for the rolling howls of Trollocs. The axe came into his hand smoothly, long half-moon blade and thick spike catching the sunlight. Not midday yet. My heart is yours forever, Fail. This time he did not think the stakes would... Not even slowing, the front rank of Trollocs ran onto the sharp stakes, faces contorted by snouts or beaks, twisting with pained shrieks, howling as they were impaled, driven down by more huge shapes scrambling up over their backs, some of those falling among the stakes replaced by more, always more. One last volley of arrows drove home at point-blank range, and then it was the spears and halberds and homemade polearms, thrusting and stabbing at towering forms in black mail, sometimes falling while the bowmen shot as best they could at the inhuman faces above their friends' heads. Boys shooting down from the rooftops as well, madness and death and ear-splitting roars and screams and howls. Slowly, inexorably, the two rivers' line bulged inward at a dozen places. If it broke anywhere... "Fall back!" Perrin bellowed. A boar-snouted Trolloc, already bleeding, forced its way through the ranks of men, shrieking and striking with its thick, curved sword. Perrin's axe split its head to the snout. Stepper was trying to rear, screaming silently in the din. "Fall back!" Darl Coplin went down, clutching a thigh transfixed by a wrist-thick spear. Old Billy Conger tried to drag him backward while awkwardly wielding a boar spear. Harry Coplin swung his halberd in defence of his brother, mouth wide in a seemingly soundless shout. "Fall back between the houses!" He was not sure whether others heard and passed the order, or the mountainous weight of Trollocs simply pressed in, but slowly, one grudging step at a time, the humans moved back. Loyal swung his bloodied axes like mallets, wide mouth snarling. Beside the Ogier, Bran thrust his spear grimly. He had lost his steel cap, and blood ran in his fringe of grey hair. From his stallion, Tomas carved a space around Verin, hair in wild disarray. She had lost her horse. Balls of fire streaked from her hands, and every Trolloc struck exploded in flames as if soaked in oil. Not enough to hold. The two rivers' men edged back, jostling around Stepper. Gaul and Chiad fought back to back. She had only one spear left, and he slashed and stabbed with his heavy knife. Back. To west and east men had curved out from the defences there to keep the Trollocs from flanking them, pouring arrows in. Not enough. Back. Suddenly, a huge ram-horned shape was trying to pull Perrin out of the saddle, trying to climb up after him. Thrashing, Stepper went down under the combined weight. Leg pinned and pained near to breaking, Perrin struggled to bring his axe around, to fight hands bigger than an Ogier's away from his throat. The Trolloc screamed as Aram's sword sliced into its neck. Even as it collapsed atop Perrin, spraying blood, the tinker spun smoothly to run another Trolloc through the middle. Grunting with pain, Perrin kicked his way clear, aided by Stepper scrambling to his feet, but there was no time to think of remounting. He barely rolled aside as a black horse's hooves stamped where his head had been. Pale, eyeless face snarling, the Fade leaned from its saddle as he tried to rise, dead black sword slashing, brushing his hair as he dropped.
Ruthlessly, he swung his axe, chopping one of the horse's legs out from under it. Horse and rider toppled together. As they fell, he buried his axe where the half-man's eyes should have been. He wrenched the blade free in time to see Daze Conger's pitchfork tines take a goat-snouted Trolloc in the throat. It seized the long shaft with one hand, stabbing a barbed spear at her with the other, but Marin Alvia calmly hamstrung it with one blow of her cleaver. The leg gave way, and she just as coolly severed the Trolloc's spine at the base of its neck. Another Trolloc lifted Bode Cawthon into the air by her braid. Mouth wide in a terrified scream, she sank her wood-axe into its mailed shoulder, just as her sister, Eldrin, thrust her boar-spear through its chest, and grey-braided Nasa Ireland drove a thick butchering knife in as well. All up and down the line, as far as Perrin could see, the women were there. Their numbers were the only reason the line still held, almost driven back against the houses. Women among the men, shoulder to shoulder, some no more than girls, but then some of those men had never shaved yet. Some never would. Where were the white cloaks? The children. If the women were here, there was no one to get the children out. Where are the bloody white cloaks? If they came now, at least they might buy another few minutes. A few minutes to get the children away. A boy, the same dark-haired runner who had come for him the night before, seized his arm as he turned to search for the companions. The companions had to try to cut a way out for the children. He would send them, and do what he could here.
"Lord Perrin!"
The boy shouted at him through the deafening din.
"Lord Perrin!"
Perrin tried to shake him off, then snatched him up, kicking under one arm. He belonged with the other children. Split up, in tight ranks stretching from house to house, Ban and Tell and the other companions were shooting from their saddles over the heads of the men and women. Will had driven the banner's staff into the ground so he could work his bow, too. Somehow Tell had managed to catch up Stepper. The Dun's reins were tied to Tell's saddle. The boy could go on Stepper's back.
"Lord Perrin, please listen. Master Althor says somebody's attacking the Trollocs. Lord Perrin!"
Perrin was halfway to Tell, hobbling on his bruised leg, when it penetrated. He stuffed the axe haft through his belt to hoist the boy up in front of his face by the shoulders. "Attacking them? Who?"
"I don't know, Lord Perrin. Master Althor said to tell you he thought he heard somebody shouting, 'Devon ride!'"
Aram grabbed Perrin's arm, wordlessly pointing with his bloody sword. Perrin turned in time to see a hail of arrows plunge into the Trollocs. From the north. Another flight was already rising toward the top of its arc. "Go back to the other children," he said, setting the boy down. He had to be up where he could see. "Go! You did well, boy," he added as he ran awkwardly for Stepper. The little fellow scampered back into the village, grinning. Every step sent a jolt of pain up Perrin's leg. Maybe the thing was broken. He had no time to worry about that. Seizing the reins Tell tossed him, he hauled himself up into his saddle, and wondered if he was seeing what he wanted to see instead of what was really there. Beneath a red eagle banner, at the edge of where the fields had been, stood long rows of men in farmers' clothes, shooting their bows methodically. And beside the banner, Fail sat Swallow's saddle, Bane at her stirrup. It had to be Bane behind that black veil, and he could see Fail's face clearly. She looked excited, fearful, terrified and exuberant. She looked beautiful. Modral were trying to turn some of the Trollocs around, trying to lead a charge against the Watch Hill men, but it was useless. Even Trollocs who did turn went down before they covered 50 strides. A fade and its horse fell, not to arrows, but to panicked Trolloc hands and spears. It was the Trollocs moving back now, then running in a frenzy, fleeing shots from both sides once the Emmons field men had room to lift bows too. Trollocs falling, Modral going down. It was a slaughter, but Perrin hardly saw. Fail. The same boy appeared at his stirrup.
"Lord Perrin!"
he shouted, to be heard above cheering now, men and women shouting for joy and relief as the last Trollocs who had not made it out of bow range fell. Not many had, Perrin believed, but he was barely able to think. Fail. The boy tugged at his breeches leg.
"Lord Perrin, Master Althor said to tell you the Trollocs are breaking, and they are shouting 'Devon ride!'
The men, I mean, I heard them.
Perrin bent to ruffle the boy's curly hair. "What's your name, lad?"
Jane Bara. Lord Perrin, I'm your cousin, I think. Sort of, anyway.
Perrin squeezed his eyes shut for a moment to keep the tears in. Even when he opened them, his hand still trembled on the lad's head. "Well, Cousin James, you tell your children about it today. You tell your grandchildren. Your grandchildren's children."
I'm not going to have any, James said stoutly. Girls are horrible. They laugh at you and they don't like to do anything worth doing, and you never understand what they're saying.
"I think one day you'll find out they're the opposite of horrible. Some of it won't change, but that will. Fail." James looked doubtful, but then he brightened, a wide grin spreading across his face.
"Wait till I tell Had Lord Perrin called me cousin."
And he darted away to tell Had, who would have children too, and all the other boys who would, one day. The sun stood straight overhead. An hour, maybe. It had all taken no more than an hour. It felt like a lifetime. Stepper moved forward, and he realized he must have dug his heels in. Cheering people made way for the dun, and he hardly heard them. There were great gaps where Trollocs had broken down the stakes with sheer weight of numbers. He rode through one over a mound of dead Trollocs and never noticed. Dead Trollocs bristling with arrows carpeted the open ground, and here and there a pin-cushioned fade flailed and thrashed. He saw none of it. He had eyes for only one thing. Fail. She started out from the Watch Hill men, pausing to stop Bane from following, and rode to meet him. She rode so gracefully, as if the black mare were part of her, slimly erect, guiding Swallow more with her knees than the reins, held so casually in one hand. The red marriage ribbon still twined through her hair, the ends dangling past her shoulders. He must find her flowers. For a moment those tilted eyes studied him, her mouth. Surely she could not be uncertain, but she smelled it. "I said I would go," she said finally, holding her head high. Swallow danced sideways, neck arched, and Fail mastered the mare without seeming to notice. "I did not say how far. You cannot say I did." He could not say anything. She was so beautiful. He just wanted to look at her. To see her. Beautiful, alive. With him. Her scent was clean sweat with just the slightest hint of herbal soap. He was not sure whether he wanted to laugh or cry. Maybe both. He wanted to pull all the smell of her into his lungs. Frowning, she went on. "They were ready, Perrin. Truly they were. I barely had to say anything to convince them to come. The Trollocs had hardly bothered them at all, but they could see the smoke. We travelled hard, Bane and I, and reached Watch Hill well before first light, and we started back as soon as the sun rose." Her frown became a wide smile, eager and proud. Such a beautiful smile. Her dark eyes sparkled. "They followed me, Perrin. They followed me. Even Tenobia has never led men in battle. She wanted to once when I was 8, but Father had a talk with her alone in her chambers, and when he rode off to the Blight she stayed behind." With a rueful grin, she added, "I think you and he use the same methods sometimes. Tenobia exiled him, but she was only 16, and the Council of Lords managed to change her mind after a few weeks. She will be blue with envy when I tell her." Again she paused, this time drawing a deep breath and planting a fist on her hip. "Aren't you going to say anything?" she demanded impatiently. "Are you just going to sit there like a hairy lump? I did not say I would leave the 2 rivers. You said that, not I. You've no right to be angry because I did not do what I never promised. And you trying to send me away because you thought you were going to die? I came back to—" "I love you." It was all he could say. But strangely it seemed to be enough. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than she reined Swallow close enough to throw an arm around him and press her face against his chest. She seemed to be trying to squeeze him in too. He stroked her dark hair gently, just feeling the silkiness of it. Just feeling her. "I was so afraid I would be too late," she said into his coat.
The Watch Hill men marched as fast as they could, but when we arrived and I saw the Trollocs fighting right in among the houses, so many of them, as if the village were being buried in an avalanche, and I couldn't see you."
She drew a shivering breath and let it out slowly. When she spoke again, her voice was calmer. Just.
"Did the men from Devon Ride come?"
He gave a start, and his hand stopped stroking.
Yes, they did. How did you know? Did you arrange that, too?
She began shaking. It took him a moment to know she was laughing.
"No, my heart, though I would have if I could. When that man came with his message, 'We are coming,' I hoped that was what it meant."
Pulling her face back a little, she looked up at him seriously.
"I could not tell you, Perrin. I could not raise your hopes when I only suspected. It would have been too cruel if... Don't be angry with me, Perrin."
Laughing, he lifted her out of her saddle and set her sideways in front of his. She laughed her protests and stretched across the high pommel to put both arms around him.
"I will never, ever be angry with you.
She cut him off with a hand over his mouth.
"Mother says the worst thing Father ever did to her was vow never to be angry with her. It took her a year to force him to take it back, and she says he was hardly fit to live with long before then from holding in. You will be angry with me, Perrin, and I with you. If you want to make me another wedding vow, vow you will not hide it when you are. I cannot deal with what you will not let me see, my husband."
"My husband," she repeated in a satisfied tone, snuggling against him. "I do like the sound of that." He noticed she did not say she would always let him know when she was angry. On past experience, he would have to discover it the hard way at least half the time. And she made no promises not to keep secrets from him again either. Right then it did not matter so long as she was with him.
"I will let you know when I'm angry, my wife,"
he promised. She gave him a slanted look, as if she was not sure how to take that.
"You won't ever come to understand them, Cousin James. But you won't care."
Abruptly he became aware of the dead Trollocs all around him, like a black field full of feathered weeds, the thrashing Murdral still refusing to die finally. Slowly he turned stepper. A slaughter yard, and a shambles of shadow spawn stretching for hundreds of paces in every direction. Crows hopped across the ground already, and vultures soared overhead in a huge milling cloud. No ravens, though. And the same to the south, according to James. He could see the vultures wheeling beyond the village for proof. Not enough to repay for Dissel or Adora or Little Pate, or... Not enough. It would never be enough. Nothing could ever repay for them. He hugged Fail, hard enough to make her grunt, but when he tried to ease up, she put her hands on his arms, gripping just as hard to keep them where they were. She was enough. People were streaming out of Emmons Field, Bran limping and using his spear for a staff, Marin smiling with an arm around him, Days being hugged by her husband, Wit, and Gaul and Chiad hand in hand with their veils down. Loyal's ears drooped wearily, and Tam had blood on his face, and Flan Lewin was standing only with the help of his wife, Aideen. There was blood on nearly everyone, and hasty bandages. But they came out in a widening throng, Elam and Dav, Ewan and Aram, Eward Candwin and Buel Dowtry, Hugh and Tad, the stablemen from the Winespring Inn, Ban and Tell and the companions riding with that banner still. This time he did not see the missing faces, only those who were still there. Verin and Alana on their horses, with Tomas and Ivan riding close behind, old Billy Conga waving a jug that surely held ale, or better yet brandy, and Sen Buey, as gnarled as ever if bruised, and Jack Alcine with an arm around his wife, and his sons and daughters around him with their wives and husbands, Rayan and Isla still with the babes on their backs. More. Faces he did not know at all, men who must be from Devon Ride and the farms down there, boys and girls running among them, laughing. They fanned out to either side, forming a great hollow circle with the Watch Hill men, Fail and him at its centre. Everyone avoided the dying fades, but it was as if they did not see the shadow spawn lying everywhere, only the pair on Stepper.
Silently they watched, until Perrin began to feel nervous.
Why doesn't somebody say something? Why are they staring like that?
The white cloaks appeared, riding slowly out of the village in their long, gleaming column of fours, Dane Bornhold at their head with Jarret Byer. Every white cloak shone as though freshly laundered. Every lance slanted at precisely the same angle. Sullen mutters rose, but people moved aside to let them enter the circle. Bornhold raised a gauntleted hand, halting the column in a jingle of bridles and creak of saddles, when he faced Perrin. "It is done, Shadowspawn." Byer's mouth quivered on the brink of a snarl, but Bornhold's face never changed. His voice never rose. "The Trollocs are done here. As we agreed, I arrest you now for dark friend and murderer."
No!
Fail twisted around to stare up at Perrin, eyes angry.
What does he mean, as you agreed?
Her words were nearly drowned by the roar from every side.
"No! No! And you will not take him! And Golden Eyes!"
Keeping his gaze on Bornhold, Perrin lifted a hand, and silence descended slowly. When all was quiet, he said,
"I said I would not resist, if you aided."
Surprising how calm his voice was. Inside he seethed with a slow, cold anger.
"If you aided, White Cloak, where were you?"
The man did not answer. Daze Conger stepped out from the encircling throng with Wit, who clung to her as if he never intended to let go of her again. For that matter, her stout arm was wrapped around Wit's shoulders in much the same fashion. They made an odd picture as she planted her pitchfork polearm firmly, her the taller by a head and holding her considerably smaller husband as though she meant to protect him.
"They were on the green," she announced loudly, "all lined up and sitting their horses, pretty as girls ready for a dance at Sunday. They never stirred. It was that made us come."
A fierce murmur of agreement rippled from the women.
"When we saw you were about to be overrun, and they just sat there like bumps on a log."
Bornhold did not take his eyes from Perrin for an instant. He did not even blink. "Did you think I would trust you?" he sneered. "Your plan only failed because these others arrived, yes? And you can claim no part in that." Fail shifted. Without looking away from the man, Perrin laid a finger across her lips just as she opened her mouth. She bit him hard, but she did not say anything. Bornhold's voice finally began to rise. "I will see you hang, Shadowspawn. I will see you hang, whatever it takes. I will see you dead, if the world burns!" The last came as a shout. Byer's sword slid a hand of bare steel from its scabbard. A massive white cloak behind him, Faran, Perrin thought his name was, drew his completely, with a pleased smile rather than Byer's toothy snarl. They froze as quivers rattled to arrows being drawn, and bows came up all around the circle, fletchings drawn to ear, every broadhead shaft pointed at a white cloak. Up and down the thick column, high-cantled saddles creaked as men shifted uneasily. Bornhold showed no sign of fear, and he did not smell of it either. His scent was all hate. He ran almost fevered eyes over the two rivers folk encircling his men, and returned them to Perrin just as hot and hate-filled. Perrin motioned downward, and tension was let off bowstrings reluctantly. Bows lowered slowly.
"You would not help."
His voice was cold iron, anvil hard.
"Since you came to the two rivers, the help you've given has been almost accidental. You never really cared if people were burned out, killed, so long as you could find somebody to call dark friend."
Bornhold shivered, though his eyes still burned.
"It is time for you to go. Not just from Emmons Field. It is time for you to gather up your white cloaks and leave the two rivers. Now, Bornhold. You are going now."
"I will see you hang one day," Bornhold said softly. He jerked his hand for the column to follow, and booted his horse forward as if he meant to ride Perrin over. Perrin moved Stepper aside. He wanted these men gone, not more killing. Let the man have a final gesture of defiance. Bornhold never turned his head, but hollow-cheeked Baya stared silent hate at Perrin, and Faran seemed to look at him with regret for some reason. The others kept their eyes front as they passed in a jingle of tack and the clop of hooves. Silently the circle opened to let them out, heading north. A knot of 10 or 12 men approached Perrin on foot, some in mismatched bits and pieces of old armour, all grinning anxiously as the last of the white cloaks went by. He did not recognize any of them. A wide-nosed, leathery-faced fellow seemed to be their leader, his white hair bare, but a rusty mail shirt covering him to the knees, though the collar of a farmer's coat poked up around his neck. He bowed awkwardly over his bow.
Jerinvar Barstair, my Lord Perrin. Jer, they call me.
He spoke hurriedly as if afraid of being interrupted.
Pardon for bothering you. Some of us will see the white cloaks along, if that's all right with you. A good many want to get on home, even if we can't get there before dark. There's as many white cloaks again in Watch Hill, but they would not come. Had orders to hold fast, they said. Bunch of fools, if you ask me, and we're more than tired of having them around, poking their noses into people's houses and trying to make you accuse your neighbour of something. We'll see them off, if that's all right with you.
He gave Fail an abashed look, ducking his broad chin, but the flow of words did not slow.
Pardon, my Lady Fail, didn't mean to bother you and your lord, just wanted to let him know we're with him. A fine woman you have there, my lord, a fine woman. No offence meant, my lady. Well, we've daylight still, and Torque shears no sheep. Pardon for bothering you, my Lord Perrin. Pardon, my Lady Fail.
He bowed again, imitated by the others, and they hurried away with him herding them, muttering at them.
No time for us to be bothering the Lord and his lady. There's work to do yet.
Who was that? Perrin said, a trifle stunned by the torrent. Days and Sen together could not talk that much. Do you know him, Fail? From Watch Hill?
Master Barstair is the mayor of Watch Hill, and the others are the village council. The Watch Hill Women's Circle will be sending a delegation down under their wisdom once they're certain it is safe, to see if this Lord Perrin is right for the two rivers, they say, but they all wanted me to show them how to curtsy to you, and the wisdom, Edel Galen, is bringing you some of her dried apple tarts.
Oh, burn me, he breathed. It was spreading. He knew he should have stamped it down hard in the beginning.
Don't call me that!
He shouted after the departing men.
I'm a blacksmith! Do you hear me? A blacksmith!
Jer Barstair turned to wave at him and nod before hurrying the others on. Chortling, Fail tugged at his beard.
You are a sweet fool, my Lord Blacksmith. It is too late to turn back now.
Suddenly her smile became truly wicked.
Husband, is there any possibility you might be alone with your wife any time soon? Marriage seems to have made me as bold as a Domani gull. I know you must be tired, but...
She cut off with a small shriek and clung to his coat as he booted Stepper to a gallop toward the Winespring Inn. For once, the cheers that followed did not bother him at all.
Golden eyes! Lord Perrin! Golden eyes!
From the thick branch of a leafy oak on the edge of the westwood, Ordaith stared at Emmonsfield, a mile to the south. It was impossible.
Scourge them, flay them.
Everything had been going according to plan. Even Isam had played into his hands.
Why did the fool stop bringing Trollocs? He should have brought in enough to turn the two rivers black with them.
Spittle dripped from his lips, but he did not notice, any more than he realized that his hand was fumbling at his belt.
Harry them till their hearts burst. Harrow them into the ground, screaming.
All planned to pull Randall Thor to him, and it came to this. The two rivers had not even been scratched. A few farms burned did not count, nor a few farmers butchered alive for Trolloc cookpots.
I want the two rivers to burn, burn so the fire lives in men's memories for 1,000 years.
He studied the banner waving over the village, and the one not that far below him,
a scarlet wolf head on scarlet-bordered white, and a red eagle, red for the blood the two rivers must shed to make Randall Thor howl. Manetherin. That's meant to be Manetherin's banner. Someone had told them of Manetherin, had they? What did these fools know of the glories of Manetherin? Manetherin. Yes. There was more than one way to scourge them. He laughed so hard he nearly fell out of the oak, before he realized that he was not holding on with both hands, that one gripped his belt where a dagger should have hung. The laugh twisted into a snarl as he stared at that hand. The white tower held what had been stolen from him, what was his by right as old as the Trolloc Wars. He let himself drop to the ground and scrambled onto his horse before looking at his companions, his hounds. The 30 or so white cloaks remaining no longer wore their white cloaks, of course. Rust spotted their dull plate and mail, and Bornhold would never have recognized those sullen, suspicious faces, dirty and unshaven. The humans watched Ordaith, distrustful, yet afraid, not even glancing at the Murdral in their midst, its slug-pale, eyeless face as bleakly wooden as theirs. The halfman feared Isam would find it. Isam had not at all been pleased when that raid on Taran Ferry let so many escape to carry word of what was happening in the two rivers. Ordaith giggled at the thought of Isam discomfited. The man was a problem for another time, if he still lived. "We ride for Tarvalon," he snapped, hard-riding to beat Bornhold to the ferry. Manetherin's banner, raised again in the two rivers after all these centuries. How the red eagle had harried him so long ago. But Camelin first. Scourge them and flay them. Let the two rivers pay first, and then Randall Thor, and then... Laughing, he galloped north through the forest, not looking back to see if the others followed. They would. They had nowhere else to go now. Chapter 57. A Breaking in the Threefold Land. The molten afternoon sun broiled the waste, flinging shadows across the mountains to the north, just ahead now. The dry hills passed beneath Jayardian's hooves, high and low like swells in an ocean of cracked clay, miles rolling away behind. The mountains had held Rand's eyes since they first came in sight the day before, not snow-capped, not so tall as the mountains of mist, much less the spine of the world, but jagged slabs of brown and grey stone, streaked in some places with yellow or red or bands of glittering flecks, tumbled about so that a man might think to try the dragon wall afoot first. Sighing, he settled in his saddle and adjusted the shuffa he wore with his red coat. In those mountains lay Alcaia Dal. Soon there would be an ending of sorts, or a beginning. Maybe both. Soon, perhaps. Yellow-haired Adalin strode easily ahead of the dapple stallion, and 9 more sun-dark Far Darius Mai made a wide ring around him, all with bucklers and spears in hand, cased bows on their backs, black veils dangling on their chests ready to be lifted. Rand's honour guard. The Aiel did not call it that, yet the maidens came to Alcaia Dal for Rand's honour. So many differences, and he did not know what half really were even when he saw them. For instance, Avienda's behaviour toward the maidens, and theirs to her. Most of the time, as now, she walked beside his horse with her arms folded in the shawl around her shoulders, green eyes intent beneath her dark headscarf on the mountains ahead. She seldom spoke with the maidens beyond a word or two, but that was not the oddity. Her arms folded, that was the heart of it. The maidens knew she wore the ivory bracelet, yet seemed to pretend not to see it. She would not take it off, yet hid her wrist whenever she thought one of them might be looking. "You have no society," Adalin had told him when he suggested some other than the Maidens of the Spear might provide his escort. Each chief, whether of clan or sept, would be accompanied by men from the society he had belonged to before becoming chief. "You have no society,"
but your mother was a maiden."
The yellow-haired woman and the other 9 had not looked at Avienda, a few steps away in the entry hall to Lian's roof. They had not looked intently.
"For countless years, maidens who would not give up the spear have given their babes for the wise ones to hand to other women, none knowing where the child went or even whether boy or girl. Now a maiden's son has come back to us, and we know him. We will go to Al-Qaedal for your honor, son of Shail, a maiden of the Chumai Ta'adad."
Her face was so set, all of their faces were, including Avienda's, that he thought they might offer to dance the spears if he refused. When he accepted, they made him go through that ritual of remember honor again, this time with some drink called usquai, made from zemai. Drinking to the bottom of a small silver cup with each of them. 10 maidens, 10 little cups. The stuff looked like faintly brown-tinged water, tasted almost like it, and was stronger than double-distilled brandy. He had not been able to walk straight after, and they had got him to bed, laughing at him no matter how he protested. As much as he could, with all of them tickling him so he could barely breathe for laughing himself. All but Avienda. Not that she went away. She stayed and watched the whole thing with a face as blank as stone. When Ardelin and the others finally tucked him into his blankets and left, Avienda sat down beside the door, spreading her dark, heavy skirts, watching him stonily until he fell asleep. At his waking, she was still there, still watching, and refusing to talk about maidens or usquai or any of it. As far as she was concerned, it seemed not to have happened. Whether the maidens would have been as reticent, he did not know. How could you possibly look 10 women in the face and ask why they had gotten you drunk and made a game of taking your clothes off and putting you to bed? So many differences, so few that made much sense that he could see, and no telling which might trip him up and ruin all his plans. Yet he could not afford to wait. He glanced over his shoulder. What was done was done. And who can say what's yet to come? Well behind, the Ta'adad followed him. Not just the 9 Valley Ta'adad and the Jindo, but the Miadi and the Four Stones, the Chumai and the Bloody Water, and more. Broad columns surrounding the peddlers' lurching wagons and the Wise Ones party, reaching back 2 miles through the shimmering heat haze, ringed by scouts and outrunners. Every day more had come in response to the runners Ruark had sent that first day. 100 men and maidens here, 300 there, 500 according to the size of each sept and what each hold needed to keep for safety. In the distance, to the south and west, another band was approaching at a run, trailing dust for their pace. Perhaps they belonged to some other clan on its way to Al-Qaedal, but he thought not. Only 2/3 of the septs represented yet, but he estimated there were well over 15,000 to Ardad Ayil strung out behind him. An army on the march, and still growing. Nearly an entire clan coming to a meeting of chiefs, in violation of all custom. Suddenly Jayardian topped a rise, and there, in a long wide hollow below, was the fair gathered for the meeting, and on the hills beyond, the camps of the clan and sept chiefs who had already arrived. Spread among 200 or 300 of the low, wall-less tents, all widely spaced, were pavilions of the same greyish-brown material that were tall enough to stand beneath, with goods displayed on blankets in the shade, brightly glazed pottery and even brighter rugs, jewellery in silver or gold. Ayil crafts mainly, but there would be things from beyond the waste as well, including perhaps silk and ivory from far to the east. No one seemed to be trading. The few men and women in sight sat in one or another of the pavilions, usually alone. Of the 5 camps scattered on heights around the fair, 4 looked just as empty, only a few dozen men or maidens stirring amid tents set up for as many as 1,000. The 5th camp sprawled over twice as much ground as any of the others, with hundreds of people visible, and likely as many more inside the tents. Ruark trotted up the hill behind Rand with his 10 Ayathan Dor, red shields, followed by Hen with 10 Tain Shari, Truebloods, and 40-odd more sept chiefs with their escorts for honour, all with spears and bucklers, bows and quivers. It made a formidable force, more than had taken the Stone of Tyr. Some of the Aiel in the camps and among the pavilions were peering at the hilltop. Not at the Aiel gathered there, Rand suspected. At him, a man on a horse. A thing seen very seldom in the Threefold Land. He would show them more before he was done. Ruark's gaze settled on the largest camp, where more Aiel in Cadin Sor were boiling out of the tents, all to stare in their direction.
"Shido, unless I mistake myself," he said quietly. "Couladin, you are not the only one to break custom, Randall thought."
Perhaps as well I did. Rand dragged the shuffa from around his head and stuffed it into his coat pocket atop the angreal, the carving of a round-faced man with a sword across his knees. The sun began baking his bare head to show him how much protection the cloth had been. If we had come according to custom! The Shido were loping toward the mountains, leaving behind apparently empty tents, and causing some little stir in the other camps and the fair. The Aiel gave over staring at a man on a horse to peer after the Shido. Could you have forced a way into Al-Qaedal against 2-to-1 odds or better, Ruark?
Not before nightfall, the clan chief replied slowly. Not even against Shido dog robbers. This is more than violation of custom. Even Shido should have more honor than this. Angry mutters of agreement rose from the other Ta'ardad on the hilltop, except the maidens. For some reason they had gathered around Avienda off to one side, talking seriously among themselves. Ruark spoke a few quiet words to one of his red shields, a green-eyed fellow who looked as if his face had been used to pound fence posts, and the man turned downhill, running swiftly back toward the approaching Ta'ardad.
"Did you expect this?" Ruark asked Rand as soon as the red shield left. "Is that why you summoned the entire clan?"
Not this exactly, Ruark. The Shido began forming lines before a narrow gap into the mountains. They were veiling themselves. But there was no other reason for Couladin to leave in the night except that he was eager to be somewhere. And where would he better like to be than here? Causing me trouble. Are the others already in Al-Qaedal?
Why? The opportunity presented by Chief's meeting is not to be missed, Randothor. There will be discussions of boundary disputes, grazing rights, a dozen things. Water. If 2 Aiel from different clans meet, they discuss water. 3 from 3 clans, and they discuss water and grazing.
And 4? Rand asked. 5 clans represented already, and the Ta'ardad made 6. Ruark hesitated a moment, hefting one of his short spears unconsciously.
4 will dance the spears. But it should not be so here.
The Ta'ardad parted to let the wise ones through, shawls over their heads, with Moraine and Lan and Egwene riding behind. Egwene and the Aes Sedai wore those white cloths around their temples in damp imitation of the Aiel women's headscarves. Mat rode up too, off by himself, black-hafted spear across his pommel. His wide-brimmed hat shadowed his face as he studied what lay ahead. The warder nodded to himself when he saw the Shido.
"That could be messy," he said softly.
His black stallion rolled an eye at Rand's dapple. Only that, and Lan was intent on the Aiel ranks before the gap. Yet he patted Mandab's neck soothingly.
"But not now, I think. Not now," Ruark agreed.
"If only you would allow me to go in with you."
Except for that one slight hitch, Moraine's voice was as serene as ever. Cool calm painted her ageless features, but her dark eyes looked at Rand as if her gaze alone could force him to relent. Amis's long pale hair, hanging below her shawl, swung as she shook her head firmly. "It is not his decision, Aes Sedai. This is the business of chiefs, men's business. If we let you go into Al-Qaedal now, the next time wise ones meet, or roof mistresses, some clan chief will want to put his nose in. They think we meddle in their affairs, and often try to meddle in ours." She gave Ruark a quick smile meant to convey that she did not include him. Her husband's lack of expression told Rand he thought otherwise. Melaine gripped her shawl under her chin, precisely staring at Rand. If she did not agree with Moraine, at least she mistrusted what he would do. He had hardly slept since leaving Cold Rocks. If they had peered into his dreams, they had seen only nightmares.
"Be careful, Rand al'Thor," Bear said, as if she had read his thoughts. "A tired man makes mistakes. You cannot afford mistakes today."
She pulled her shawl down around her thin shoulders, and her thin voice took on an almost angry note.
"We cannot afford for you to make mistakes. The Aiel cannot afford it."
The coming of more riders to the hilltop had drawn eyes back to them. Among the pavilions, several hundred Aiel, men in cadinsaw and long-haired women in skirts and blouses and shawls, made a watchful crowd. Its attention shifted when Kadir's dusty white wagon appeared behind its team of mules off to the right, with the heavy, cream-coated peddler on the driver's seat, and Isendra all in white silk holding a matching parasol. Kayla's wagon followed, with Natail handling the reins at her side, and the canvas-topped wagons, and finally the 3 big water wagons like huge barrels on wheels with their long mule teams. They looked at Rand as the wagons rumbled past in a squeal of ungreased axles. Kadir and Isendra, Natail in his gleeman's patch-covered cloak, Kayla's great bulk encased in snowy white, a white lace shawl on her ivory combs. Rand patted Jayardian's arched neck. Men and women began spilling out of the fair below to meet the approaching wagons. The Shido were waiting. Soon, now. Egwene moved her grey close to Jayardian. The dapple stallion tried to nuzzle Mist and got nipped for his trouble.
"You've not given me any chance to speak to you since Cold Rocks, Rand."
He said nothing. She was Aes Sedai now, and not just because she called herself one. He wondered if she had spied on his dreams too. Her face looked tight, her dark eyes tired.
"Do not keep to yourself, Rand. You do not fight alone. Others do battle for you too."
Frowning, he tried not to look at her. His first thought was of Emond's Field and Perrin, but he did not see how she could know where Perrin had gone. "What do you mean?" he said finally.
"I fight for you,"
Moraine said before Egwene could open her mouth, "as does Egwene." A look flashed between the two women.
"People fight for you who do not know it, any more than you know them. You do not realize what it means that you force the form of the Age-Lace, do you? The ripples of your actions, the ripples of your very existence, spread across the pattern to change the weave of life threads of which you will never be aware. The battle is far from yours alone. Yet you stand in the heart of this web in the pattern. Should you fail and fall, all fails and falls. Since I cannot go with you into Alcaidal, let Lan accompany you. One more pair of eyes to watch your back."
The warder turned slightly in his saddle, frowning at her. With the Shido veiled for killing, he would not be eager to leave her alone. Rand did not think he was supposed to have seen that look pass from Moraine to Egwene. So they had a secret to keep from him. Egwene did have Aes Sedai eyes, dark and unreadable. Avienda and the maidens had come back to him. "Let Lan stay with you, Moraine. Far Darius Mai carries my honour." Moraine's mouth tightened at the corners, but apparently that was exactly the right thing to say so far as the maidens were concerned. Adolin and the others donned wide grins. Below, Aiel were crowding around wagon drivers as they began unhitching the mules. Not everyone was paying attention to the Aiel. Kayla and Isendra stared at one another from beside their wagons, Natail speaking urgently to one woman, Kadir to the other, until they finally stopped their duel of eyes. The two women had been like that for some time. Had they been men, Rand would have expected it to come to blows long since. "Be on your guard, Egwene," Rand said. "All of you. Be on your guard."
"Even the Shido will not bother Aes Sedai," Amis told him, "any more than they will bother Bear or Melaine or myself. Some things are beyond even Shido."
"Just be on your guard!" He had not meant to be that sharp. Even Ruark stared at him. They did not understand, and he dared not tell them. Not yet. Who would spring their trap first? He had to risk them as well as himself.
"What about me, Rand?"
Matt said suddenly, rolling a gold coin across the fingers of one hand as though unaware of it.
"You have any objections to my going with you?"
"Do you want to? I thought you'd stay with the peddlers." Matt frowned at the wagons below, looked to the shadow lined before the mountain gap.
"I don't think it will be so easy to get out of here if you get yourself killed. Burn me if you don't stick me in the rendering kettle one way up."
"Do vienna,"
he muttered. Rand had heard him say that before. Lan said it meant luck in the old tongue, and flipped the gold coin into the air. When he tried to snatch it back, it bounced off his fingertips and fell to the ground. Somehow, improbably, the coin landed on edge, rolling downhill, bounding across cracks in the baked clay, glittering in the sunlight, all the way down to the wagons, where it finally fell over.
"Burn me, Rand," he growled. "I wish you wouldn't do that."
Isendra picked up the coin and stood fingering it, peering up at the hilltop. The others stared too, Kadir and Kayla and Natail.
"You can come,"
Rand said.
"Ruark,
"Isn't it about time?" The clan chief glanced over his shoulder.
"Yes, just about."
Behind him, pipes began playing a slow dancing tune.
"Now."
Singing rose to the pipes. Aiel boys stopped singing when they reached manhood, except for certain occasions. Only in battle songs and laments for the dead did an Aiel man sing once he had taken up the spear. There were surely maidens' voices in that chanted harmony of parts, but deep male voices swallowed them.
"Wash the spears while the sun climbs high. Wash the spears while the sun falls low."
Half a mile to right and left, Ta'ardad appeared, running in time to their song in 2 wide columns, spears ready, faces veiled, seemingly endless columns rolling toward the mountains.
"Wash the spears who fears to die. Wash the spears, no one I know."
In the clan camps and in the fair, Aiel stared in amazement. Something in the way they held themselves told Rand they were silent. Some of the wagon drivers stood as if stunned. Others let their mules run loose and dove under their wagons. And Kayla and Isendra, Kadir and Natail watched Rand.
"Wash the spears while life holds true. Wash the spears until life ends. Wash the spears."
"Shall we go?" He did not wait for Ruark's nod to heel Jayardian to a walk down the hill, Ardalin and the other maidens falling in around him. Matt hesitated a moment before booting Pips to follow, but Ruark and the Ta'ardad Sept chiefs, each with his 10, stepped off with the dapple. Once, halfway to the fair tents, Rand looked back to the hilltop. Moraine and Egwene sitting their horses with Lan. Avienda standing with the 3 wise ones. All watching him. He had almost forgotten what it was like not to have people watching him. As he rode abreast of the fair, a delegation came out. 10 or a dozen women in skirts and blouses and much gold and silver and ivory. As many men in the greys and browns of the Cadinsaw, but unarmed save for a belt knife, and that usually smaller than the heavy-bladed weapon Ruark wore. Still, they took a position that forced Rand and the others to halt, and appeared to ignore the veiled Ta'ardad streaming by to east and west.
"Wash the spears, life is a dream. Wash the spears, all dreams must end."
"I did not expect this of you, Ruark,"
a heavy-set, grey-haired man said. He was not fat. Rand had not seen a fat Aiel. His heaviness was muscle.
"Even from the shadow it was a surprise. But you—" "Times change, Manduin," the clan chief replied. "How long have the shadow been here?" "They arrived just at sunrise. Why they travelled in the night, who can say?"
Manduin frowned slightly at Rand, tilted his head toward Mat.
Strange times indeed, Ruach. Who is here besides the Shadow?
Ruach asked.
We Goshian arrived first, then the Shararad.
The heavy man grimaced over his blood enemy's name, without stopping his study of the two wetlanders.
The Charine and the Tomanel came later, and last the Shadow, as I said. Savannah convinced the chiefs to go in only a short time ago. Bael saw no reason to meet today, nor did some of the others.
A broad-faced woman in her middle years, with hair yellower than Ardalin's, put fists on her hips in a rattle of ivory and gold bracelets. She wore as many necklaces as Amis and her sister-wife combined.
We hear he who comes with the dawn has come out of Ruedian, Ruach.
She was frowning at Rand and Mat. The entire delegation was.
We hear that the Karakarn will be announced today, before all of the clans arrive.
Then someone spoke you a prophecy, Rand said. He touched the Dapple's flanks with his heels. The delegation moved out of his way.
Dovienia,
Mat murmured.
Mia dovienia ne sodhin soende.
Whatever it meant, it sounded a fervent wish. The Ta'ardad columns had come up on either side of the Shido and turned to face them across a few hundred paces, still veiled, still singing. They made no move that could be considered threatening, really, only stood there, 15 or 20 times the Shido numbers, and sang, voices thundering in chanting harmony.
Wash the spears till shade is gone. Wash the spears till water turns dry. Wash the spears, how long from home? Wash the spears until I die.
Riding closer to the black-veiled Shido, Rand saw Ruach lift a hand to his own veil. No, Ruach. We are not here to fight them. He meant that he hoped it would not come to that, but the Aielman took it differently.
You are right, Randarthor. No honor to the Shido.
Leaving his veil hanging, Ruach raised his voice.
No honor to the Shido!
Rand did not turn his head to look, but he had the feeling black veils were being lowered behind him.
Oh, blood and ashes, Mat muttered. Blood and bloody ashes.
Wash the spears till the sun grows cold. Wash the spears till water runs free. Wash the spears.
The lines of Shido shifted uneasily. Whatever Kuladin or Savannah had told them, they could count. To dance the spears with Ruach and those with him was one thing, even if it went against all custom. To face enough Ta'ardad to sweep them away like an avalanche was something else. Slowly they parted, moving back to let Rand ride through, stepping back to make a wide path. Rand heaved a sigh of relief. Ardalin and the other maidens, at least, walked looking straight ahead as though the Shido did not exist.
Wash the spears while I breathe. Wash the spears, my steel is bright. Wash the spears.
The chant faded to a murmur behind them as they passed into the wide, steep-walled gorge, deep and shadowed as it wound into the mountains. For minutes, the loudest sounds were the clatter of hooves on stone, the whisper of soft Aiel boots. Abruptly, the passage gave way to Alcair Dal. Rand could see why the canyon had been called a bowl, though there was nothing golden about it. Almost perfectly round, its grey wall sloped all the way around except at the far end, where it curled inward like a breaking wave. Clusters of Aiel dotted the slopes, heads and faces bare, many more clusters than there were clans. The Ta'ardad who had come with the Sept chiefs peeled away toward one or another of those. According to Ruach, grouping by society rather than clan was an aid to keeping peace. Only his red shields and the maidens continued on with Rand and the Ta'ardad chiefs. The Sept chiefs of the other clans all sat by clan, cross-legged before a deep ledge beneath the curling overhang. 6 small knots, one of maidens, stood between the sept chiefs and the ledge. Supposedly these were the Aiel who had come for the honour of clan chiefs. 6, although only 5 clans were represented. Savannah would have the maidens, though Avienda had been quick to point out that Savannah had never been Fa Darius Mai, but the extra 11 men in that, not 10. Even seeing only the back of a flame-haired head, Rand was sure it was Couladin. On the ledge itself stood a golden-haired woman in as much jewellery as the woman back at the fair tents, grey shawl draped over her arms. Savannah, of course, and 4 clan chiefs, none armed save for his long belt-knife, and one, the tallest man Rand had ever seen. Bael of the Goshian Aiel by the descriptions Ruark had given. The fellow had to be at least a hand taller than Ruark or himself. Savannah was speaking, and some trick of the canyon's shape carried her words clearly throughout.
"Allow him to speak."
Her voice was tight and angry. Head high and back straight, she tried to dominate the ledge by force of will.
"I demand it as my right. Until a new chief is chosen, I stand for Suladrik and the Shadow. I demand my right."
"You stand for Suladrik until a new chief is chosen, Roof Mistress."
The white-haired man who spoke in irascible tones was Han, clan chief of the Tomanil. With a face like dark wrinkled leather, he would have been taller than average in the 2 rivers. For an Aiel, he was short, if stocky.
"I have no doubt you know the rights of a Roof Mistress well, but perhaps not so well those of a clan chief. Only one who has entered Druidian may speak here, and you, who stand in Suladrik's place—"
Han did not sound happy about that, but then he sounded as if he was seldom happy.
"But the Dreamwalkers have told our wise ones Couladin was refused the right to enter Druidian."
Couladin shouted something, plainly furious yet indistinct. Apparently the canyon's trick only worked from the ledge. But Erim of the Charine, his own bright red hair nearly half white, cut him off sharply.
"Have you no respect for custom and law, Shido? Have you no honour? Stand silent here!"
A few eyes on the slopes turned to see who the newcomers were. A ripple of nudges brought more around at the sight of 2 outlanders on horseback at the head of the sept chiefs, and one of the riders followed close by maidens. How many Aiel peered down at him, Rand wondered. 3,000? 4? More? None made a sound.
"We have gathered here to hear a great announcement," Bael said, "when all the clans have come."
His dark reddish hair was greying too. There were no young men among clan chiefs. His great height and deep voice drew eyes to him.
"When all the clans have come. If all Savannah wishes to speak of now is letting Couladin speak, I will go back to my tents and wait."
Geran of the Sha'arad, blood enemy of Bael's Goshian, was a slender man, grey streaked heavily through his light brown hair. Slender, as a steel blade is slender, he spoke to no one of the chiefs in particular.
"I say we do not return to our tents. Since Savannah has brought us in, let us discuss what is only somewhat less important than the announcement we await. Water! I wish to discuss the water at Chain Ridge Stand."
Bael turned toward him threateningly.
"Fools!" Savannah snapped. "I will have done with waiting.
It was then that those on the ledge became aware of the new arrivals. In utter silence they watched them approach, the clan chiefs frowning, Savannah scowling. She was a pretty woman, well short of her middle years, and younger-looking for standing among men well the other side of theirs, but with a greedy mouth. The clan chiefs were dignified, even Han in a sour-mouthed fashion. Her pale green eyes had a calculating look. Unlike any Aiel woman Rand had ever seen, she wore her loose white blouse undone, low enough to show considerable tanned cleavage, framed by her many necklaces. He could have known the men for clan chiefs by their manner. If Savannah was a roof mistress, she was surely nothing like Lian. Ruark strode straight to the ledge, gave his spears and buckler, his bow and quiver to his red shields, and climbed up. Rand handed his reins to Mat, who muttered, "Luck with us," as he eyed the surrounding Aiel. Adolin nodded encouragingly to Rand, and stepped straight from his saddle to the ledge. A startled murmur rolled around the canyon. "What do you do, Ruach?" Han demanded, scowling. "Bringing this wetlander here? If you will not kill him, at least send him down from standing like a chief. This man, Rand al'Thor, has come to speak to the chiefs of the clans. Did not the Dreamwalkers tell you that he would come with me?" Ruach's words brought a louder murmur from the listeners.
"Melaine told me many things, Ruach,"
Bael said slowly, frowning at Rand.
"That he who comes with the dawn had come out of Ruedian. You cannot mean that this man—"
He trailed off in disbelief. "If this wetlander can speak," Savannah said quickly, "so may Couladin." She lifted a smooth hand, and Couladin scrambled onto the ledge, face an angry red. Han rounded on him.
"Stand down, Couladin! It is bad enough that Ruach violates custom without you doing it as well."
"It is time to be done with worn-out customs,"
the fiery-haired Shido shouted, stripping off his grey and brown coat. There was no need for shouting. His words echoed across the canyon, but he did not lower his voice.
"I am he who comes with the dawn."
Shoving shirt-sleeves above his elbows, he thrust his fists into the air. Around each forearm wound a serpentine creature scaled in crimson and gold, glittering metallically, feet each tipped with 5 golden claws, golden-maned heads resting on the backs of his wrists. 2 perfect dragons.
"I am the Karakan!"
The roar that came back was like thunder, Aiel leaping to their feet and shouting joyously. The Sept chiefs were on their feet too, the Ta'adad clustered worriedly, the others shouting as loudly as anyone. The clan chiefs looked stunned, even Ruach. Adolin and her 9 maidens hefted their spears as if they expected to use them any moment. Eyeing the gap leading out, Mat pulled his hat low and guided the 2 horses close to the ledge, motioning surreptitiously for Rand to get back into his saddle. Savannah smiled smugly, adjusting her shawl, as Couladin strode to the front of the ledge with his arms high.
"I bring change!"
he shouted.
"According to the prophecy, I bring new days! We will cross the dragon wall again and take back what was ours! The wetlanders are soft, but rich. You remember the wealth brought back when last we went into the wetlands? This time, we will take it all! This time!"
Rand let the man's tirade wash over him. Of things possible, he had never suspected this. How? The word kept sliding through his head, yet he could not believe how composed he was. Slowly he took off his coat, hesitating a moment before fishing the angreal from his pocket. Sticking it into the waistband of his breeches, he dropped the coat and walked to the front of the ledge, calmly undoing the laces of his sleeves. They slid down as he raised his arms above his head. It took a moment for the assembled Aiel to notice the dragons wrapped around his arms too, shining in the sunlight. Their hush came by increments, but it was total. Savannah's mouth dropped open. She had not known of this. Obviously Couladin had not thought Rand would follow so quickly, had not told her another bore the markings too. How? The man must have believed he would have time. Once he had established himself, Rand could be dismissed as a fraud. Light, how? If the roof mistress of Comada Hold was stunned now, so were the clan chiefs, save only Ruach. 2 men marked, as prophecy said only one could be. Couladin ranted on, waving his arms to make sure all saw.
"We'll not stop with the lands of the Oathbreakers. We will take all the lands to the Arith Ocean. The wetlanders cannot stand against—"
Suddenly, he became aware of the silence where eager cries had been. He knew what had caused it. Without turning to look at Rand, he shouted,
"Wetlander! Look at his clothes! A wetlander!"
"A wetlander," Rand agreed. He did not raise his voice, but the canyon carried it to everyone. The Shido looked startled for a moment, then grinned triumphantly, until Rand went on. "What does the prophecy of Ruidian say? Born of the blood, my mother was Shiel, a maiden of the Chumai Ta'adat. Who was she really? Where did she come from? My father was Janduin, of the Iron Mountain Sept, clan chief of the Ta'adat. My father is Tamal Thor. He found me, raised me, loved me. I wish I could have known you, Janduin, but Tam is my father. Born of the blood, but raised by those not of the blood. Where did the Wise One send to look for me? Into the holds of the Threefold Land? They sent across the Dragon Wall, where I was raised, according to the prophecy." Bael and the other three nodded slowly, but reluctantly. There was still the matter of Couladin also bearing the dragons, and doubtless they would rather have one of their own. Savannah's face had firmed. No matter who bore the real markings, there was no doubt whom she supported. Couladin's confidence never wavered. He sneered openly at Rand, the first time he had even looked at him.
"How long since the prophecy of Ruidian was first spoken?"
He still seemed to think he had to shout.
"Who can say how much the words have changed? My mother was Fardarais Mai before she gave up the spear. How much has the rest changed, or been changed? It is said we once served the Aes Sedai. I say they mean to bind us to them once more. This wetlander was chosen because he resembles us. He is none of our blood. He came with Aes Sedai leading him on a leash. And the Wise Ones greeted them as they would first sisters. You have all heard of Wise Ones who can do things beyond belief. The Dreamwalkers used the One Power to keep me from this wetlander. They used the One Power as Aes Sedai has said to do. The Aes Sedai have brought this wetlander here to bind us with fakery. And the Dreamwalkers help them." "This is madness!"
Ruach strode up beside Rand, staring out at the still silent gathering.
"Couladin never went to Ruidian. I heard the Wise Ones refuse him. Rand also did go. I saw him leave Chayandaya, and I saw him return, marked as you see." "And why did they refuse me?"
Couladin snarled.
"Because the Aes Sedai told them to. Ruach does not tell you that one of the Aes Sedai went down from Chayandaya with this wetlander. That is how he returned with the dragons, by Aes Sedai witchery. My brother Muradin died below Chayandaya, murdered by this wetlander and the Aes Sedai Moraine, and the Wise Ones doing Aes Sedai bidding, let them walk free. When night came, I went to Ruidian. I did not reveal myself until now, because this is the proper place for the Karakarn to show himself. I am the Karakarn!"
Lies, touched with just enough flecks of truth. The man was all victorious confidence, sure he had an answer for anything.
"You say you went to Ruidian without the permission of the Wise Ones?"
Han demanded, frowning. Towering Bael looked just as disapproving, with his arms folded. Erim and Geran only slightly less so. The clan chiefs, at least, still wavered. Savannah gripped her belt knife, glaring at Han as if she would like to drive it into his back. Couladin had his answer, though.
"Yes, without it. He who comes with the dawn brings change. So says the prophecy. Useless ways must change, and I will change them. Did I not arrive here with the dawn?"
The clan chiefs stood balanced on the edge, and so did all the watching Aiel, all on their feet now, staring silently, waiting in their thousands. If Rand could not convince them, he likely would not leave Alcair Dal alive. Mat motioned again to Jayardian's saddle. Rand did not even bother to shake his head. There was a consideration beyond getting out alive. He needed these people, needed their loyalty. He had to have people who followed him because they believed, not to use him, or for what he could give them. He had to.
"Ruidian,"
he said. The word seemed to fill the canyon.
You claim you went to Ruidian, Couladin. What did you see there? All know Ruidian is not to be spoken of, Couladin shot back.
We can go apart, Erim said, and speak in private so you can tell us.
The Shido cut him off, face flushed angrily.
I will speak of it with no one. Ruidian is a holy place, and what I saw was holy. I am holy!
He raised his dragon-marked arms again.
These make me holy!
I walked among glass columns, beside a Vendosora. Rand spoke quietly, but the words carried everywhere.
I saw the history of the Aiel, through my ancestors' eyes. What did you see, Couladin? I am not afraid to speak. Are you?
The Shido quivered with rage, face nearly the colour of his fiery hair. Uncertain looks passed between Bael and Erim, Geran and Han.
We must go apart for this,
Han muttered. Couladin did not seem to realize he had lost his advantage with the four, but Savannah did.
Ruark has told him these things, she spat. One of Ruark's wives is a dreamwalker, one of those who aids the Aes Sedai. Ruark has told him.
Ruark would not,
Han snapped at her.
He is clan chief, and a man of honor. Do not speak of what you do not know, Savannah.
I am not afraid, Couladin shouted. No man can call me afraid. I too saw with my ancestors' eyes. I saw our coming to the Threefold Land. I saw our glory, the glory I will bring back to us.
I saw the Age of Legends, Rand announced, and the beginning of the Aiel journey to the Threefold Land. Ruark caught his arm, but he shook the clan chief off. This moment had been fated since the Aiel gathered before Ruidian the first time. I saw the Aiel when they were called the Darshain Aiel, and followed the way of the leaf.
No!
The shout rose from out in the canyon and spread in a roar.
No! No!
From thousands of throats. Spear points shaken in the air caught the sunlight. Even some of the Ta'adad Sept chiefs were shouting. Ardalin stared up at Rand, stricken. Matt shouted something at Rand, lost in the thunder, waving urgently for him to take his saddle.
Liar!
The canyon shape carried Couladin's bellow, wrath mixed with triumph over the shouts of the gathering. Shaking her head frantically, Savannah reached for him. She must at least have suspected now that he was the fake, yet if she could keep him quiet, they might yet pull it off. As Rand hoped, Couladin pushed her away. The man knew Rand had been to Ruidian. He could not possibly believe half of his own story, but neither could he believe this.
He proves himself a fraud from his own mouth. We have always been warriors, always, to the beginning of time.
The roar swelled, spears shaking, but Bael and Erim, Geran and Han stood in stony silence. They knew now. Unaware of their looks, Couladin waved his dragon-wreathed arms to the assembled Aiel, exulting in the adulation.
Why?
Ruark said softly beside Rand.
Did you not understand why we do not speak of Ruidian? To face that we were once so different from everything we believe, that we were the same as the despised lost ones you call Tuatha'an. Ruidian kills those who cannot face it. Not more than 1 man in 3 lives who goes to Ruidian, and now you have spoken for all to hear. It cannot be stopped here, Randalthor. It will spread. How many will be strong enough to bear it?
He will take you back, and he will destroy you. I bring change, Rand said sadly. Not peace, but turmoil. Destruction follows on my heels everywhere. Will there ever be anywhere I do not tear apart? What will be, Ruark. I can't change it.
What will be,
the Aielman murmured after a moment. Couladin still strode up and down, shouting to the Aiel of glory and conquest, unaware of the clan chief staring at his back. Savannah did not look at Couladin at all. Her pale green eyes were intent on the clan chiefs, lips pulled back in a grimace, breasts heaving with anxious breaths. She had to know what their silent stares meant.
"Randall Thor!"
Bael said loudly, the name slicing through Couladin's shouts, cutting off the roar of the crowd like a blade. He stopped to clear his throat, head swinging as though seeking a way out of this. Couladin turned, folding his arms confidently, no doubt expecting a sentence of death for the Wetlander. The very tall clan chief took a deep breath.
"Randall Thor is the Karakan. Randall Thor is he who comes with the dawn."
Couladin's eyes widened in incredulous fury.
"Randall Thor is he who comes with the dawn,"
leathery-faced Han announced, just as reluctantly.
Randall Thor is he who comes with the dawn.
That from Geran, grimly, and from Erim.
Randall Thor is he who comes with the dawn.
"Randall Thor,"
Ruark said.
"is he who comes with the dawn."
In a voice too soft to carry even from the ledge, he added,
"And the light have mercy on us."
For a long, stretched moment the silence lasted. Then Couladin leaped, snarling from the ledge, snatching a spear from one of his Seadun, hurling it straight at Rand. Yet as he moved down, Ardalin leaped up. His spear point stabbed through the layered bullhide of her outstretched buckler, swinging her around. Pandemonium exploded through the canyon, men shouting and shoving. The other Jindo maidens jumped up beside Ardalin, forming a screen in front of Rand. Savannah had climbed down to shout urgently at Couladin, hanging on his arm as he tried to lead his Shido, Black Eyes, against the maidens between him and Rand. Hen and a dozen more to Ardad's Sept chiefs joined Ardalin, spears ready, but others were shouting loudly. Mat scrambled up, gripping his black-hafted spear with its raven-marked sword point, roaring what had to be curses in the old tongue. Ruark and the other clan chiefs raised their voices, vainly trying to restore order. The canyon boiled like a cauldron. Rand saw veils lifted. A spear flashed, stabbing. Another. He had to stop this. He reached out for Saidin, and it flooded into him until he thought he would burst if he did not burn first. The filth of the taint spreading through him seemed to curdle his bones. Thought floated outside the void. Cold thought. Water. Here where water was so scarce. The Aiel always talked of water. Even in this dry air there was some water. He channeled, not really knowing what he did. Reached out blindly. Sharp lightning crackled above Al-Qaedal, and the wind rushed in from every direction, howling across the lip of the canyon to drown the Aiel's shouts. Wind, bringing minute traces of water, more and more, until something happened no man had ever seen there. A mist of rain began to fall. The wind above shrieked and swirled. Wild lightning streaked the sky, and the rain grew heavier and heavier, to a driving downpour, sweeping over the ledge, plastering his hair to his head and his shirt to his back, blanking out everything 50 paces away. Abruptly, the rain stopped hitting him. An invisible dome expanded around him, pushing Mat and the Ta'ardad away. Through the water pouring down its side, he could dimly see Ardalin pounding at it, trying to force her way through to him. "You utter fool. Playing games with these other fools. Wasting all my planning and effort." Water dripped down his face as he turned to face Lanfear. Her silver-belted white dress was perfectly dry, the black waves of her hair untouched by a single raindrop among the silver stars and crescents. Those large black eyes stared at him furiously. Anger twisted her beautiful face. "I didn't expect you to reveal yourself yet," he said quietly. The power still filled him. He rode the buffeting torrents, holding on with a desperation he kept out of his voice. It was not necessary to pull in more, only to let it come till it seemed his bones would crisp to ash. He did not know if she could shield him while Saidin actually roared through him, but he let it fill him against the possibility. "I know you are not alone. Where is he?" Lanfear's beautiful mouth tightened. "I knew he would give himself away, coming into your dream. I could have managed matters if his panic—" "I knew from the start," he broke in. "I expected it from the day I left the Stone of Tyr. Out here, where anyone could see I was fixed on Ruidian and the Aiel. Do you think I did not expect some of you to come after me? But the trap is mine, Lanfear, not yours. Where is he?" The last came as a cold shout. Emotion skittered uncontrollably around the void that surrounded him inside, the emptiness that was not empty, the emptiness filled with the power. "If you knew," she snapped back, "why did you chase him away with your talk of fulfilling your destiny, of doing what has to be done?" Scorn weighted the words like stones. "I brought Asmodean to teach you, but he was always one to leap to another plan if the first proved difficult. Now he thinks he has found something better for himself in Ruidian, and he is off to take it while you stand here. Kuladin, the Drag-Car, all to hold your attention while he made sure. All my plans for nothing because you must be stubborn. Do you have any idea what effort it will take to convince him again? It must be him. Demon Dread or Ravin or Samael would kill you before teaching you to lift a hand, unless they have you bound like a dog at heel." Ruidian. Yes, of course. Ruidian. How many weeks to the south? Yet he had done something once. If he could remember how. "And you let him go? After all your talk of aiding me?" "Not openly," I said. "What could he find in Ruidian worth my coming into the open? When you agree to stand with me will be time enough. Remember what I told you, Luz Therin." Her voice took on a seductive note. Those full lips curved. Those dark eyes tried to swallow him like bottomless pools. Too great, Sir Angreal. With those together, we can challenge. This time she stopped on her own. He had remembered. With the power, he folded reality, bent a small patch of what was. A door opened beneath the dome in front of him. That was the only way to describe it. An opening into darkness, into somewhere else. "You do remember a few things, it seems." She eyed the doorway, shifted that suddenly suspicious gaze to him. "Why are you so anxious? What is in Ruidian?" "Asmodean," he said grimly. For a moment he hesitated. He could not see beyond the rain-drenched dome. What was happening out there? And Lanfear. If only he could remember how he had shielded Egwene and Elaine. If only I could make myself kill a woman who's only frowning at me. She is one of the Forsaken. It was no more possible now than it had been in the stone. Stepping through the door, he left her on the ledge and closed it behind him. No doubt she knew how to make one of her own, but the making of it would slow her down. Chapter 58. The Traps of Ruidian. Darkness surrounded him once the door vanished. Blackness stretching in all directions. Yet he could see. There was no sensation of heat or cold, even wet as he was. No sensation at all. Only existence. Plain grey stone steps rose in front of him, each step hanging unsupported, arching out until they dwindled from sight. He had seen these before, or their like. Somehow he knew they would take him where he had to go. He ran up the impossible stairs, and as his boot left each one behind with its damp footprint, it faded away, vanished. Only steps ahead waited, only those taking him where he had to go. That was as it had been before, too. Did I make these with the power? Or do they exist some other way? With the thought, the grey stone under his foot began to fade, and all the others ahead shimmered. Desperately he concentrated on them. Grey stone and real. Real! The shimmering stopped. They were not so plain now, but polished, the edges carved in a fancy border he thought he recalled seeing somewhere before. Not caring where, not sure he dared think too long on it, he ran as hard as he could, taking the steps 3 at a time through the endless dark. They would take him where he wanted to go. But how long would it take? How much head start did Asmodean have? Did the Forsaken know a faster way to travel? That was the trouble. The Forsaken had all the knowledge. All he had was desperation. Looking ahead, he winced. The steps had accommodated themselves to his long stride, with wide spaces between, requiring those leaps now. Across black as deep as what? A fall here might never end. He forced himself to ignore the gaps, to keep running. The old, half-healed wound in his side began to throb. A vague awareness. But if he was aware of it at all, wrapped inside Sidene, the wound was close to breaking open. Ignore it. The thought floated across the void inside him. He did not dare lose this race, not if it killed him. Would these steps never stop climbing? How far had he come? Suddenly he saw a figure in the distance ahead and off to his left. A man, it seemed, in a red coat and red boots, standing on a glistening silvery platform that slid through the darkness. Rand needed no closer look to be sure it was Asmodean. The Forsaken was not running like a half-spent country boy. He was riding that whatever it was. Rand stopped dead on one of the stone steps. He had no idea what that platform was, shining like polished metal, but the steps ahead of him vanished. The piece of stone beneath his boots began to glide forward, faster and faster. There was no wind in his face to tell him he was moving, nothing in that vast black to mark motion at all, except that he was beginning to catch up to Asmodean. He did not know if he was doing this with the power, it just seemed to happen. The step wobbled, and he made himself stop wondering. I don't know enough yet. The dark-haired man stood at his ease, one hand on a hip, pensively fingering his chin. A spill of white lace dripped from his neck. More half hid his hands. His high-collared red coat seemed shinier than silk satin, and was oddly cut, with tails hanging almost to his knees. What seemed to be black threads, like fine steel wires, ran off from the man, disappearing into the surrounding dark. Those Rand had surely seen before. Asmodean turned his head, and Rand gaped. The Forsaken could change their faces, or at least make you see a different face. He had seen Lanfear do it. But these were the features of Jason Natale, the Gleeman. He had been sure it would be Kadir with his predatory eyes that never changed. Asmodean saw him at the same moment and gave a start. The Forsaken's silver perch darted forward, and suddenly a huge sheet of fire, like a thin slice from a monstrous flame, swept back toward Rand, a mile high and a mile wide. He channeled at it desperately. Just as it was about to strike him, it suddenly burst into shards, hurtling away from him, winking out. Yet even as the fiery curtain vanished, it revealed another rushing at him. He shattered that, exposing another, splintered the third to reveal a fourth. Asmodean was getting away, Rand was sure of it. He could not see the Forsaken at all for the flames. Anger slid across the surface of the void, and he channeled. A wave of fire enveloped the crimson curtain sweeping toward him and rolled on, carrying it away. Not a thin slice, but wild, billowing gouts as if whipped by storm winds. He quivered with the power roaring through him. Anger at Asmodean clawed at the surface of the void. A hole appeared in the erupting surface. No, not a hole exactly. Asmodean and his shining platform stood in the middle of it, but as the flaming wave washed forward, it slid together again. The Forsaken had built some sort of shield around himself. Rand made himself ignore the distant anger outside the void. It was only in cold calm that he could touch Saidin. Acknowledging anger would shatter the void. The billows of fire ceased to exist as he stopped channeling. He had to catch the man, not kill him. The stone step slid through the blackness even faster. Asmodean drew closer. Abruptly, the Forsaken's platform stopped. A bright hole appeared in front of him, and he jumped through. The silvery thing vanished, and the door began to close. Rand lashed out wildly with the power. He had to hold it open. Once it closed, he would have no idea where Asmodean had fled. The shrinking stopped. A square of harsh sunlight big enough to step through. He had to hold it open, reach it before Asmodean could go too far. Even as he thought about stopping, the step halted dead. It halted, but he hurtled forward, flying through the doorway. Something tugged his boot, and then he was tumbling, head over heels across hard ground, to land finally in a breathless heap. Fighting to fill his lungs, he pushed himself to his feet, not daring to let himself be helpless a moment. The one power still filled him with life and vileness. His bruises felt as distant as his struggle for breath, as far off as the yellow dust that covered his damp clothes, covered him. Yet at the same time, he was aware of every stir of furnace air, every grain of dust, every minute crack in the hard-baked clay. Already the sun was baking away the moisture, sucking it from his shirt and breeches. He was in the waste, in the valley below Chiandaya, not 50 steps from fog-shrouded Ruidian. The doorway was gone. He took a step toward the wall of mist and stopped, lifting his left foot. His boot heel was sliced cleanly through. The tug he had felt. The doorway closing. He was dimly aware of shivering in spite of the heat. He had not known it was that dangerous. The Forsaken had all the knowledge. Asmodean would not escape him. Grimly, he adjusted his clothes, tucking the carved little man and his sword firmly in place, ran to the fog and in. Grey blindness enveloped him. The power filling him did nothing to make him see better here. Running blind. Abruptly, he threw himself down, rolling the last stride out of the fog onto gritty paving stones. Lying there, he stared up at 3 bright ribbons, silver blue in the strange light of Ruidian, stretching to left and right, floating in the air. When he stood, they were at the level of his waist, chest, and neck, and so thin that they vanished edge on. He could see how they had been made and hung, even if he did not understand it. Hard as steel, sharp enough to make a razor seem a feather. Had he run into those, they would have sliced through him. A tiny surge of the power, and the silver ribbons fell in dust. Cold anger outside the void, inside, cold purpose, and the one power. The bluish glow of the fog dome cast its shadowless light on the half-finished slab-sided palaces of marble and crystal and cut glass. The cloud-piercing towers fluted and spiraled. And down the broad street ahead of him ran Asmodean, past dry fountains toward the great plaza at the heart of the city. Rand channeled. It seemed oddly difficult. He pulled at Saidin, wrenched at it until it raged into him. He channeled, and thick bolts of jagged lightning shot from the dome clouds. Not at Asmodean, just ahead of the Forsaken, gleaming pillars of red and white, 50 feet thick and 100 paces high, centuries old, exploded and toppled across the street in rubble and clouds of dust. From huge windows of coloured glass, images of majestically serene men and women seemed to look at Rand in reproof. "I have to stop him," he told them. His voice seemed to echo in his own ears. Asmodean paused, starting back from the collapsing masonry. The dust drifting toward him never touched his shiny red coat. It parted around him, leaving clear air. Fire bloomed around Rand, enveloped him as the air became flame, and vanished before he was even aware of how he did it. His clothes were dry and hot. His hair felt singed, and baked dust fell at every step as he ran. Asmodean was scrambling over the broken stone blocking the street. More lightning flashed, raising gouts of shattered paving stone ahead of him, ripping open Crystal Palace walls to rain ruin before him. The Forsaken did not slow, and as he vanished, lightning flashed from the glowing clouds toward Rand, stabbing blindly but meant to kill. Running, Rand wove a shield around himself. Shards of stone bounded from it as he dodged crackling blue bolts, leaped over the holes they tore in the pavement. The air itself sparkled. The hair of his arms lifted with it. The hair on his head stirred. There was something woven into the barrier of shattered columns. He hardened the shield around himself. Great tumbled chunks of red and white stone exploded as he reached to climb, a burst of pure light and flying stone. Safe inside his bubble, he ran through, only vaguely aware of the rumble of collapsing buildings. He had to stop Asmodean. Straining, and it took strain, he threw lightning ahead, balls of fire ripping up out of the ground, anything to slow the red-coated man. He was catching up. He entered the plaza only a dozen paces behind. Trying to increase his speed, he redoubled his efforts at slowing Asmodean, and fleeing, Asmodean fought to kill him. The Ter Angrial and other precious things the Aiel had given their lives to bring here were hurled into the air by lightning, tossed wildly by spinning whirlwinds of fire, constructs of silver and crystal shattering, strange metal shapes toppling as the ground shivered and broke open in wide rents. Searching wildly, Asmodean ran, and flung himself at what might seem the least significant thing in all that litter. A carved white stone figurine, perhaps a foot long, lying on its back, a man holding a crystal sphere in one upraised hand. Asmodean closed his hands on it with an exultant cry. A heartbeat later, Rand's hands grasped it too. For the barest instant he stared into the Forsaken's face. He looked no different than he had as a gleeman, except for a wild desperation in his dark eyes, a somewhat handsome man in his middle years, nothing at all to say he was one of the Forsaken. The barest instant, and they both reached through the figure, through the Ter Angrial, for one of the two most powerful Ser Angrial ever made. Vaguely, Rand was aware of a great half-buried statue in far-off Kyrian, of the huge crystal sphere in its hand, glowing like the sun, pulsing with the One Power. And the power in him surged up like all the seas of the world in storm. With this, surely he could do anything. Surely he could even have healed that dead child. The taint swelled as much, curling round every particle of him, seeping into every crevice, into his soul. He wanted to howl. He wanted to explode. Yet he only held half what that Ser Angrial could deliver. The other half filled Asmodean. Back and forth they struggled, tripping over scattered and broken Ter Angrial, falling, neither daring to let go of the figure with even one finger for fear the other would pull it away. Yet as they rolled over and over, banging now against a redstone doorframe that somehow still stood, now against a fallen crystal statue lying on its side unbroken, a nude woman clasping a child to her breast, as they fought for possession of the Ter Angrial, the battle was fought on another level too. Hammers of power, large enough to level mountains, struck at Rand, and blades that could have pierced the earth's heart. Unseen pincers tried to tear his mind from his body, ripped at his very soul. Every scrap of power he could draw went to hurl those attacks away. Any one could destroy him as if he had never been. He was sure of it. Where they went, he could not be sure. The ground bounded beneath them, shaking them as they struggled, flinging them about in a writhing tangle of straining muscle. Dimly, he was aware of vast rumbles, of 1,000 whining hums like some strange music. The glass columns, quivering, vibrating. He could not worry about them. All those nights without sleep were catching up to him, the running he had done on top of it. He was tired, and if he could even know it inside the void, then he was near exhaustion. Tossed by the quaking earth, he realized he was no longer trying to pull the Ter'angreal from Asmodean, only to hold on. Soon his strength would go. Even if he managed to retain his grip on the stone figure, he would have to let go of Saidin, or be swept away by the rush of it, destroyed as surely as Asmodean would do it. He could not pull another thread through the Ter'angreal. He and Asmodean were equally balanced, each with half of what the great Sa'angreal in Cairhien could draw. Asmodean panted in his face, snarling. Sweat dripped from the Forsaken's forehead, ran down his cheeks. The man was tired, too. But as tired as he? The flailing earth heaved round on top for an instant, and just as quickly spun Asmodean up, but in that brief moment, Rand felt something pressed between them. The carving of the fat little man with the sword, still tucked into his waistband. An insignificant thing next to the immense power they drew upon. A cup of water compared to a vast river, to an ocean. He did not even know if he could use it while linked to the great Sa'angreal. And if he could? Asmodean's teeth bared, not a grimace, but a weary rictus of a smile. The man thought he was winning. Perhaps he was. Rand's fingers trembled, weakening around the Ter'angreal. It was all he could do to hold on to Saidin, even linked as he was to the huge Sa'angreal. He had not seen those strange things like black steel wires around Asmodean since leaving the dark place. But he could visualize them even in the void, place them in his mind around the Forsaken. Tam had taught him the void as an aid to archery, to be one with the bow, the arrow, the target. He made himself one with those imagined black wires. He barely saw Asmodean frown. The man must be wondering why his face had grown calm. There was always calm in the moment before the arrow was loosed. He reached through the small angreal in his waistband, and more of the power flowed into him. He did not waste time on exulting. It was such a small flow beside what he already contained, and this was his final blow. This would use his final strength. He formed it like a sword of power, a sword of light, and struck, one with the sword, one with the imagined wires. Asmodean's eyes went wide, and he screamed, a howl from the depths of horror. Like a struck gong, the Forsaken quivered. For an instant there seemed to be two of him, shivering away from each other, then they slid back together. He fell over on his back, arms flung out in his now dirty, tattered red coat, chest heaving. Staring up at nothing, his dark eyes looked lost. As he collapsed, Rand lost his hold on Saidin, and the power left him. He had barely enough strength to clutch the Ter'angreal to his chest and roll away from Asmodean. Pushing himself to his knees felt like climbing a mountain. He huddled around the figure of the man with his crystal sphere. The earth had stopped moving. The glass columns still stood. He was grateful for that. Destroying them would have been like obliterating the history of the Aiel. But a Vendosora, that had lived 3,000 years in legend and truth, a Vendosora blazed like a torch. And as for the rest of Ruidian, the plaza looked as if everything had been picked up and flung about by a mad giant. Half the great palaces and towers were only heaps of rubble, some spilling into the square. Huge toppled columns marred others, and fallen walls and empty gaps where huge windows of coloured glass had been. A rift ran the whole way across the city, a split in the earth 50 feet wide. The destruction did not end there. The dome of fog that had hidden Ruidian for so many centuries was dissipating. The underside no longer glowed, and harsh sunlight poured through great new gaps. Beyond, Chiandia's peak looked different, lower, and on the other side of the valley some of the mountains were definitely lower. Where one mountain had stood, a fan of stone and dirt stretched across the north end of the valley. I destroy. Always I destroy. Light will it never end. Asmodean rolled onto his belly, pushed to hands and knees. His eyes found Rand and the Te Angreal, and he made as if to crawl toward them. Rand could not have channeled a spark, but he had learned how to fight before his first nightmare of channeling. He lifted a fist. "Don't even think about it." The Forsaken stopped, swaying wearily. His face sagged, yet despair and desire warred across it. Hate and fear glittered in his eyes. "I do like to see men fight, but you two cannot even stand." Lanfear moved into Rand's view, surveying the devastation. "You have made a thorough job of it. Can you feel the traces? This place was shielded in some way. You did not leave enough for me to say how." Dark eyes suddenly bright, she knelt in front of Rand, peering at what he held. "So that is what he was after. I thought they were all destroyed. Only half remains of the single one I have seen. A fine trap for some unwary Aes Sedai." She put out a hand, and he clutched the Te Angreal tighter. Her smile did not touch her eyes. "Keep it, certainly. To me it is no more than a figurine." Rising, she dusted her white skirts, though they did not need it. When she realized he was watching her, she stopped searching the rubble-strewn plaza with her eyes, made her smile brighter. "What you used was one of the two Te Angreal I told you of. Did you feel the immensity of it? I have wondered what it must be like." She seemed unaware of the hunger in her voice. "With those, together, we can displace the great Lord of the Dark himself. We can lose therein, together." "Help me!" Asmodean crawled toward her unsteadily, his upraised face painted in dread. "You don't know what he has done. You must help me. I would not have come here if not for you." "What has he done?" She sniffed. "Beaten you like a dog, and not half so well as you deserve. You were never meant for greatness, Asmodean, only to follow those who are great." Somehow Rand managed to stand, still holding the stone and crystal figure to his chest. He would not continue on his knees in her presence. "You... chosen." He knew taunting her was dangerous, but he could not stop himself. "Gave your souls to the Dark One. You let him attach himself to you." How many times had he replayed his battle with Baalzamon? How many times before he began to suspect what those black wires were? "I cut him off from the Dark One, Lanfear. I cut him off!" Her eyes widened in shock, staring from him to Asmodean. The man had begun to weep. "I did not think that was possible. Why? Do you think to bring him to the light? You've changed nothing about him." "He is still the same man who gave himself to the shadow in the first place," Rand agreed. "You told me how little you chosen trust one another. How long could he keep it secret? How many of you would believe he didn't do it himself somehow? I am glad you thought it impossible. Maybe the rest of you will as well. You gave me the whole idea, Lanfear. A man to teach me how to control the power. But I won't be taught by a man linked to the Dark One. Now, I don't have to be. He may be the same man, but he doesn't have much choice, does he? He can stay and teach me, hope I win, help me win, or he can hope the rest of you don't take the excuse to turn on him. Which do you think he'll choose?" Asmodean stared wild-eyed at Rand from his crouch, then thrust out a pleading hand toward Lanfear. "They will believe you. You can tell them. I would not be here except for you. You must tell them. I am faithful to the great Lord of the Dark." Lanfear stared at Rand too. For the first time ever that he had seen, she looked uncertain. "How much do you remember, Lews Therin? How much is you, and how much the shepherd? This is the sort of plan you might have devised when we—" Drawing a deep breath, she turned her head to Asmodean. "Yes, They will believe me. When I tell them you went over to lose Therin, everyone knows you will leap wherever you think your best chance lies. There. She nodded to herself in satisfaction. Another little present for you, Luz Therin. That shield will allow a trickle through. Enough for him to teach. It will dissipate with time, but he'll not be able to challenge you for months, and by that time he will have no choice but to remain with you. He was never very good at breaking through a shield. You must be willing to accept pain, and he never could.
No! Asmodean crawled toward her. You cannot do this to me! Please me, Erin! Please!
My name is Lanfear. Rage twisted her face to ugliness, and the man lifted into the air, spread-eagled, his clothes pressed to him and the flesh of his face distorted, spread out like butter under a rock. Rand could not let her kill the man, but he was too tired to touch the true source unaided. He could barely sense it, a dim glow just out of sight. For an instant his hands tightened on the stone man with the crystal sphere. If he reached through to the huge Sir Angreal in Cairhien again now, that much of the power might destroy him. Instead, he reached through the carving in his waistband. With the Angreal, it was a feeble flow, a hair-thin trickle compared to the other, but he was too weary to pull more. He hurled it all between the two Forsaken, hoping to distract her, if nothing else. A bar of white-hot fire 10 feet tall streaked between the pair in a blur surrounded by arcing blue lightning, searing a pace-deep groove across the square, a smooth-sided gash glowing with melted earth and stone. The fiery shaft struck a green-streaked palace wall and exploded, the roar buried in the rumble of collapsing marble. On one side of the melted slash, Asmodean dropped to the pavement in a shuddering heap, blood trickling from nose and ears. On the other, Lanfear staggered back as if struck, then rounded on Rand. He swayed with the effort of what he had done, and lost Saidin once more. For a moment, rage engorged her face as deeply as it had for Asmodean. For a moment, Rand stood on the brink of death. Then fury vanished with startling abruptness, buried behind a seductive smile. No, I mustn't kill him. Not after we have gone to so much effort. Moving closer, she reached up to stroke the side of his neck, where her bite from the dream was just healing. He had not let Moraine know of it. You still bear my mark. Shall I make it permanent?
Did you harm anyone at Al-Qayyadal? Or in the camps?
Her face never stopped smiling, but her caress changed, fingers suddenly poised as if to rip out his throat. Such as who? I thought you had realized you did not love that little farm girl. Or is it the Aiel jade? A viper, a deadly viper who loved him. The light help me. And he did not know how to stop her if she decided to bite, whether him or someone else. I don't want anyone hurt. I need them yet. I can use them. It was painful saying that, painful for the amount of truth in it. But keeping Lanfear's fangs out of Egwene and Moraine, away from Avienda and anyone else close to him, that was worth a little pain. Throwing back her beautiful head, she laughed like chiming bells. I can remember when you were too soft-hearted to use anyone, devious in battle, hard as stone, and arrogant as the mountains, but open and soft-hearted as a girl. No, I did not harm any of your precious Aes Sedai, or your precious Aiel. I do not kill without cause, Luz Therin. I do not even hurt without cause. He was careful not to look at Asmodean. White-faced, drawing jagged breaths, the man had pushed up on one hand, using the other to wipe blood from his mouth and chin. Turning slowly, Lanfear surveyed the great square. You have destroyed this city as well as any army could have. But it was not the ruined palaces she stared at, though she pretended. It was the broken square with its jumbled litter of Ter Angreal and who knew what else. The corners of her mouth were tight when she turned back to Rand. Her dark eyes held a spark of suppressed anger. "Use his teachings well, Lutherin. The others are still out there. Samael with his envy of you, Demondred with his hate, Ravin with his thirst for power. They will be more eager to bring you down, not less, when they discover you hold that." Her gaze flickered to the foot-tall figure in his hands, and for an instant he thought she was considering taking it from him, not to keep the others from his back, but because with it he might be too powerful for her to handle. Right then he was not certain he could stop her if she used nothing but her hands. One instant she was weighing whether to leave the Ter'angreal in his possession, the next measuring his tiredness. However much she talked of loving him, she would want to be far from him when he regained enough strength to use the thing. Briefly she scanned the plaza again, lips pursed. Then, abruptly, a door opened beside her. Not a door to blackness, but into what seemed a palace chamber, all carved white marble and white silk hangings. "Which one were you?" he said as she stepped toward it, and she paused, looking over her shoulder at him with an almost coy smile. "Do you think I could stand to be fat, ugly Kayla?" She ran hands down her rounded slimness for emphasis. "Isendra now. Slim, beautiful Isendra. I thought if you suspected, you would suspect her. My pride is strong enough to support a little fat, when it must." The smile became a baring of teeth. Isendra thought she was dealing with simple friends of the dark. I would not be surprised if right now she is frantically trying to explain to some angry Aiel women why a large quantity of their gold necklaces and bracelets are in the bottom of her chest. She actually did steal some of them herself. "I thought you said you didn't harm anyone." "Now your soft heart shows. I can show a tender woman's heart when I choose. You'll not be able to save her being welted, I think. She deserves that for the least of the looks she gave me. But if you return quickly, you can prevent them sending her off with one waterskin to walk out of this blighted land. They are quite hard on thieves, it seems. These Aiel." She gave an amused laugh, shaking her head in wonder. "So different from what they were. You could slap a Darshane's face, and all he did was ask what he had done. Slap again, and he asked if he had offended. He would not change if you continued all day." Giving Asmodean a contemptuous sidelong look, she added, "Learn well and quickly, Lutherin. I mean us to rule together, not to watch Samael kill you, or Grendel add you to her collection of handsome young men. Learn well and quickly." She stepped into the chamber of white marble and silk, and the doorway seemed to turn sideways, narrowed, vanished. Rand drew the first deep breath he had taken since her appearance. Mierin. A name remembered from the glass columns. The woman who had found the Dark One's prison in the Age of Legends. Who had bored into it. Had she known what it was? How had she escaped that fiery doom he had seen? Had she given herself to the Dark One even then? Asmodean was struggling to his feet, unsteady and nearly falling again. He no longer bled, but blood still traced thin lines from his ears down the sides of his neck, made a smear across his mouth and chin. His filthy red coat was torn, his white lace ripped and snagged. "It was my link to the Great Lord that allowed me to touch Saidin without going mad," he said hoarsely. "All you have done is make me as vulnerable as you. You might as well let me go. I am not a very good teacher. She only chose me because—" His lips writhed, trying to pull the words back. "Because there isn't anyone else," Rand finished for him, and turned away. On tottering legs, Rand crossed the broad square, picking his way through the litter. He and Asmodean had been flung halfway around the forest of glass columns from a Vendosora. Crystal plinths lay against fallen statues of men and women, some broken in chunks, some not even chipped. A great flat ring of silvery metal had been flipped up on chairs of metal and stone. Strange shapes in metal and crystal and glass, all mixed in a heap with shattered bits. A black metal shaft like a spear standing upright, improbably balanced on the pile. The entire plaza was like that. Out from the great tree, a little searching among the jumble found what he sought. Kicking aside pieces of what seemed to be spiraled glass tubes, he shoved a plain carved chair of red crystal aside and picked up a foot-tall figurine, a robed woman with a serene face worked in white stone, holding up a clear sphere in one hand. Unbroken. As useless to him or to any man as its male twin was to Lanfear. He considered breaking it. One swing of his arm could shatter that crystal globe on the paving stones, surely.
She was looking for that.
He had not realized Asmodean had followed him. Wavering, the man scrubbed at his bloody mouth.
She will rip your heart out to put her hands on it.
Or yours for keeping it secret from her. She loves me. Light help me, like being loved by a rabid wolf. After a moment, he put the female statue in the crook of his arm with the male. There might be a use for it, and I don't want to destroy anything else. Yet as he looked around, he saw something besides destruction. The fog was almost gone from the ruined city. Only a few wispy sheets remained to drift among the buildings still standing beneath the sinking sun. The valley floor tilted sharply to the south now, and water spilled out of the great rent across the city, the gash that went all the way down to where that deep, hidden ocean of water lay. Already, the lower end of the valley was filling. A lake. It might reach nearly to the city eventually. A lake maybe 3 miles long in a land where a pool 10 feet across drew people. People would come to this valley to live. He could almost see the surrounding mountains already terraced with crops growing green. They would tend a Vendosora, the last Chora tree. Perhaps they would even rebuild Ruidian. The waste would have a city. Perhaps he would even live to see it. With the Angreal, the round little man with his sword, he was able to open a doorway to blackness. Asmodean stepped through with him reluctantly, sneering faintly when a single carved stone step appeared, just wide enough for the two of them. Still the same man who had given himself to the Dark One. His calculating sideways glances were reminder enough of that, if Rand needed any. They only spoke twice as the steps soared through the darkness. Once, Rand said, "I cannot call you Asmodean." The man shivered. "My name was Joar Adam Nesosin," he said at last. He sounded as if he had stripped himself bare, or lost something. "I can't use that either. Who knows what scrap holds that name somewhere? The idea is to keep someone from killing you for a Forsaken, and to keep anyone from knowing he had a Forsaken for teacher. You will have to go on being Jason Natail, I think. Gleeman to the Dragon Reborn. Excuse enough for keeping you close." Natail grimaced but said nothing. A little later, Rand said, "The first thing you'll show me is how to guard my dreams." The man only nodded, sullenly. He would cause problems, but they could not be as large as the problems of ignorance. The steps slowed, stopped, and Rand folded again. The doorway opened on the ledge in Al-Khair Dal. The rain had stopped, though the evening-shadowed floor of the canyon was still sodden, churned to mud by Aiel feet. Fewer Aiel than before, perhaps as many as a fourth fewer. But not fighting. Staring at the ledge, where Moraine and Egwene, Avienda and the Wise Ones had joined the clan chiefs, who stood talking with Lan. Mat was squatting a little distance from them, hat brim pulled down and black hafted spear propped on his shoulder. Ardalyn and her maidens standing around him. They gaped as Rand stepped out of the doorway, stared more when Natail followed in his tattered shiny red coat and white lace. Mat jumped to his feet with a grin, and Avienda half raised a hand toward him, The Aiel in the canyon watched silently. Before anyone could speak, Rand said, "Adolin, would you send someone out to the fair and tell them to stop beating Isendra? She is not as big a thief as they think." The yellow-haired woman looked startled, but immediately spoke to one of the maidens, who dashed off.
"How did you know about that?"
Egwene exclaimed. At the same time, Moraine demanded, "Where have you been? How?" Her wide dark eyes darted from him to Natail, her Aes Sedai calm nowhere in evidence. And the wise ones? Sun-haired Melaine looked ready to drag answers out of him with her bare hands. Bear scowled as though she meant to switch them out. Amis shifted her shawl and ran fingers through her pale hair, unable to decide whether she was worried or relieved. Adolin handed him his coat, still damp. He wrapped it around the two stone figures. Moraine was considering those too. He did not know if she even suspected what they were, but he intended to hide them as best he could from anyone. If he could not trust himself with Callandor's power, how much less with the great Sir Angreal? Not until he had learned more of how to control it. And himself. "What happened here?" he asked, and the Aes Sedai's mouth tightened at being ignored. Egwene did not look much more pleased.
"The Shaido have gone, behind Savannah and Couladin,"
Ruach said.
"All who remain acknowledge you as Karakan."
"The Shaido were not the only ones who fled."
Han's leathery face twisted sourly.
"Some of my Tomanel went as well, and Goshian and Shaharad and Charin."
Jaran and Erim nodded almost as dourly as Han.
"Not with the Shaido,"
Tall Bael rumbled.
"But they went. They would spread what happened here, what you revealed. That was ill done. I saw men throw away their spears and run."
"He will bind you together and destroy you."
"No Ta'adad left,"
Ruach put in, not pridefully, but as a simple statement of fact.
"We are ready to go where you lead."
Where he led. He was not done with the Shaido, with Couladin or Savannah. Scanning the Aiel around the canyon, he could see shaken faces, for all they had chosen to stay. What must those who had run be like? Yet the Aiel were only a means to an end. He had to remember that. I have to be even harder than they. Jayardian waited beside the ledge with mats gelding. Motioning Natail to stay close, Rand climbed into the saddle, coat-wrapped bundle secure under his arm. Mouth twisted, the once Forsaken came to stand by his left stirrup. Adolin and her remaining maidens leaped down to form around them, and surprisingly, Avienda climbed down to take her usual place on his right. Mat jumped to Pips's saddle in one bound. Rand looked back up at the people on the ledge, all of them watching, waiting.
"It'll be a long road back."
Bael turned his face away.
"Long and bloody."
The Aiel faces did not change. Egwene half stretched out a hand toward him, eyes pained, but he ignored her.
"When the rest of the clan chiefs come, it begins."
"It began long ago," Ruach said quietly. "The question is where and how it ends."
For that, Rand had no answer. Turning the dapple, he rode slowly across the canyon, surrounded by his peculiar retinue. Aiel parted in front of him, staring, waiting. The night's cold was already coming on. And when the blood was sprinkled on ground where nothing could grow, the children of the dragon did spring up, the people of the dragon armed to dance with death. And he did call them forth from the wasted lands, and they did shake the world with battle. From the Wheel of Time, by Sulaymain Sobagad, chief historian at the Court of the Sun, the Fourth Age. The end of the fourth book of the Wheel of Time. This is Rosamund Pike. We hope you've enjoyed this production of The Shadow Rising, a Macmillan audio production for Tor Audio. This title was produced by Guy Oldfield, directed by Caroline Friend, recorded and engineered at 2020 Recordings London by Tom Jackson, post-production at 2020 Recordings by Tom Jackson, Matthew Faulkner and Nick Sutton. Text copyright 1992 by Bandersnatch Group Incorporated. Production copyright 2024 by Macmillan Audio. All rights reserved. For more information about Macmillan audiobooks, please visit macmillanaudio.com.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.